IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It's Wednesday, and that means we are going to have, Trevor, our weekly buy sell hold. Now that the playoffs are over and that the playoffs so jacked up our schedule because they're having games on Fridays and Thursdays and Mondays, and it really made it hard to stick to our normal routine. But we are now in the we are in the off season now, and that means we can get back on our regularly scheduled shows, which means Wednesday is going to be a buy sell hold. Now, what we'll do also is a lot of Wednesdays we will have sort of a topic that we'll discuss beforehand, or maybe a quick rundown of several topics that came up, that there's breaking news or interesting things. We'll kind of do some quick hitters on them, and then we'll dive into the buy sell hold. And we're going to do that today, Trevor, because what we're going to do today is we're going to kind of talk about the Notre Dame and the portal. And we'll go through what Notre Dame landed, what they lost, and kind of answer the question, did they make out in the portal? Was it a net positive, a net negative, or was it just sort of like a, good, wasn't bad, just kind of a wash? We'll address that, and then, of course, we'll get into our buy sell hold. But before we start, man, how you doing today, Trev? You ready to talk some Notre Dame football today, man?
I'm always ready to talk some ball, Brian. I'm ready to go. And you know me, I love buy sell holds. I've loved them ever since I started joining on this side of the table with Irish Breakdown. They were one of my favorite segments to listen to when I was just a listener. So I'm ready to go today, man. A lot of fun topics that we have to cover today.
Yeah, Trevor, I want to kind of kick things off by diving into a portal conversation, because the portal is just a new reality in college football, and every team is going to land guys or lose guys. I mean, there's a couple teams that don't go to the portal, really. I mean, Army doesn't go to the portal, and Navy and Air Force. And, Clemson in the past hasn't really tapped into it. They did get a couple portal guys this offseason, including one defensive end I really like. But everybody's going to lose guys to the portal, sometimes by choice, sometimes the school encourages a player to jump into the portal. Sometimes the school doesn't want a guy to leave, and he leaves anyway. And so there's all types of scenarios. And so when you look at what the portal has been for Notre Dame, I think this has become an even more important topic, because if we're being honest, even before the current iteration of the portal happened, transfers have been impactful for Notre Dame the last decade. Even going all the way back to 2015 or was it 2014, when Cody Riggs transferred in from Florida, and he's expected to be the nickel and be part of a really good three-man group with Kavari Russell and Cole Luke. And then all of a sudden Kavari Russell gets suspended for the 2014 season, and all of a sudden Cody Riggs and Cole Luke now got to be the corners. I thought they both played very well. Cody spent some time in the NFL. You look at like Alohi Gilman coming in from Navy, and the impact he had as not only a playmaker at safety. I mean, I'm thinking of the pass breakup in 2018 against Michigan. It was huge. I think of the the strip of the Vanderbilt guy at the tight end, Pinckney at the goal line in that game. I mean, he was such a great playmaker, great leader. He's now still playing in the NFL. There's been other guys, Jack Cohn in 2021 coming in as a grad transfer. Notre Dame had some success with those grad transfer type of guys. But now, obviously, with the portal the way that it is, and with the fact that Notre Dame is now working more with the football team to allow non-graduate transfers in, you're obviously seeing a greater impact. And so we're going to kind of talk about the impact that Notre Dame has had on the portal, because, I mean, if we're being honest, if not for the portal, Notre Dame would not have been the team they were the last 3 years. There were holes on it. For all the talk about how great of a situation Marcus Freeman inherited, the reality is there were some significant holes on the roster that needed to be addressed and have been addressed. Quarterback, receiver, defensive line, that have been able to be addressed in the portal. And then at times they just kind of say, look, not that we don't have players there, but we think we can upgrade there, so let's go upgrade there. And so the portal overall has been very good for Notre Dame, and they've had some losses in the portal as well. But so far, they haven't really had a lot of losses of like, wow, didn't see that coming. That guy just jumping in for money like we're seeing in other teams. That's eventually going to happen. I'm not saying it's going to be regular, but eventually they're going to have that happen. So far, that hasn't happened. But we're going to talk about it, Trevor, because what we've learned in the last couple of years is the portal is a vital piece to Notre Dame putting together their roster each season. And in each of the last two seasons, Notre Dame is not the team that they were without the portal. Obviously, people say all they want about Sam Hartman. If you think 2023 was bad with Sam Hartman or disappointing, Imagine what it would have looked like if there was no Sam Hartman in 2023. You look at the job that Javonte Jean-Baptiste did last season. You look at the job that Thomas Harper had last season. I mean, there was without a doubt some impact transfers for Notre Dame in the 2023 season. And, again, they're not a 10-3 team, in my opinion, if not for the transfers that they had in 2023. You look at obviously offensively, you look at defensively, I think was even a greater impact in 2023. As we mentioned, Javonte Jean-Baptiste and Thomas Harper, guys like that. You had Chris Smith a couple years ago. So the portal's been important for Notre Dame. And then this past year, of course, it was huge in both sides of the ball. You had none of the receivers were like big time impact guys, but they were needed. And then, of course, Jaden Harrison steps up and has that big kick return against Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. Riley Leonard, obviously, the impact he had. You look at Jordan Clark was probably my biggest portal surprise this offseason. Liked him, but didn't love him. He was way better than I thought he was going to be this season. You look at the role that RJ Open had. Disappointing season, but steps up big in the Georgia game with that big sack. Has that big game-changing moment. And there's been other guys, obviously Mitch Jeter this year, Spencer Schrader the year before, Blake Grupe the year before that. So overall, the portal has been very good to Notre Dame, Trevor, and it's something that this staff is going to have to keep going moving forward.
You're starting to see the evolution of what Marcus Freeman's true identity is with the transfer portal, right? He's said it ad nauseum about, we want to major in high school recruiting and you want to minor in the portal. And right now they're using it like they should, like most teams should, as a supplemental piece to their team. And they're filling the holes that they need to while they either wait for the development of high school players or younger players on the team to get to where they need to be to make significant contributions to the team, or they're just waiting for some of those holes to be fixed naturally through high school recruiting, right? We talked about during the recruiting show on Monday, we talked about, some areas that they need to focus. D-line was a heavy area of focus, right? So it doesn't surprise me when you bring in back-to-back years of edge rushers and guys like RJ Oben and Javonte Jean-Baptiste to kind of help fill some of those gaps while you're waiting for the Bryce Youngs and the Logan Thomases of the world to develop into where they can start getting 50-plus snaps a game, right? And so you're starting to see that, and you add in, the development of guys like Chris Burgess and other players coming in. So for me, it's a world of it's the reality that college football is now. And to your point, Notre Dame hasn't had that big, oh my goodness, what was that? What was that kid thinking? Why did they enter the portal there? It hasn't been that way yet. The way that the landscape of college football is kind of trending towards, it'll happen eventually. No team is immune to that happening, right? But as of right now, you go through and you talk about the transfer portal, Brian, and you talk about what Notre Dame did lose in the portal. So there's a lot of different topics that we're going to cover today, and I'm excited to talk to it before we do get to buy, sell, hold. But you're right. I mean, honestly, I didn't even think about it until you kind of started rattling off all the different transfers over the past decade that have had a significant impact for Notre Dame. I'm writing an article right now just recapping the 2020 class and the 2021 class and the impacts that they had on this team and their overall records. And some of the numbers are awesome. Some of the players are awesome. But you go through and think of some of the names that Notre Dame lost to the transfer portal that were kind of high caliber recruits. So it kind of begs the question, Brian, what did Notre Dame lose to the transfer portal this year, and how did they fare? So it's going to be an interesting topic of discussion today.
No doubt. So let's just go over what Notre Dame lost, and then and we'll kind of discuss, what that kind of means for Notre Dame and where they win, and if there's any issues there. So obviously Notre Dame lost 9 players. 2 of them were guys that were not really part of the team anymore. When you look at Tyson Ford and Aiden Gobira, they'd been put on medical scholarship, so they weren't really part of the team the way that the other 7 were. And then obviously Jaden Mickey we know about because he left during the season. So those are 3. Since the season was over, we saw 2 wide receivers jump in the portal, and Jaden Thomas and Deion Colsey. And then we saw 4 offensive linemen jump in the portal. And the bigger concern there is not that linemen jumped in the portal. We fully expected some linemen to jump in the portal. The bigger concern is that you lost a combined 56 career starts in the portal. Obviously 23 from Rocco Spindler, 26 from Pat Coogan, and then 7 from Sam Pendleton. I think when I look at the overall, losses, Jaden Mickey leaving was a loss. There's no question. But that was a loss that they suffered in week 4. It was one that they've already dealt with. So it's not an additional loss. When you look at other guys they lost, Gobira, Ford were no longer part of the team. Ty Chan was expected as a guy that was probably going to leave. He's going to UConn. Jaden Mickey went to Cal. Jaden Mickey and Tyson Ford both are transferring to Cal. So that'll be the second year in a row that Cal's getting multiple Notre Dame players to transfer. Last year they got Tobias Merriweather and Aiden Keana, who had a very nice season for them, by the way, this year at Cal. And then Aiden Gobira is going to James Madison. And then Sam Pendleton's going to Tennessee, and Ty Chan's going to UConn. Spindler and Coogan have not made decisions yet, but they are zeroing in on decisions. But, Ty Chan leaving is not unexpected. Rocco Spindler and Pat Coogan, losing one of them is not overly surprising. Losing both of them isn't necessarily a big surprise either, Trevor. We talked a lot about on the board. The why is my bigger issue, and whether or not that will create some other issues in the offensive line. Don't really care to rehash that now. I want to talk more about the practical aspect of those losses. When you lose Sam Pendleton, Rocco Spindler, and Pat Coogan, the easy thing to say is just to say, well, they got beat out. Oh, okay. No, they didn't, because two of those guys ended up starting. Well, it's fine that Sam Pendleton's leaving because he got beat out anyway. Yeah, he got beat out by a guy that's leaving also. He didn't get beat out by Billy Schrouth. He got beat out by Rocco Spindler, because when Billy Schrouth returned from injury, Rocco stayed in the lineup. Billy was always going to come back. The question was he going to come back in for Rocco, who he replaced, who replaced him, or would he fill in for Sam Pendleton? So it's easy to just act like, oh, no big deal, they didn't lose anything, but they did, because as we saw this season, let's say hypothetically that Rocco and Pat Coogan were left because they got beat out. Well, they got beat out this fall camp too, but who started a combined 26 games this year for Notre Dame? It was Pat Coogan and Rocco. Why? Because injuries happened, and they stepped up and answered the bell. So I think we'd be in error to act as if this isn't an issue, that you're losing veteran players with a lot of career starts. But I also would say we'd be ill-advised to overstate it as if, oh my gosh, I don't know what Notre Dame is going to do now in the offensive line. So there's sort of a balance in between those. And so when I look at it, Trev, it's you can't tell me that 3 guys that this offensive line coach felt were good enough to start for one reason or another, including a guy in Pat Coogan that your offensive line coach felt was better than Billy Schrouth last year. Different argument for a different day. I thought that was a silly thing. But the reality is you have 3 guys that started 56 career starts. I can't just dismiss that as no big deal for an offensive line when you look at all the injuries that this offensive line has not only dealt with this year, but it wasn't that long ago. They had to get down to their 4th string offensive tackle at one point in time in 2021. Not that long ago. We saw Jarrett Patterson in 2022 start the season off missing the opener against Ohio State, and it took him a couple games to kind of get back on track. So we have seen injuries plague this group before, and you can't just say, well, this guy will be fine, that guy will be fine. Maybe they will, but you're replacing knowns with unknowns, and I think that's where a little bit of the concern would be for me.
Yeah, with some of the transfers, you kind of have to live in the gray, right? Because you get into the conversation around calculated attrition versus guys that, were going to come back, you expected to come back, expected to leave. And the biggest thing you're losing is experience, right? And I know it's really easy to say, well, look who's coming up behind them. And the first thought that mind goes into is like, yes, the ceiling is really high, right? But the ceiling is high for a lot of kids that come in and play at Notre Dame. You don't get a full ride scholarship at Notre Dame for just being okay. You know what I'm saying? Well,
there are times during the last couple coaches that happened, but that's a different story for a different day.
Another story for another day. But you go through and you look at, and albeit the potential is really exciting, right? But Brian, to your point, the injuries that have happened along the offensive line, who do you want stepping in? A redshirt freshman, a true freshman, or 2 guys that played in the national championship in 2024? Now, again, you get into the conversation of, were they going to return? Were they going to come back? They kind of did the whole, well, we're in for the team now. This is our final year of eligibility, whether we like it or not. So I understand that piece of it too. But just dismissing it and saying, well, they'll be fine. It's, well, you don't take a combined 56 starts for granted.
Right.
And that's where I'm at, because experience, especially along the offensive line, that's what everybody talks about. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was some of my reservation about Charles Jagasaw. Love Charles Jagasaw. And obviously his performance whenever he did step on the field was eye-opening. What he did at the Sun Bowl, what he did at right guard in the second half against Penn State, what he did in the national championship. But a lot of my concern was, we're talking about a guy that's played 10 quarters of football, and so
meaningful quarters. Yeah.
Right. So what is that going to look like? Obviously, it ended up panning out well, but we can't just assume that every single person that steps in along the offensive line is going to be Charles Jagasaw and Joe Alt.
Because he was those were elite talents, right? Now, on the counter to that, the opposite side of that is the reason that there's, I think, optimism that they're going to be okay is because there are younger players that are more talented.
Yeah.
That are going to battle for this position. There's a world in which I see Jagasaw, and I'm not going to just get into the where they're going to play now, but I could see a world where you have a starting lineup of Jagasaw, Knapp, Schrouth, Craig, and Emil Wagner, or potentially a Gerby Lambert, or a Sullivan Absher, or a Will Black, unlikely, but possible. Chris Tarek, who really impressed me in the spring, and coming up in like his quote unquote mop up minutes, playing very well. The reality is this is still a very talented returning offensive line, and so the interesting thing about this discussion is, I think we're being a little bit, both sides of the equation of this argument are being a little bit dismissive of the other side. There's the one side that's like, oh, this is terrible, and this is you lose all these things, and my thing is, I'm not super upset that they lost the guys they lost. My issue is more of why they lost them, because it wasn't because they got beat out. Anyone that says that's just a lazy narrative. That's not the case. I know for a fact that all three of the guys that started this year were asked back. They were wanted back by the coaching staff. They chose to leave for different reasons. So I think it would be a mistake to just act as if they're just leaving because they got paid, or they're just leaving because they got beat out. But I don't know that there'd be the reasons that they'd be concerned if there wasn't talent that they were worried about. So I'll just say this. I think a big issue for Pat Coogan and Rocco Spindler was they didn't feel like they were being told the truth about where they stood. And that's a big issue in that room with a lot of different players. But how you react to that is different when there's nobody on your level competing with you. Right? Because, hey, I might not believe you, but I know I'm the dude in that room. But when you don't have that trust and you look at the young guys and you're like, there's some dudes over there that I think this guy's trying to get up in there, then you're going to leave. Right? So there's the double side. And so what you have to figure out is, okay, you have a shot to be a lot more talented on the offensive line next year. But where will you be from an experience standpoint? And that's, I think, the question. There's a world in which next year's offensive line, if healthy, and if the offensive line coach puts guys in the right positions, meaning Jagasaw at left tackle, Knapp inside, whether that's at center and you move Ashton Craig out to guard, or at guard where he gets to battle with Absher, or if Absher, but like there's a world in which next year's offensive line is significantly better than this year's offensive line if there's good health, good coaching, and good development. So in that regard, I'm not concerned about the offensive line if they can stay healthy, and if the offensive line coach makes good decisions about who plays where, which has been my biggest problem with him. Is it's like I had somebody one time say, well, he made a really smart decision by putting, Schrouth in the lineup for Pendleton when he came back from an injury. And I'm like, yeah, he did. Why didn't he do that to start the season? right? Just like, man, the offensive line late in the year last year with Craig and Shrouth and those guys, it looked really good. Yeah. Why didn't he do that to start the season with Shrouth? That's been sort of my big issue with him. As long as he puts the right guys in at the right spots, I think this offensive line could be really good, right? Really good. So I'm in that regard, I'm disappointed to see those guys leave, but I'm also kind of excited to see the era of these new guys. I'm excited to see Sullivan Absher get a shot to compete for starting job. I'm excited to see Charles Jagsaw and Anthony Knapp potentially in the same lineup, right? Depending on where. I'm excited to see Joe Otting get his shot to emerge as the next guy in line at center, after what he's done in the first couple of years. I'm excited to see more reps for Christopher Tarrick this spring. I hope we get a chance to see Gerby Lambert make a push this offseason. So in that regard, I'm excited to see this offensive line develop, even though I am disappointed to see the leadership and experience leave the room. So in that regard, the offensive line should be okay, even with these losses, in my view. What really it comes down to is your margin for error got smaller because of the experience, and now you're a little bit thinner from a depth standpoint. That's kind of my final takeaway of how the portal impacted your offensive line. You can't just ignore Sam Pendleton's a good football player. There's a reason Joe Rudolph thought he was ready to start the opener this season, and there's a reason Joe Rudolph put him in over Rocco Spindler and Pat Coogan. Now, we could sit here and say we disagree with the decision, and I did at the time. I especially didn't like the fact that you put him on the left side. You should have put him on the right side where he had, a little bit. I mean, even though Emil Wagner is also a first-time starter, Emil's still a third-year player in college. You put a freshman and a redshirt freshman right beside each other. But clearly Joe Rudolph thought the world of Sam Pendleton, which is why he put him in over a couple guys that were 10-plus game starters. You lost all three of those guys now. That's not something to just ignore, dismiss. But, man, I got to tell you, Trev, the potential for an upgrade in size and athleticism and length and talent next year with the talent they're going to have behind them, it's hard not to also get excited about that. And that's what makes these departures kind of bittersweet, because I love Rocco. I love Pat Coogan. I really like Sam Pendleton. But I'm also looking at what's left, and you're like, yeah, man, if they can develop these kids, this has still got a chance to be a really good offensive line next season. And that's kind of where I'm at on it.
Yeah, I think both things can be true, right? Like, I think sometimes as fans, and I'm speaking in general because, like, I've fallen into this before too. Sometimes it feels like you have to be on one side or the other, right? Sometimes it feels like you either have to be really upset that they lost Pat Coogan and Rocco Spindler and Sam Pendleton, and you can't be excited about what's coming along in the future, right? It's the same. Like, you either have to be Team Estime or Team Diggs,
right?
Or like, it's just you can be you can be on both sides. It's tough to see them go, right? Yeah. We're talking about three interior linemen that throughout the season face guys like Zeke Biggers and Zane Durant and all these guys, like all these big name players.
Off.
Yeah, right. And that experience doesn't go away. Nazir Stackhouse, right? And that experience is invaluable. Like, whenever an offensive lineman comes in a game, or like it's a new starter, the headline from all the broadcasting crews is never about their size, right? Mm-hmm. It's always about their experience and the amount of snaps that they played in comparison to the guy that they replaced. But with that being said, I'm in the same boat as you are, thinking about what the potential offensive lineup could be when the average height and weight is 6'6", 320 across the board. Right. And their ability to move people off the line of scrimmage, their athleticism to help.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man.
You start thinking about Jagsaw and Knapp in the same lineup, and you're just like, and if it's not those two, then that means Sullivan Absher beat out Anthony Knapp. That's what that would mean. So now it's like, okay, so I guess we're gonna have to deal with a 6'7", 325-pound guy at guard over Anthony Knapp. Either way, you're gonna have an undersized, powerful kid who's really athletic, or a massive kid who's a quality athlete who can just move people. Either way, it's exciting to think about what's going to be there. And you start thinking about Knapp and Jagsaw in the lineup, and what kind of jump is Gerby going to make? And, is Billy Shrouth, can he stay healthy and finally you start getting kind of excited about it, man. And that's where, a lot of the focus will be is, I think Marcus Green's got to address the reasons why they left. And if anyone thinks that they just left because they were going to get beat out, you're sadly mistaken. And this has been an issue for 2 years now. But at the same time, you're O-line and as long as the development is there and good real battles happen and all that kind of stuff, you start thinking about what this line could be. And I think they should be okay there and potential to be even better. But as I said, I think Stephen Immel in the chat kind of said it perfectly, kind of summing up what we're saying. He says, sounds as though the portal O-line changes are one where the reward of an improved line is significant, but the risk of loss of leadership cannot be ignored. And I think Stephen got the exact perfect takeaway from what we're talking about. And there you go. So receiver-wise, they lost Jaden Thomas and Deion Colsey. Is it a loss from the standpoint of you lost two guys that are great teammates, great leaders? Jaden Thomas was one of your most clutch offensive players this year. Deion Colsey steps up late in the year, and he's used as a blocking tight end or blocking player, receiver. You're losing two great teammates. There's no question about it. But I feel like this was the two most expected portal entries that we were out there. They were veteran players who simply had just gotten passed up by younger, more talented players, and we're going to continue to get passed up by the portal additions that we'll talk about. So I think those are expected. So I think overall, I was surprised. I was not surprised at the number of players that left, the positions they left from, and not just because I had already heard some things about issues in the offensive line. If it wasn't going to be those four, I still expected 4 to leave. So I think numbers-wise there, that is expected 2 receivers left. I think the biggest takeaway for me from the departures is the lack of departures. Because I heard a lot of rumors about 4, 5, 6 other guys that might leave. I know for a fact that Notre Dame had 2 starters, one in the secondary, one at wide receiver, that were offered, if not 7 figures, close to 7 figures to leave. And they didn't. And some other guys that are battling for position jobs that haven't left yet, which tells me it's not guaranteed they still might not leave in the spring. But I love the fact that all those kids are deciding to come back and compete in the spring and then let the chips fall where they may. No quarterbacks left, no receivers left beyond the 2 we expected. None of the running backs jumped in. None of the linebackers jumped in. None of the defensive linemen left jumped in. I think that's a great sign for Notre Dame that there's going to be great competition in the spring. Now, do I expect some guys to jump in after the spring? Honestly, I do. But I think it says a lot about where the program is overall from the standpoint of how many guys are staying and not just running. I'm going to say right now, guys, I know for a fact there is a lot of players in Notre Dame that were offered more money to leave than they're getting to stay. That's not a guess. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. But the fact that there's that level of buy-in throughout the roster is exciting when we think about what we talked about yesterday. Can Notre Dame keep building on what they did? There's a lot of kids at Notre Dame that could have cashed in on the season they just had and just taken the money, but they didn't. They're bought into something bigger. Now, that doesn't mean Notre Dame's not having to step up to the plate and meet salary demands by certain players. That has had to happen. But the fact is those kids wanted to stay. That's why they didn't jump in the portal and get into the bidding war. And I think that speaks well to the overall culture that Notre Dame has going on right now, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, the culture is fantastic. I mean, if anything, they have the opposite going on. You have guys like Drake Bowen electing to not even play baseball. You know what I'm saying? Because they're bought into what's going on in the football season. He wants to be there and be more around the team and the newcomers and to perfect his craft in the spring. Right. So even teams within the same university, Notre Dame athletes are like, hey, I'm kind of sticking with the football team on this one. So it leaves a lot of room for promise. I'll say this when you look at the overall the portal, and I'm talking strictly from an analytical standpoint. When you go through and outside of 1, potentially 2 of the offensive linemen, when we talk about expectations for 2025 and we talk about the outlook of this team, a lot of the guys that entered the portal were not major parts of those conversations, if that makes sense. And I'm talking strictly from an analytical standpoint here. all great kids. And I would, like, in a perfect world, they all stay at Notre Dame, right? But like some of them didn't have reasons to stay. Like Deion Colsey, Jaden Thomas, they got their degrees.
And
Marcus Kimmer got two.
they were great teammates for 4 years.
100%.
They earned the right to get to go play somewhere in their final seasons.
Right.
In my opinion. And I think that's also true of Rocco and Pat Coogan.
Yeah.
Because the truth is, Trev, they weren't guaranteed starting spots next year. What I'm saying is it's naive and misguided to think that's the only reason they're leaving.
Absolutely.
Or that they weren't willing to come back and battle. But it was not a given that they were both going to start. And the odds were slim that they both were going to start. I still think Rocco has a good shot to start at guard based on the things I was told inside the program. He's very well respected by, other coaches within the program for what he does. And if someone's going to beat him out next year, they were going to have to really play well. How he was going to be viewed next year is differently than how he was viewed this year. And that's not coming from parents and all this other kind of stuff. That's coming from other people inside the program. But at the same time, like you're saying, you got one more crack at this. Can I take a chance of me getting beat out by a younger player? Yes, you're telling me this, but I don't know that I can believe that. And I only have one more crack at this. And to your point, Trev, I love that you said that all those kids kind of earned the right to kind of say, I served this program well.
Mm-hmm.
I gave you everything I had for 4 years. I got my degree. And in at least one player's case, a couple, It's time for me to finish my career somewhere else. And that's just that's where life is now in the portal world. And I think all those kids were guys that could have left in the previous system. Tai Chan included. They were all guys that could have left in the previous system because they have got their degrees. And so they would have been grad transfers. And I wish them well. I wish them all well.
So now you get into the conversation of what Notre Dame added. And there's a couple guys where I spent a good amount of time watching some of their film last night. And you can't watch it without just getting really excited, man. And so, Brian, let's kind of break down and walk through who Notre Dame gained in the portal and who was going to be new additions for this team in 2025. And it's spread across, right? There's a couple of wide receivers that came in, a couple of defensive linemen, a couple of people in the secondary. So, Brian, when you start breaking down this incoming portal class, where do you start?
Well, so obviously you look at it, and here's who they landed. They landed Malachi Fields from Virginia at wide receiver and Will Pauling from Wisconsin at wide receiver. Will Pauling began his career at Cincinnati. Interesting note there, he was recruited to Cincinnati by Mike Brown, played his freshman year for Mike Brown at Cincinnati. Actually, first 2 years at Cincinnati with Mike Brown, then transferred to Wisconsin where he followed Mike Brown for the 2023 season. Had his best year of his career by far while playing for Mike Brown at Wisconsin, and then comes back to Wisconsin this year, his only year in college not playing for Mike Brown. Was a little banged up, had an okay year, not a great year, 42 catches, 407 yards, 3 touchdowns. He comes in now, and he'll play for Mike Brown, who knows him very well as a player. They brought in Ty Washington, a transfer tight end from Arkansas, 2 defensive tackles, Jared Dawson from Louisville, Elijah Hughes from USC. 2 guys in the secondary, safety Jalen Stroman and nickelback Devontae Smith. Stroman is from Virginia Tech. Devontae Smith is from Alabama. Jared Dawson's from Louisville. Elijah Hughes is from USC. And then, of course, place kicker Noah Burnett. So if you look at guys that were on the team to start the 2024 season, they lost 7 and added 8. That's basically the way I look at it. Because, again, they lost 9 total players, but Tyson Ford and Aiden Gobira were no longer on the team. And so they didn't lose those guys from the 2024 roster. It's not often that you add more guys in the portal than you lose. Now, I think that still may change, right, after the spring. But I think that's, as we said, that's another good sign about where the culture is. But the thing I like about this portal class, Trevor, as you look at the guys that they added, I think they met some important needs, and I think they landed some potentially impact players. And I think where I want to start off is on the offensive side of the ball. And just look at who they added. I want to begin with Ty Washington, actually, because this is a guy that's got some ability. He's got some athleticism. He's more of a movement tight end, guy that can kind of move around, block off the edge, play in the slot. He was brought in because if you look at the depth chart for the spring, it's very thin at tight end for scholarship players. Notre Dame obviously brings back Eli Raridan. They bring back Cooper Flanagan, who is battling a significant injury. I mean, if you looked at the national title game, he was still on a scooter where his leg was elevated because of the injury he suffered in the first round. He got hurt against Indiana, right? Or was it against Georgia?
I think it was
hurt against Georgia. Yeah, you are correct. And so much later injury, significant injury. We don't know how his health is going to be. You've got Jack Larson coming back, a guy that CJ Carr likes throwing to. And then you've got James Flanagan coming in from high school. So the numbers are a little thin at tight end, Trev, especially when you consider the injury history that Flanagan has and then that Eli Raridan also has, who this past year was the first year that Eli Raridan has played a full season at Notre Dame. The first and only year so far. Ty Washington comes in and he gives you really good depth, and he gives you a different type of athlete and from a usage standpoint than what you have in Raridan and Flanagan. It's a complementary player. And the other thing about Ty Washington is he's got 2 years of eligibility left. So you actually can kind of have him for 2 seasons. So I think this helps solidify your depth chart for the next couple of years. And that's why I like this pickup. Now, he's got a lot to prove. Obviously, this past year, Trev, he only caught 2 passes for 25 yards. He was removed from the team. There's a lot of drama as to why. Notre Dame had to do their due diligence on that. They came away feeling good about the type of young man he is. Year before, he caught 11 passes for 170 yards, and he did it all in a 4-game stretch before getting hurt. Had a 7-catch, 90-yard, 2-touchdown performance against Ole Miss, caught 1 pass for 24 yards against Bama. And the last game he played in, he had 2 catches for 37 yards and an upset road win over Florida. And then this past year, he only had 2 catches for 25 yards. So this is a guy that comes in with some experience, hasn't played a lot of football, but he's played. But he gives you depth, and he gives you a pass-catching element that they were looking to use to complement the 2 players that they have returning. Because Eli Raridan is a bit of a hybrid, but he's a vertical type of player. He's 6'7". You can move him around and all that. Cooper Flanagan's better attached. And this is a guy that's kind of more of like, I don't say an H-back, but, he's 6'4", 240. He's athletic. He's more of a slot guy, move him around, put him on wing, do things like that. Than he is the typical tight end that Notre Dame recruits that's 6'5" to 6'7", 250, 260 plus, bit of a dual threat type of guy. He's more of a pass catcher first, blocker second, although he's a quality blocker and you break down the film. So I think that was a good addition. I think securing the depth chart at tight end was a must this offseason. They did make a run at some higher level tight ends. I do believe that they made a run at the kid from Purdue who ended up Ohio State, but they weren't willing to promise him the starting job, which they shouldn't have. And it was going to be much easier for him to get that at Ohio State. And that was going to make it hard to get that type of higher level tight end, is that guy's going to look at the room and be like, you got some pretty good players there and you're not willing to promise me the job. And that's why I think a guy like Ty Washington made a lot of sense.
When I watch him, more from a usage standpoint, like how they're going to utilize him within the offense, he reminds me of Dimitri Flowers. Do you remember him from Oklahoma in that 2016 or 2017 season where they used him more as the H-back? That kind of reminds me more of a Ty Washington type of player. But the thing that I love about this addition, and it's the same, it could be said throughout the team, the thing I appreciate about this incoming transfer portal class as a whole is it's still kept with the same of addressing the team needs for the 2025 season. It wasn't reactive, I guess, if that makes sense. Because sometimes you can see it's like, well, Jaden Mickey enters the portal. It's like, well, now we have to go get a field corner. It's like, it wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like they had 4 offensive linemen enter the portal. They didn't go out and get 4 offensive linemen in the transfer portal. Right. So it was addressing specific needs that the team needed, and the type of players that they got is what they needed. I love them picking a transfer portal tight end because of the injury history of the tight end room.
And just the lack of numbers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because let's just say, God forbid, especially if this season taught us anything, is if a player can get hurt, they could get hurt, right? And so what happens if Eli Raridan has another injury? What happens if Cooper Flanagan has another injury? You're talking about Jack Larson, a redshirt freshman who hasn't played a meaningful snap at Notre Dame, and James Flanagan,
similar to Ty Washington,
right,
in style. So at least you have 2 guys like that. Mm-hmm. But James Flanagan, to your point, Trev, a true freshman, he's a very different player than what Ty Washington is. James Flanagan is more like Cooper Flanagan and Eli Raridan in style than he is Mitchell Evans and Ty Washington and Jack Larson. Because Mitchell Evans is built like a traditional tight end. He doesn't play like a traditional tight end. Very inconsistent blocker, more of a guy that you want to put in the slot, outside, do those type of things. And Washington and Jack Larson are more of that role, where James Flanagan is more like the other two. So adding a Ty Washington gives you that kind of complementary player, as you're stating. Now, I want to get to the receivers, because that's the big one. And obviously Notre Dame, we knew they were going to go to the portal for wide receivers. Target that I heard about like right away, as soon as the portal opened, even before he officially jumped in, was if Malachi Fields jumps in the portal, Notre Dame's going to be all over him. You know what that means. So when he jumped in, it was kind of like Riley Leonard last year. It was a matter of when, not if, he picked Notre Dame more so. I know Penn State made a run at him, and a couple other schools made a run at him, but it was going to be Notre Dame. And this is one that you look at and you're just like, this is what you expect to be a big time pickup. And then they also got Will Pauling, a player that's a very intriguing player. Both of these guys were on Feldman's freak list last year, which I thought was very interesting. I'm actually going to pull up the numbers here real quick. But with Will Pauling, I was actually kind of surprised by it, because what Feldman said in his article is that Will Pauling is a 40+ inch vertical guy that ran a 4.39 in college, or in workouts. So, which is really fast. And he also squat 600 pounds and deadlifted 600. It's a strong kid at wide receiver. 40 inch vertical, ran a 4.03 in the pro shuttle. The quickness you can see on film. The speed you couldn't see as much because they had him run so few vertical routes. But if you go back and watch the bowl game in 23 against LSU, where he had his best career game, you can see the vertical speed more. It's just the nature of the air raid offense that Phil Longo ran. You never got a chance to see that a whole lot. I was not a big fan of Will Pauling when I saw him, just because of the numbers. When you look at the film, you're like, okay, this makes sense. Now, why he was brought in, he's a guy that obviously Mike Brown knows. He knows the talent he has. It's a kid that had over 70 catches for 800 yards in the Big Ten in 2023. He's made plays against Alabama. He's made plays against LSU. He's made plays against Penn State. He's made plays against Ohio State. So he's played at that level. And what he does is he offers you depth and insurance. If Jordan Faison, Jaden Greathouse, guys like that don't step up and take that next level, then you just insert Will Pauling and he'll be that guy. If they do step up, now you've got a very strong 3-man rotation of guys that can all play Z and can all play slot. And they're sort of interchangeable in how you can use them. And he gives you a little bit more natural speed than those other two guys, although we have not seen that manifested on the field all that much on film because of how Wisconsin uses them. But what we do see is the strength and the quickness. That's what we definitely do see on film. And in that regard, he's going to fit the offense pretty well. So I liked that pickup. I like the insurance it provides. I think he's not like the Chris Mitchell type. Clearly, they didn't have use for that in last year's offense. I think I think Chris Mitchell would have benefited more from playing in a 2025 Notre Dame offense, but what you've got is now you've got depth of proven players at that position that have done it at the Power 5 level. There's no projection. He's like, dude, just do what you've been doing. The guy that's got me fired up, though, Trevor, is Malachi Fields. Like Will Pauling, I'm much happier about that pickup now than I was initially. Malachi Fields from day one was like, oh, please give me Malachi Fields. Please give me Malachi Fields. This is a big one. Feldman in his freaks list, this is what he said about Malachi Fields, who's 6'4", 220 pounds. He said he has elite strength and power for a wideout. He has close grip bench pressed 365 pounds and did 21 reps of 225 with a close grip this offseason. That's insane. He's front squatted 355 pounds. He's got a 38-inch vertical jump, a 10.7.5 broad jump. He's got a 4.18 pro agility time and a 6.183 cone. And he has passed 22 miles per hour on the GPS in a 6'4", 220-pound package. So there's a lot to like there, Trevor, in Malachi Fields. And it gives you something you didn't have. Length, strength, and vertical ability. I'd say vertical potential because they didn't throw him a ton of vertical balls at Virginia, but you still see it. He is the perfect fit for what Mike Denbrock wants in that boundary receiver.
Yeah, I am beyond excited to watch Malachi Fields get into a Notre Dame uniform. He wasn't he won't be here in the spring, will he?
No, he's a true 4-year guy. So he's a lot like where Bo Collins and Riley Leonard were last year.
Okay.
Where he's finishing up his degree at Virginia this semester. I don't know this for a fact. I'm still trying to confirm it, but my understanding is it'll be similar to what it was like with Bo, where Bo was around all spring, finishing up classes online, but he's still in South Bend. I believe that's going to be the case for Malachi, but I'm not 100% certain of that. He'll be around, but he won't be here until the summer. Okay. And I would rather him be here in the spring, but I'm honestly not overly concerned about that.
Yeah, I spent about 45 minutes last night watching his film, watching some of his highlights, and man, he's exciting to watch. His catch radius is insane. His explosiveness off the line is really fun to watch. And he just provides something to that Notre Dame position that they really haven't had since Chase Claypool in 2019. You know, if you go through and you watch what Malachi Fields does really well, he's pretty good after the catch too, man. He's not easy to bring down. He's a lot faster than what it's weird when you watch him. Some 6'4" guys don't look like they're running fast, but like they are actually relatively. Like Miles Boykin never looked like he was running that fast, but he had enough speed.
But then he'd run by people,
right?
And you're like, and then he runs a low 4.4 at the combine, and I was
right.
like, I didn't see that on film.
Right. But Malachi Fields is a guy that does look fast, and he's 6'4", 225, and so all of the things are just really exciting to see. It's what Mike Denbrock needs in his system, and he's bringing an aspect to Notre Dame's receiving core that they haven't had at that position specifically in quite some time.
Well, and if you compare him to like a Bo Collins, for example, I mean, Malachi's taller, he's longer, he's about 10 to 15 pounds thicker, he's faster, and he's more proven. As we said, I mean, Bo Collins is pretty much did at Notre Dame this year what he did at Clemson, and that's fine. I mean, that's okay. With Malachi, if he simply repeats what he did at Virginia, you're getting a 50-plus 800-catch guy, which is basically what Miles Boykin did in his one season in 2018. But it's more so what he can do with the football. I mean, he's not just a big, tall guy that you throw back shoulders and stop routes to. He's also a guy that they do a lot of screens to at Virginia. He's a guy that can work the middle of the field. He's a guy that is a good blocker. He's a guy that they'll put in the slot. I mean, some of his and there was one of my favorite posters. I disagree with his point. He didn't think he was like a really impact player. He didn't see the vertical speed. And my thing was like that quarterback room with that crap offensive line, they weren't going to be throwing a lot of go deep balls to anybody. But the point was, he said that a lot of his bigger plays came from the slot. And I'm like, yes, that's a very good observation. And that's actually a good thing because he's not a guy that you just only stick to the boundary. There will be some things where you can do some different matchup type of stuff with him. And so, I mean, that's a big thing. And, you know, you look at the catch radius that he has with the length he has. He had 6 drops in 2023, just kind of high. It's not crazy for a guy that had over 80 targets. I think he had over 80 targets. Let me pull up his numbers from Pro Football Focus. But he's a guy that I think had 6 drops in 2023, but that went down to 2 this season. And I went back and watched some film of games where he had quote unquote drops. And I'll just say this, a couple of those, and I use the verbal air quotes for a reason, because a couple of those was like, I'm a former receivers coach, and I'm not sure I'm calling that one a drop. Because I wanted to see, like, when you see a guy have 6 drops, you kind of want to say, okay, like, is this something I need to be concerned about, you know, from this kid? And when I went back and watched the film, it was like, nah, I'm not concerned about it. He only had 1 drop his first 2 years, and he only had 2 drops this year. So when I looked at the film, and I'm like, hey, you know, this is a guy that I don't like. I didn't see the drop issues from him that we saw like from Bo this year at times. And that was encouraging for me. Trev, because you are getting sort of that upgrade and impact ability. He does have a little bit of that long strider to him, though, where it doesn't look like he's coming off the line fast, but he's chewing up a lot of ground because of how long he is. And I think you're going to have to respect the vertical aspects of the boundary position this year with him much more than you did last year with Bo Collins and Jay Thomas. Like, that alone is a big upgrade. Forget the catch radius and the back shoulder and the things like that. I mean, that alone to me is a significant upgrade that you can't just like. After a while, Trevor, part of the reason Bo Collins' production wasn't as good down the stretch, if we're being honest about it, well, of course we're always honest about it, but if we're just kind of getting real about it, it's that after a while, teams just kind of looked at him and they were like, yeah, he's not running vertically. Not just because of Bo, but also because of the fact that the offense just wasn't geared towards that at that position. They just didn't ask Bo to run a lot of go routes. So they kind of squatted on him. But you put a kid like this that's 6'4", runs like he runs, has the catch radius he runs, you have to play that position a lot differently than they did last year. And that doesn't even get into us talking about the fact that you're going to have more of a thrower at quarterback in 2025. Well, Brian, you don't know who the quarterback's going to be. Doesn't matter. You're going to have more of a thrower at quarterback in 2025 than you did in 2024. It's not a shot at Riley Leonard. Riley Leonard was excellent. It's just a different type of game than what the kids that are going to start next year are going to have. And so to me, I love that they're adding this to the boundary. I mean, if you ask me to compare him to a former player, I've seen people in the chat comparing to Chase Claypool. I've seen people comparing to Michael Floyd. I think Miles Boykin is the best comparison for me from a style of play standpoint, a body type standpoint, and also from a potential production standpoint. You know, Miles had 50-some catches for 800-some yards. It's exactly what Malachi's been the last 2 years in Notre Dame. Now, there's two schools of thoughts on his production. One is he just repeats what he did at Virginia, and if that's all he does, I'm happy. But the reason he would repeat that most likely would be because they're spreading the ball around more. Now, what's interesting about his production at Virginia is last year that production came as their top target. He was their top receiver last year, and he caught 55 passes for 808 yards and 5 touchdowns on 94 targets. The year before, he caught 58 passes for 811 yards on 100 targets, 5 touchdowns both years. But the year before, he was their number 2 target because they had Malik Washington, who caught over 100 passes. And he was more of a slot guy, a real quick and shifty guy. The next highest receiver on the roster that year was Kobe Pace, a running back from 176 yards. Only had 5 guys on the entire roster that had 10 or more catches in 2023. So 168 of their 248 completions went to Malik Washington or Malachi Fields. And your next most catches was from a running back. You know what I mean? And you also had another running back with 10 catches. So it was like Malik, it was Malachi, or it was check down. I mean, that's pretty much what the offense was 2 years ago. They spread it around a little bit more this year, but Malachi was the focal point of the offense this year. At Notre Dame, he'll be in that boundary position, which is a focal point, but he's going to have a much better supporting cast of receivers around him, which could keep his production around the same, but it's be more impactful production. But there's also a chance, Trevor, that he increases his production because if his targets don't change at Notre Dame, I think his success rate in those targets will increase. And if you look at the last 2 years, he was 58.5% completion rate the last 2 years when targeted. And I think that number is going to go up. I mean, Bo Collins this year was 64.1. Jaden Thomas was 64.3. That was what the success rate when they were targeted in this offense. You see him with the same number of targets at the similar success rate that we had last year. Essentially what that means is what was your completion percentage when he was targeted? That includes inaccurate throws. It still counts as an incompletion on a target. If the quarterback throws it into the ground, throws it 8 feet over his head, throws an interception, it's not a receiver-only stat. It's a pass game stat towards that receiver. Well, Notre Dame's 2 boundary receivers were over 64%. Malachi was in the 58s the last 2 years. If he has just a similar production to those guys, and I think it's going to be greater, that's going to be a jump in production from him. And so I think we will see a potential jump in production, but I could also see the ball getting spread around and in that regard as well. And if we see that, now you're talking about a guy that's going to be a difference maker.
Well, I think it's also exciting too because I mean now you have a true big-bodied receiver threat in the red zone as well. That's something that Notre Dame did not like. To be honest with you, I thought that's what an aspect that Bo Collins was going to bring into this offense, and he wasn't that. He was what he was. I'm not saying that it was bad, but it's just like I said, when you don't have like the Miles Boykin type, the Chase Claypool type of red zone threat that can go up and get a football the way that Malachi Fields can, it doesn't limit your offense. It's just one less thing that you can do when you get into the red zone. And now with the loss of Riley Leonard in his legs, Notre Dame is going to have to find different ways to be more dynamic when they reach the red zone, because that's something that we're going to talk about later in the offseason. But the red zone scoring percentage has to go up from where it was this past season. Adding a guy like Malachi Fields is greatly going to improve your odds of doing that, man. So I'm really excited to watch him.
I think this also elevates the other receivers as well, Trev, because now there's more of a threat to the boundary, which I think is going to benefit Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, guys like that even more. Defensively, they also added some big-time need. They met some big-time needs. I don't want to say they added big-time players because we don't know that yet, but they filled some big-time needs. The interior pickups obviously were huge. Jared Dawson comes from Louisville. You're getting yourself a 6'2". So he was listed at 6'2" at Louisville. He's listed at 6'1" on the Notre Dame spring roster. 305 pounds, short, stocky guy. He plays a game similar to Howard Cross and as far as how they use him compared to how Notre Dame uses him. But he did it on a much less volume scale from a snap standpoint. He was part of a little bit of a more evenly used rotation at Louisville. But his production on a per snap basis, Trevor, at Louisville was really good. He brings more beef to the position, but he also brings some playmaking ability to position. The only question that I have with Jared Dawson is, number one, he's got to stay healthy. That's obviously going to be a big thing. He's got to stay healthy, and he has not always been healthy. No, like major injuries, but he's had some times where he went down. He didn't play the last couple of games of this season because of an injury. So that's obviously concern number one. The second question I have is, how much can he play? Was his volume at Louisville based on just how they rotated their D-line, or was he a guy that they had, because you can track this as like a guy's production goes down after X number of snaps. I talked about that with Howard Cross in past years. When he was younger, the more he played, the less effective he was. He obviously got better about that later. That's going to be one of my questions for Jared Dawson is what kind of volume can he play? But the production on a per snap basis, Trevor, is really impressive.
Well, it's much needed depth for the defensive line too. You got a guy, I know you rattled off some of the stats when he initially committed, but his production rate, wasn't it higher than what Howard Cross's was on a per snap basis?
Yeah, so here's what it was. So if you look at Jared Dawson the last 3 years, played 794 snaps. Howard Cross the last 2 years played 1,136, and Riley Mills played 1,074. So in 794 snaps, Jared Dawson had 13 and a half tackles for loss and 9 sacks. In the last 2 years, Howard Cross in 1,136 snaps had 12 and a half tackles for loss and 6 sacks. So if you look at his production the last 2 years, and you look at Jared Dawson's the last 3, Jared Dawson played about 342 fewer snaps than Howard Cross, but he had more tackles for loss by 1 and 3 more sacks. He played, 280 fewer snaps than Riley Mills. Riley had more production. Riley had 14 tackles for loss and 10 sacks, but he only had a half a tackle loss more and 1 sack more, despite having almost 300 more snaps. So when you look at it from a per snap basis, to your point, Trev, the production was really good. Are you going to get the volume you got from him that you got from Howard and Riley? My answer would probably be, I doubt it. I don't think he's going to go from 25 snaps a game to 50, but I hope they don't have to play him as much as they had to play Howard and Riley this year. I wish they could have not played them as much as they did this year. That's where they were. I'm hoping that the portal additions plus the return of Gabriel Rubio and Donovan Heinisch and Armand Mukum and hopefully Jason Onye and then the young players coming up means you don't have to play those guys as much, because I want a guy like Jared Dawson fresh in the fourth quarter and fresh in November. But the per snap production, Trevor, more, not only like more, he had more production, period, than Howard Cross. Now, he did it over 3 years. Howard Cross did it over 2. But if you look at Howard Cross and you look at Howard's production over 3 years, it doesn't change a whole lot because Howard, see here, so this year he had 5.5 tackles for loss. Last year had 7, so that's 12.5. He only had 2.5 the year before. So that's only 15 tackles for loss. And he had 2, 4, 8 sacks. So even if you look at the last 3 years and don't even take into account total snaps, and Howard would be almost twice as many snaps as Jared Dawson at that time, he still had more sacks than Howard Cross the last 3 years. Howard would have been slightly ahead of him. What did I say? 15 tackles for loss. Jared Dawson was 13.5. So Howard a little bit more run game production, and Jared Dawson more sacks. When you account the per snap thing, which is, I'm glad you said that, it's significantly higher. So like if you projected, so like I'll give you this. Did I do that in the article, Trev? Do you remember? I did not. So if you project, so let's go 12.5 tackles. So you had 13.5 tackles for loss, and you divide it by the number of snaps, and then you give him the same number of snaps that Howard Cross had, he'd had 19 tackles for loss compared to Howard Cross's 12.5, right? Just assuming he could produce at the same rate at that level. If you look at his sacks and you look at it by the number of snaps he played, it'd be nice if I did it right, and you give him the same number of snaps as Howard, he'd have 13 sacks compared to Howard's 6. So it's a significant jump in production on a per snap basis than what we saw from Howard Cross at the nose. And he gives you about 20 more pounds of beef at the position. So not that he's a better player than Howard Cross. I'm not even having that. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is you're replacing a guy that was very productive for you with a veteran who is bigger, a little bit more, able to hold up at the point of attack, but you don't really lose a lot from an athleticism playmaking standpoint because this guy produces at an even higher level. It's not often that you can do that from a team who had a very good front seven the last 2 years at a Power 5 level. This isn't a kid we're projecting how's he going to go from Tennessee State to Notre Dame. He's going to be playing a lot of the same teams he's already played against, including Notre Dame. And I'll say this to Notre Dame fans, if you want to watch film and you want to get a good sense of how good this kid is, just watch the Notre Dame game this year. Just watch that game. Like Ryan earlier in the chat was talking about how he still has bad flashbacks watching Sam Pendleton in the Louisville game. I'm like, yeah, Jared Dawson's part of that nightmare. You know what I mean? Like he was a big part of that nightmare. Go watch him play and against Notre Dame, and you'll get a sense of why Notre Dame liked him. This staff they've given kind of deferential treatment to guys that they had to coach against and play against. And I kind of like that. Malachi Fields they played against, and then obviously this guy they played against as well. So very, very big pickup. Dawson he wasn't the biggest name out there. I would have taken him over some of the names that other people in the chat said that they wanted because he's more proven. The ceiling isn't as high. He's far more proven, and they needed to get a guy that was proven at this level, in my opinion.
One thing that I think that's crazy when you look at his stats per game after after September 21st, when they played Georgia at home, the only games that Jared Dawson played in were on the road the rest of the season at Notre Dame, at Virginia, at Boston College, at Clemson, at Stanford, which I think is crazy. Like not that adds any weight to Notre Dame's portal pickup with him, but I just think that that's crazy because his health was an issue and the only games that he played in afterwards were just on the road, which I think is pretty crazy.
Yeah. They got another portal pickup in Elijah Hughes. This one's a little bit more of a boomer bust type of pickup because he didn't play a whole lot at USC. He's a true sophomore at USC, so he will come to Notre Dame with 2 years of eligibility remaining compared to obviously We're talking about Elijah Hughes. Jared Dawson has 1 year left. Elijah Hughes has been in college for 2 years, and he played both of those years. So he's a guy that doesn't come with a ton of proven production or a lot of snaps. He's been relatively productive on when he has gotten opportunities to play, which is obviously a good thing. Talking to sources around the program, there are some people that I talk to, Trevor, and again, this is just me telling you what I'm told. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not saying that it's correct. I'm just telling you what I was told. But there's some people that I talk to around the program that are actually even more excited about Elijah Hughes than they are Jared Dawson. I can't get there because he didn't play a ton. And I got to say, like, the D-line coach for the USC this year is a former NFL guy. I mean, Eric Henderson, I kind of got to think he knows a little something about defensive line play. And for whatever reason, this kid didn't play a ton of football. And he didn't really start getting action until there were injuries along the D-line. And then obviously Bear Alexander left the team. But the production was pretty good. I mean, when you look at it on a per snap basis, Trev, the production was pretty good. And I don't know if you watched the Nebraska game, but he had a sack against Dylan Raiola where he actually was lined up in a 5 and rushed off the edge, just beat the tackle around the edge and got to the football. So, I this is more of I got to see it one for me, just being honest. He brings some size, is 6'3", 290. He was an exceptionally productive high school player. He had over 330 career tackles, something like 90 career tackles for loss, like over 30 career sacks. He had like 4 defensive touchdowns. I mean, and I'm getting this from the local paper when his career was over. But on film, it's just not a lot for me to be able to jump on board and be like, oh yeah, this guy's going to be phenomenal. I was told he had great camp numbers. Like the analytics that they've looked at for his production, for his size, they like, and they like this college film. I just, for me, just the lack of proven play is the one, let's see on him. But there are some people around the program that are high on him, and you can see the athleticism on film this year at USC. Even in limited snaps, you can see the athleticism on film, and he only really played a lot of snaps in one game, Trev. That was against Rutgers. He played 42 snaps in that game. He only played 126 snaps the rest of the year. His next highest total was he played 17 against Notre Dame. That was his next highest total. Didn't have any pressures against Notre Dame or anything like that. But in that game against Rutgers, I mean, he did flash in that game, and he did play. Had some big snaps against Nebraska, but we just haven't seen a lot of football from him. So it's hard for me to say, oh, guys, this is a big high. I'm telling you that I know people that think this was a big hire, that this was a big pickup. I can't speak on that because I there's some things I like on film, Trevor, but I just need to see him be able to really do it at this level at a place like Notre Dame.
Yeah, outside of the sack against Nebraska, I haven't seen a whole lot of film on him either. Just it's not easy to find. I have mixed feelings, and this is in general. This isn't just about Elijah Hughes, but I have mixed emotions about taking a kid in the portal that needs more development, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, no portal player is perfect, right? But then you start getting into it where when you look at this move specifically, you're bringing in a kid where it's like, could that time better be spent getting Armel Mukam ready to take on more snaps, or a Devin Houston, or a Brennan Vernon? And so, like, if Hughes is a kid that they're that high on, right, per the sources within the program, then cool. Maybe because they're getting a guy that has now been in a college strength conditioning program for 2 years, and he's played high-level competition, and, he played 17 snaps, you said, in the Notre Dame game, and played against Nebraska. But taking unproven players in the portal, I think, has always been an interesting move for any team. So that one I think is interesting, because I think more times than not, it doesn't prove to be a beneficial move, in my opinion.
There's risk involved, right? I mean, that's the concern. My thing is, I'm okay with it if you're in a situation where you don't have depth and you don't have numbers. I just kind of feel like, are you really already giving up on Devin Houston and Armo Mukam and Sean Sevillano and Brennan Vernon? Or is this a kid that you felt was just too good to pass up? That's what we're going to find out. My hope is that you bring this kid in and you develop him, but don't stop developing those other younger players. And if this kid comes in and they're all coached the same and they all battle and compete and he beats those guys out, so be it. Then obviously he makes you a better football team. My only hope is when is in a situation like this that you don't bring the kid in and just throw him in there and give him the benefit of the doubt that you're not giving to your players that have been going through it for the last 2 years. That'd be my only concern about it. But secondary also, Trevor's a place where Notre Dame had made a big splash in the portal. The nickel position has been one where Notre Dame has basically just kind of gone to the portal to find their nickel each of the last 3 years. Mike Mickens is 2 for 2 so far in finding portal nickels. Obviously, Thomas Harper 2 years ago I thought was a big addition for Notre Dame. He had a very good season. And then obviously Jordan Clark, who I actually wasn't as high on as I was Thomas Harper. They were different types of players. You could argue that Jordan Thomas wasn't as impactful in some of the areas that Thomas Harper was, who would blitz more and was just stronger. But as far as coverage, was a better player than Thomas Harper was the year before. And I was very high on Thomas Harper. Now you go out and get a guy that has a chance to be as good as those two guys and maybe a little bit better in Devontae Smith from Alabama, who was the starting nickel at Alabama this past year. And you look at his numbers, he had very good numbers. And then, of course, you went and added Jalen Stroman. Now, we've read reports. I'm not a draft guy, so I can't tell you this. We've read reports that there are some that viewed him as a potential day 2 draft pick if he had a good senior season at Virginia Tech this year. Obviously, he didn't because he got hurt in the opener. But this is a guy that a lot of people like. He's over 6 feet tall. He's about 6'1". He's over 200 pounds. He's been very productive at Virginia Tech. And a guy that's an all-ACC caliber player that honestly would not have even been an option for Notre Dame if he doesn't get hurt against Vanderbilt. Because his career would have been over. He would have been literally out of eligibility if he doesn't get hurt against Vanderbilt in game 1 this year. But he does get hurt, and then he jumps in the portal, and Notre Dame is bringing him in. So another very big pickup because you're adding an experienced player with size and athleticism at the Power 4 level to your safety room. I thought this is important because what Notre Dame showed me last year, Mike Mickens showed me that just because we went and got you in the portal and we think you're a good player doesn't mean you're guaranteed to start if somebody else beats you out. That's exactly what happened with Rod Hurd and Don Schuler. Now, Rod was still a very important part of the rotation. This doesn't mean that Jalen Stroman is immediately going to be thrown next to Don Schuler. It means he's going to be in the conversation. Here's what it means to me, Trev. If he starts, you're good. You got a veteran player. You've got a guy that is an all-ACC caliber guy. Is he as good as Xavier Watts? There's nobody in the portal that you're going to add as good as Xavier Watts. Unless Caleb Downs wanted to jump back in the portal and come to Notre Dame, there was nobody who's going to replace Xavier Watts for his level. And he's a talented player, athletic player, good size, productive, and you feel like with him and Adon next to each other, stop with the Xavier Watts comparisons because he's not Xavier Watts and say, is that a good starting safety tandem? And the answer is absolutely. If Jalen Stroman's healthy and he's not starting, then you're going to have a phenomenal safety group because for somebody to beat him out, they're going to have to be a really darn good football player because there's 2 differences between Rod Hurd and Jalen Stroman. One, Jalen's about 2 to 3 inches taller and thicker. Number 2, Jalen Stroman has actually played the position that they brought him in to play. Rod Hurd had to go through a transition from nickel to safety. Struggled with it early, but I thought by the end of the year, Rod Hurd was a very important member of this defense in the rotation. I mean, we talk about the Georgia game. Who was the safety that broke up was in coverage on that 4th down pass in the end zone? It wasn't Xavier Watts. It wasn't Adon Schuler. It was Rod Hurd. And so you're talking about a guy that brings a lot of value to this group and is a very good football player. If he starts, you're good at safety. If he doesn't start, it means somebody had a really good offseason, and you're going to be really loaded at safety, whether it's a Luke Talich or Kennedy Erlach or Bronte Johnson or Jadon Blair, whoever it is. The reality is if Jalen Stroman's not starting for you, it means you're going to be really, really good at that position. Really good.
Yeah, a lot of them are depth pieces. You know, like when you think about it, I'm glad that you highlighted like you're not going to replace Xavier Watts because that wasn't what the team's goal was. You know what I mean? Like Notre Dame and Mike Mickens and Marcus Freeman didn't set out into the portal and say, "All right, who's Xavier Watts 2.0, because it's his production the last 2 years has been irreplaceable. I mean, 13 interceptions in 2 years as a safety. It's pretty decent numbers. And so it would be tough to replace him, but he adds experience to the room, right? I mean, Adon Schuler really just spent 16 games of on the field tutelage from Xavier Watts, which is invaluable, but you're bringing in a guy in Jalen Stroman that played a lot of football, and so that's one thing that is promising, right, for this room. So go ahead.
No, keep going.
I was getting ready to transition into if they took a, yeah.
The concern I have about Jalen Stroman is he is a guy that's only had 1 year where he didn't miss games. 2022. He missed all of last year out after the Vanderbilt game, and he missed 2 games in 2023 with injuries. That's a concern that I have.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a bit of concern that I have.
So when you look at Notre Dame's portal class as a whole,
well,
Brian.
I don't want to talk about Devontae Smith though. Real quick.
Yep.
The thing I like about Devontae Smith is I do think he's a little bit in between Thomas Harper and Jordan Clark. He brings more size than both of them, but he's got some of the physicality that Thomas Harper had, and I shouldn't say physicality because I think Jordan Clark was a battler. He'd mix it in. He's just got more size and strength than Jordan had. But he's got more coverage ability than Thomas Harper. He's closer to Jordan. He's closer to Jordan Clark in coverage ability. And he's closer to Thomas Harper in physicality, strength, and hitting ability, playmaking ability, which to me makes him a very intriguing player and is why I'm kind of high on him. I knew who he was, knew that he played for Alabama. I hadn't watched a lot of the film of him, to be honest with you. But when you dive into the numbers and you dive into the film, you see a guy that was a very good football player at Alabama in that role as a nickel. And that's where he started at Alabama. And if you look at his numbers this season and you compare them to Jordan Clark, for example, you get a sense of the kind of season that he had and the kind of production that he had. So if you look at Jordan Clark, let me pull this up here real quick. So it's Jordan Clark. Where are you at, Jordan? They got him down in, that's 2023. Probably not going to find Jordan Clark in Notre Dame's 2023 stats. Trev, what do you think? Probably not.
No, probably not.
So this season, for example, Jordan Clark allowed 33 catches on 53 targets for 301 yards. It's a 62.3% completion rate. He only allowed 1 touchdown all season and had one interception. Let me see here. 1 interception and 6 pass breakups. Very good coverage player. Allowed 9.1 yards per reception and had a very good yards per. He was less than six yards per target. If you look at Devontae Smith this past season, the completion rate was higher, 65.5, compared to Jordan Clark, who was 62.3. He allowed 19 catches on 29 targets for 123 yards. Now, that's the significant number. I said Jordan Clark allowed 9.1 yards per catch. Devontae Smith only allowed 6.5 yards per catch, and he only allowed 4.2 yards per target. Did not allow a touchdown all season. Did not break up did not intercept the pass and had 2 breakups. So he wasn't as active on the ball. He's not a guy that's made a lot of plays on the ball during his career. But he's a guy that's been very good in coverage during his career. And you watch the film, like I think it was a Georgia game. He got beat on the first play of the game. And after that, he was locking guys down. They tried to hit him on a slot fade later in the game, and he was just right in step, drives the guy out of bounds, forcing complete pass. That's some good film to watch because you see a little bit of the bad. He bites on a move, and he's like a little off, and he bites on the top end and gets beat inside for like a 15-yard gain. After that against Georgia, he was lights out. That's a really good game to evaluate. And so I see a guy that fits in really nicely to this defense, that he can be more of an every down player in this nickel spot than he was at Bama, because Bama would rotate a lot between 3 backers and 2 backers. You know, they'd put in Jaheed Campbell a lot of times as the 3rd backer with 2 guys. Now I think you see a guy that could fit in really well as a higher volume player than what he was at Bama, but very good production on a per snap basis. I think receiver and secondary and D-tackle were the 3 big positions that Notre Dame had to hit in the portal. And I think they did a really good job at all three of them, and I'd even argue an excellent job in the secondary and the receiver. The only reason I'll say excellent in the defensive tackle is because Elijah Hughes is the one unknown for me. I can't get as excited about him as I can some other guys that I've seen play a lot more college football. But even there, it's like you added a 290-pound kid from USC and a 305-pound kid from Louisville. Your roster is going to be okay. If he doesn't pan out, other guys will beat him out. If he does pan out, you got a pretty darn good football player. So I think the two positions with the big needs, they needed Jared Dawson. They needed a nose, and they got one, and they got a good one. They got two talented receivers, including one that I think can be a number one, and two day one starters in the secondary. This is not a team with a lot of holes, Trevor. And I think they did a great job filling those holes. What say you?
Yeah, I'm more confident in the offense, if I had to be completely honest with you. Like with Malachi Fields and Will Pauling. Ty Washington's a little bit of a question mark in the tight end room, but I understand the move. When I look at it defensively, I just kind of look at like the track record of defensive linemen that have been brought in. Javonte Jean-Baptiste was a surprise, like a pleasant surprise. RJ Oben didn't live up to the expectations of what some had, so I have more question marks on the defense because I think health is more of a question on the defense. You have Jalen Stroman coming off of an injury. Chris Hughes is like kind of just a complete unknown. I don't want to say complete, but he's mostly an unknown. You bring in a guy like Jared Dawson, who's an extremely productive player, but it's questions around like, can he stay healthy because he was in and out of the lineup in 2024? What's his production going to look like? I'm really high on Devontae Smith from Alabama. So that one's really promising to me. I like his size from the nickel position. So, yeah, I mean, they addressed all the needs that they had. For me, and this is how I am with no matter who you bring in. I'm definitely more of like an I need to see it guy. You know what I mean? Like I've said that my feelings on the wide receiver room, but the potential is really exciting, and the needs that they addressed is really, really important. So I'm glad that those were the needs that they addressed. Like I said, I'm glad that the transfer portal was not reactive, it was proactive.
The final portal pickup was Noah Burnett from North Carolina. It's a good portal pickup. Not super accurate this year or in 2022, but it was extremely accurate in 2023. The reason you go after a portal kicker this year, I was not at all surprised by that, Trevor. You're bringing in Eric Schmidt, who's a big-time kicker that can literally punt, kick, and kick off. But for most of his career, Eric Schmidt was viewed as a punter kickoff guy. It wasn't until later that the field goal kicking became a strength of his in high school. What this does is Noah Burnett gives you that year of development for Eric Schmidt as a place kicker. I fully expect Eric Schmidt to be your kickoff guy day one. Noah Burnett was not their kickoff guy at North Carolina. I think he has like one career kickoff. So it's going to be either James Rendell, or it's going to be Zach Yoakum, or it's going to be Eric Schmidt. I don't think it's going to be Noah Burnett. I'd be shocked if Eric Schmidt's not your kickoff guy next year, unless they just want to redshirt him and let him have 5 years, which is possible. But as long as that's not the case, I think he'll be your kickoff guy. And if he's not, you put Zach Yoakum out there, who was a decent kickoff guy back in 22. I think he was your kickoff guy in 22. That's kind of how I see it. But this gives you some protection as you develop Eric Schmidt as a place kicker. But if Noah Burnett doesn't pan out, or if he gets hurt like Mitch Jeter did, your next option is much more talented than what you had this year when Mitch Jeter went down. So I think this is a smart, savvy move. You got the room for it. Why not bring in a proven quality ACC kicker to give yourself a grace period, so you're not thrusting a true freshman into that role as your place kicker. You're going to ask a more proven guy to kick that 40-yarder to win you a playoff game, not a true freshman. Unless the true freshman is just too good not to put out there. That's a great place to be. So we always say, Trev, I don't care what position it is, man. You don't want to have to play a true freshman. You want to play a true freshman because he's your best guy.
Right.
And that includes kicker.
No, absolutely. I like the portal pickup with Noah Burnett. Adds good experience. And I think kicker is one position that I think always gets overlooked when you talk about experience. But being in different situations, playing in different stadiums, home, away, given the stage. I mean, that's when he was healthy. That's why Mitch Jeter was such a threat. You know what I mean? I don't know if a true freshman can go into the Orange Bowl and do what Mitch Jeter did. I don't know if a true freshman can go down to College Station, Texas A&M week one and do what Mitch Jeter did. And so Yeah, I like the addition. I like it. It's a good pickup, and they're staying constant with, again, what Marcus Freeman believes the transfer portal should be. It's you go and address an immediate need while the other players are waiting in development, and that's Eric Schmidt. And so that's promising to see.
Overall, Trevor, did the portal make Notre Dame a better team, a worse team where holes got to get filled by other people, or was it a wash? What say you?
I think they made them a better team. The portal made them a better team. I mean, you go and you look, I mean, and honestly, it could be carried by like just a handful of people, like not even the class as a whole. But you go through and you break it down. Malachi Fields is going to elevate that receiver room. I don't think that there's any question. Will Pauling adds some good depth. I'm excited to see him. Like, I could see him kind of having like the Jordan Clark type season, on the offensive side of the ball. So like, you had your shiny portal pickup, but then, Will Pauling, not that he was an afterthought, but you're expecting Malachi Fields to be the guy. I could see us walking away saying, hey, that Will Pauling guy is pretty good. You know what I mean? Defensively, I think, like I said before, I think defensively it's a little bit more of a question because to me, the overall health and usage of some of the players is in question. But you go through and you look at what is bringing a Jalen Stroman into the safety room give you bare minimum, right? Before he even touches foot on the field, more experience, right? And that's something that you lost in Xavier Watts. And it's just more competition throughout the safety room because now vying for that other spot, you do have Jadon Blair and Luke Talich and, Kennedy Urlacher and all these other guys that are going to be fighting for another safety position, and then I really like the Devontae Smith pickup and I like the Noah Burnett pickup. So for me, I think it improved the team overall.
The only question mark I had was the second D tackle. I do think you needed a second proven D tackle, and you didn't get a second proven D tackle. You got a second D tackle you think has a lot of potential, but you didn't get a second proven D tackle, in my opinion. That's the only question mark. But even there, however, if you just take out who they replaced and who they have to fill in for, a defensive tackle rotation of Jared Dawson, Gabriel Rubio, Donovan Heinisch, Armel Mukum, and then at least one of Elijah Hughes, Sean Sevillano, Brennan Vernon, or Devin Houston still has a chance to be a pretty darn good defensive tackle rotation. Is there one individual star as good as Riley Mills? No. But as a unit, I think they can be pretty good. And so that's a positive for me, especially if the defensive ends make the jump that you and I talked about. We think they're going to make that you and I talked about during yesterday's show. So we agree. I think that the portal filled some important needs. I think there's the potential for impact players in this portal class. I do, especially with Malachi Fields. I think Jared Dawson could be an impact player on a per snap basis. I think that Devontae Smith could be an impact player at nickel. So I do think they added some impact talent, and then they added some players that are going to be productive parts of the team. Is there a Javonte Jean-Baptiste sleeper player out there? Maybe. That could be the Will Pauling you talked about. It could be maybe it's Elijah Hughes, and he's better than we think he is. Maybe it's Jalen Stroman, and maybe in the Notre Dame defense he'll thrive in ways that he wasn't necessarily, because like he didn't do a lot of coverage at Virginia Tech. He just didn't. He was more of an alley guy, come downhill, tackle kind of guy. I think he's got coverage skill. They just didn't ask him to do it. And, so maybe being in this system, he's better. Who knows? I mean, we'll find out. But at the very least, you gave yourself some talented veteran players that have played a lot of football at the Power 5 level, Power 4 level. And that's the key for me. But just Malachi and Jared Dawson and Devontae Smith and Jalen Stroman alone making me really like this portal class. I wasn't super high on Will Pauling initially. The more film I watched, the more I'm like, okay, I like this pickup. I am being completely honest. If I'm being open about my initial feelings of him, I would say that. And then, of course, we could always see Notre Dame. There will be more portal movement in the spring with guys going out. I don't know about guys coming in. It just depends on who goes out. But for now, you're going to go into spring with a pretty deep, talented football team, and the portal made you better.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for the first part of the show. We covered Notre Dame in the transfer portal, who left, who came back out, and it is now time for buy, sell, hold. But before we get there, guys, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell Share this podcast with your friends and family. Anybody that you know loves Notre Dame football and college football as much as you do. Whatever platform you watch us on, whether it be Spotify Podcasts or Apple Podcasts, be sure to leave us a 5-star review. We'd greatly appreciate it. And as always, the best way to support us here at Irish Breakdown is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All right, Brian, it is buy, sell, hold time, my man. And I feel like it's been a minute since we've done one of these.
Yeah, it has.
It's been a while.
I don't know that we've done one since the playoffs started, to be honest with you. Did we do one in the postseason?
We might have done one before Indiana, but after that, it's just because the games got weird. They started playing on, a Wednesday game got moved to Thursday, and then they played on like a Monday, then they played on another Thursday. So it was just weird schedule.
Yeah, because they played on Friday, Thursday, Monday in the postseason. So that was very, very strange. Very, very strange. Trev, we did have a super chat here. Just to remind people that the buy, sell, hold is a members board only submissions. We don't take We don't take submissions from the chat. This is submissions that were made before the show started on the premium message board in Salty's thread about buy, sell, hold. If you want to get a buy, sell, hold up today, you just need to put a super chat in there. Brendan O'Neill left us a super chat, but it wasn't a buy, sell, hold. I just had to get this out there, Trevor. Thank you so much, Brendan, for your super chat. Who's the new guy with no lid today? Thanks for all you guys do. Let's officially close the gap and win the Natty in 2025, fam. I'm with you, Brendan. Still Trevor, right? I know the hat makes him look a little bit different. His hair doesn't look as bad as mine. I went a little crazy with the razors the other day, Trev. I went back to my college football days. This is what I always did for fall camp. But that's Trev, still Trev. He's got that nice, thick, shiny hair. That he likes to show off every now and then. But we appreciate you, Brendan. Appreciate your super chat very much, and appreciate your support. I really think 25 is going to be a fun year. I thought 24 was going to be a fun year. Didn't start off that way. Well, it started off that way in week one, then got a little bit ugly, and then got a lot better the rest of the way. I think 25 is going to be a fun year. I'm very much looking forward to it. No question about it.
Oh, yeah. 24 was a year where it's just like you kind of just didn't know what to expect week to week for a little bit of time. Once after like the middle part of the season, like a couple weeks removed from the first bye week, you kind of started to know what to expect again. But man, honestly, that was part of the fun. Like you tuned in and it's just like, well, time to find out.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yep. Well, now it's time to find out about these super chats that we got from everybody. And of course, we're going to have to start off here, Trev, with my guy, Salty Virginia Peanuts, who wants to talk about receivers. He actually used his phrase there, but I always got to put the real name in there. But let's kick things off with my guy, Salty Virginia Peanuts.
Buy, sell, hold. Malachi Fields and Jaden Greathouse will together account for more than 50% of wide receiver receptions and yards in the 2025 regular season.
He says receiver yards. So, obviously, I think there's going to be some running backs and tight end that don't count as this. We just look at receiver numbers. I'm going to say sell, but I don't feel super confident in selling. I could see this being a buy. And the reason I say sell is twofold. Number one is I fully expect Malachi and Jaden to be their top two pass catchers next year. Do you agree with that, Trevor? I think they'll be 1 and 2 in some form or fashion in catches and yards and touchdowns. Yeah. But I think between Jordan Faison and Will Pauling and KK Smith and hopefully Cam Williams and Micah Gilbert next year, that we're going to see the ball get spread around a little bit more. I also think depending on this answer also depends on the quarterback. Because I think if Steve Angeli's the quarterback, I'd probably buy on this. Because Steve tends to be more of I'm going with my primary read. And I'm not. He's a junior who rarely gets to his second read. That's just kind of how his game is. He's gonna really put a lot on the primary reads. Where one thing we've seen from CJ and Kenny already, but especially CJ, is no quarterback on the roster in the spring went to the backside route combinations more than CJ Carr did. He processes differently. He's a different type of cat. I've seen him. There's even in the, I think it was the spring game. It might've been the Jersey scrimmage. I get the two confused because I was at both of them. So I watched them both in the stands, but there's a play where he read front side, wasn't there. He knew the backside dig was coming, but he saw a pass rush. So he slide steps, resets his feet and bangs a dig right in front of a defender for a 15-yard gain. I don't know if that was a spring game or if that was the Jersey scramble.
I think that was a spring game to Deion Colsey.
That might have been it. So then if you saw it, then it was definitely the spring game. You're like, that's a different kind of read for a young quarterback. And that's something. So if CJ is the starter and maybe if Kenny's a starter, I think the ball will get spread around a little bit more than it will if Steve's a starter. That's not better or worse. I'm just making a point. Steve is going to kind of get the ball. The running backs and tight ends are going to catch a lot of passes if Steve's a starter. I think the receiver stuff will be more focused on Malachi and Jaden if Steve's a starter. I think CJ will spread around enough to where they don't quite get to 50% of the production, even though I'd still expect them both to be the number one guys. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yeah, I could see a world where it's like I was going more towards like I would buy the yards, maybe sell the receptions. Just because like if a guy like Jordan Faison, somebody that needs the ball in his hands quickly because he's good after the catch, same thing with Will Pauling for how shifty and versatile he is. You know, I could see them competing in receptions. But from a yardage standpoint, I mean, we saw in the playoffs what Jaden Greathouse can do after the catch, right? We saw what he did to Caleb Downs. We saw the catch that he had on Jordan Hancock. We saw the Penn State corner get tased. So, like, it's all those where I think after seeing what Jaden Greathouse could do after the catch and what Malachi Fields can do after the catch, I think that they'll lead in yards. I think definitely touchdowns they will account for because, like I said, Malachi Fields is going to present a red zone target from the receiver position that they haven't had in a while. But receptions, I think, could be a little bit more of a question.
Got a comment here from Notre Dame for Life. Just became an annual subscriber to the IB Nation message board, and it has paid for itself 100 times over. Thank you for that very much, man. I appreciate that very much. And if it's the same Notre Dame for Life that we had questions from, then, well, actually, are you ND for Life? Did you leave a bunch of questions? Because there was someone who ND for Life that I hadn't seen before that left a lot of super chat or a lot of BISA holds that we'll get to. And based on the avatar, you are also a member of our military. And if it's the same person, he says, yes, it is. If it's the same person, first and foremost, most importantly, thank you for your service and for making the sacrifice that people like me take for granted sometimes. You make that sacrifice so we can be sitting here living in a free country doing what we do. So we appreciate you, man. So hat off to you. I'd take my hat off literally, but nobody wants to see this mess. But thank you very much for your service, man. I appreciate that very, very much. And we got a lot of super chats from ND for Life. They're not, I keep saying super chats. We got a lot of BISO holds from him as well that we'll get to here in a little bit. But Salty kicking us off right. Salty also said in the chat, it's time for Notre Dame to establish, who go-to guys are. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. But just because we know that Malachi and Jaden are the top dudes doesn't mean that they're going to consume that much of the production where it's over 50% of the receiver production. So I won't be shocked by it, but if CJ is the quarterback, I think we'll see just a little bit less than 50. First one, Trev. First one doesn't want to go with me. Man. Tell you what, there we go. All right.
All righty. BISA hold from DCL TJ. Marcus Freeman was the peanut butter to Chad Bowden's jelly and will still thrive as a recruiter sandwich without him.
So I don't know what that means. The peanut butter to the jelly. I'm assuming that he means if you take the jelly away, it's still a good sandwich. And I'll agree with that because I'll eat a peanut butter and honey sandwich. I won't eat a jelly sandwich. Like if you give me a sandwich just jelly, I'm like, man, what is this mess? Like I need the peanut butter on it. So if I'm reading it the right way, then that's a buy. I mean, look, Chad Bowden and Marcus Freeman were a great tandem. Marcus Freeman trusted Chad Bowden as an evaluator and as a recruiter. But Marcus Freeman was not a great recruiter because of Chad Bowden, just like Chad Bowden's not good at his job just because of Marcus Freeman. They were a great team. I fully expect Marcus Freeman's success as a recruiter to continue moving forward. He's got to get someone in there that he knows, not that he knows. He's got to get someone that he can trust, someone who's going to grind, someone with Chad's ability. There's people out there like that. If he makes good hire, then they're going to be fine. I love Chad Bowden. I think Chad Bowden did a phenomenal job at Notre Dame. But I also think there's guys out there that can continue this thing that they've got going. And a big reason why is because of Marcus Freeman and his ability as a recruiter. So, yeah, I'll buy that. And I appreciate you not making it seem like Chad didn't do a lot or wasn't that important. Like, look, they were a great tandem. Together, they made a great sandwich. But, Trev, I'm more of a peanut butter and jelly or a peanut butter and grape jelly kind of guy. But you know what? I've had some good strawberry jellies, man. You give me a strawberry, you know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you can have a good sandwich with different types. You know what I mean? You may like, trying to think of the kind that I use. You may like, you may be a Smucker's guy, with the jelly. I'm more of a Concord. I'm not Concord. What is it? I don't know which one I use. It's just the squeezable stuff. I don't know what I use. My wife likes the natural stuff, but it's all grape jelly, and it all works if you get the right kind. And if we're talking sandwiches here, Marcus Freeman makes a good hire. They'll be fine because he's a dynamic recruiter, independent of Chad Bowden. Just like Chad's a heck of a recruiter, independent of Marcus Freeman. Together, they did some great things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Marcus Freeman was a great recruiter before he was even promoted to head coach, right? So I can appreciate the fact that you use Marcus Freeman as peanut butter because I think that's the foundation. And I think at the foundation of any good recruiting operation, you have to have a good head coach, right? But no, I agree. Chad did his due diligence at Notre Dame, and he did a really good job while he was in South Bend. But I don't think that there's going to be a lapse in recruiting just because he left, right? Some things might have to be done differently. We talked in different shows about how they might have to, maybe split the duties of what Chad Bowden did moving forward. And that's just,
I would.
Yeah, I would too.
I would.
And that's just some of the changing landscape of college football. That's not just specific to Chad, right? But no, if I'm reading you correctly the same way Brian is, I'm buying that one as well.
I also want to say this, talking to people in the chat, they're talking about Nutella. If you want to really upgrade peanut butter to something that's almost like borderline like a narcotic, you ever had Biscoff spread? You ever had the Biscoff cookies on an airplane?
Oh, yeah.
They actually sell, and I've only seen it ever at Costco, a spread that you put on toast. Trevor. I can't buy it because I'll literally just take a spoon and start eating it. It's addictive, bro. I told Angela, don't ever buy this again. Ever buy this again because that's all I'll eat.
We're hosting some friends for dinner tonight. We might have to switch up dessert after hearing about what that is.
Just saying.
Hey, man.
Just saying. They're going to think, oh, this guy's big time, man. Trevor must be rolling in the dough. He got Biscoff spread? What? Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
Somebody said it's at Walmart. Don't tell anyone that. Just buy it at Walmart and tell them you had to go to a specialty place for it so you sound like you're big time. It's ridiculous how good it is, man. Ridiculous how good it is.
Another buy-sell hold. Steve Angeli will benefit from the quarterback competition and improve as a passer, creating the foundation that leads his team to a major bowl game as a starter.
I'm going to sell this because I don't think Steve's going to be the starter. But if Steve is the starter, I'll say this. If there's a legitimate competition and Steve wins because he plays better, not because he's the veteran, then I think this will be true. You know what I mean, Trev? Like, if Steve ends up outplaying Kenny and CJ, and that's why he gets the job, not gets the job because he's the older guy and he's been in the system longer and all those other reasons that you can promote a guy. But if he ends up being the starter simply because he outplayed those other guys, I think it will be a case where the competition elevated Steve. He raises his game and he goes out there and is that guy. And if he starts because he legitimately beat out those other guys, not because of injury or because he's the veteran, then absolutely I think he'll be able to lead this team to those heights. Because as I said yesterday, I don't care who you put in a quarterback of the 3 scholarship kids. They're a minimum 10-2 team with any of those guys next year. If Steve beats those other 2 guys out in a legitimate competition where he outplays those guys, it's because he elevated because of the competition, and they will be better than 10-2, and he'll lead them to a major bowl win. That's how I feel about it. But I'm still selling because I don't think he'll be the starter. He may be the starter game 1, but I don't think that'll last super long. I personally would not do that. I would not make Steve be the sacrificial lamb until we're ready to throw CJ in there. If you feel CJ or Kenny is the better option, let them get that experience against Miami and Texas A&M, grow from it, and then by the time you get to November, they're ready to rock and roll. So I'm selling because I don't think Steve will win the job. But if he wins the job in a real competition, then I'm absolutely buying that will be the result, and the quarterback competition will have elevated his game. Because Steve's a competitive dude now, and he will play better because of the competition. So I do think that's true, but I just don't think he'll be the guy long term because those other two kids are special, man. Steve's a great kid, great leader, great intangibles. He just doesn't have the arm talent of those other guys. Just doesn't. And it's not close, if we're being honest. Trev, you saw it when you went to the Indiana game. You watched pregame. You see it. It's different.
You could see it a little bit too in the blue gold game. Before guys like CJ had an entire season worth of practices to get under his belt. I mean, look, I'll say this about the quarterback competition. Brian, as far as the buy, sell, hold goes, I'm in the same boat as you are. I think that just how this team is put together and the talent that they have and the skill set we talked about what our expectations were from a floor. We talked about what this team's floor is and what the expectation is in the regular season. I think Notre Dame can be a 10 team no matter who starts the quarterback in the regular season, whether it be Angeli because as a roster, top to bottom, I think that they have the most talented roster of the 12 teams that they play in the regular season. With that being said, Notre Dame's expectation isn't to have a good regular season. Their expectation is to have a good postseason. And that's where I think the difference is for me. And so then you start getting into your question of, can it be Steve? Can it be CJ? Can it be Kenny? I don't know. But based on watching it and based on what I've seen on film from the blue gold game, things like that, I think it's going to be one of the two younger guys just because arm talent's different. You can kind of see it. So for me, yes, as far as the buy, sell, hold goes, I will sell it, but I do buy the concept of like iron sharpens iron, right? And Steve's a competitive person, but I'm not someone that's like, well, since Steve is in a quarterback competition, he is now going to throw the football farther because he's a competitive person. His release isn't going to get magically as quick as CJ or Kenny's because he's now in a competition. Like that's
right.
That's how
he's still not processing past his first read really. As a junior, I don't know that that's all of a sudden magically going to take off.
Right.
Now that there's not an older guy in front of him.
100%. Buy, sell, hold from John O'Shea, 003. Chris Ash is
I think it's John O'Shea.
John O'Shea. Okay, that makes sense. Buy, sell, hold. Chris Ash is actually being brought in to be the secondary coach, and Mike Mickens will be the main defensive coordinator, and possibly Chris Ash being his co-defensive coordinator.
As cool as it would be if that was the case, that's a sell. That's not what the offer was to Chris Ash that I was told. So if Chris Ash ends up being the hire, and I've heard people say, well, it hasn't happened yet, and so maybe something's going on. Notre Dame tends to take a while with working through all the paperwork and interviews. I don't know if that's what's going on. I don't know if he turned the job down. I don't know if he just hasn't accepted yet, or if he's looking at other schools, or he has accepted it and they're just going through the normal paperwork to make it happen. I don't know where things stand. I'm just being honest. I don't know where things stand right now. I wish I did. I know that he was offered the job. That's all I can say for sure. Don't know anything beyond that. But I also know for a fact that he was offered the coordinator role. Now, do I believe that John Bryce reported that Mike Mickens, they're still talking about being the co-D coordinator? Do I believe that to be true? I do. Number one, I know John Bryce is pretty connected with those type of sources at Notre Dame. I've also been told that by pretty good sources. But it would be, without a doubt, Chris Ash running the defense. That's what it would be. So sell this. Not that I'm saying I wouldn't prefer this, but I'm going to sell this for that reason.
Yep, I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold from B Jam and 41. A freshman starts day one in the secondary in 2025.
I'm going to sell that just because of what's coming back. It's going to be hard for a freshman to start. I mean, I think Dallas Golden's a stud. I have him as a top 50 recruit. I think Cree Thomas is a top 100 recruit. Mark Zachary, I think Cree Thomas has a ton of talent. He's going to be, we've answered this question before. He's the biggest sleeper in the class for me. Jadon Blair's a stud. I have him as a top 50 recruit. But they're going to have to beat out some really good players. So the only way a cornerback starts day one is if there's an injury. And I don't know that day one will be when a safety starts. Could it happen? Of course. I'm not going to predict a day one. Just like Benjamin Morrison didn't start as a true freshman in game one. And he had a much easier path to starting based on the roster than any of these kids will have. And he just still didn't start day one. Leonard Moore didn't start day one. So, no, I don't think any of them will start day one, barring injury.
I'm in the same boat. Barring injury, I'm selling this one. Another buy-sell hold from B-Jam in 41. Alabama misses the playoffs again next year with possible losses to Georgia, Tennessee, LSU, or South Carolina.
Let me look at Alabama's 2025 schedule real quick because I have actually not looked at their schedule yet to kind of get a sense of where they are. First of all, I'm going to answer this question when I do answer it with an asterisk because I have to go look. I've not gone through and seen everything that people have lost yet and what's coming back and all that kind of stuff. I haven't. I'll say this. First and foremost, before I go through the schedule, I still think Kalen DeBoer is a heck of a coach. They're going to be better in year 2 than they were in year 1. I don't think he had a quarterback that fits his system at all. You're seeing Jalen Milroe struggling mightily to do simple things at the Senior Bowl. Look, I don't know if Ty Simpson's the guy. I don't know if he's going to go with the young kid that he brought with him from Washington, whose name escapes me right now, who I think is a talented player. I don't know what he's going to do in that regard, but what I do feel confident in saying is that whoever the quarterback will be will not be as physically gifted as Jalen Milroe, but they will be a much better fit to run that offense. He's still going to have talented athletes at receiver and running back. The offensive line took some hits. Austin Mack, thank you, Ryan. They're going to have talent on defense. There's still a lot of good players at Alabama. They're still going to be really good, and I think they're going to be better coached in year 2. Than they were in year 1, because that's always the case when you're in your second year of a system, and there's a lot of continuity. So with that being said, this is an asterisk because I need to go through their roster, but they play Florida State on the road. That's a win. They play Louisiana Monroe at home. It's a win. They play Wisconsin at home. That's a win. Vandy at home. That's a win. They are going to absolutely annihilate Vanderbilt next year. They're going to be so pissed off about that game. It's not going to be funny. They play Tennessee at home. I think that's a win. They get LSU at home. I think that's a win. Oklahoma at home, another team that they're going to annihilate just for payback alone. Eastern Illinois, that's a win. So then it comes down to they got some tough road games at Georgia, at Missouri, at South Carolina. Those are all tougher games. So, what I got them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then Auburn at home. So how are they going to do at Auburn, at Georgia, at Missouri, at South Carolina? I think they go at worst 1-2 in those games, and they're 10-2. And if Alabama's 10-2, they're going to be in the playoff. That's how I feel. So I'm going to say, as of right now, just a very, very initial glance at their schedule and what I know for a fact they have coming back. I think Alabama will be in the playoff next year at 10-2. I just think this notion that Kalen DeBoer just stopped knowing how to coach football is going to look really bad. He needs time to get the system, get the players in place to fit his system, and whoever his quarterback is going to love throwing to Ryan Williams.
Man.
Love throwing to Ryan Williams.
Man.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I have to take a look at what all they have coming back because I'm not sure. Because, off the top of my head, Georgia, Tennessee, and LSU all have more experience coming back off
at
the
certain
top
spots,
of my head.
Yeah.
But I have no idea what the rest of their teams look like. I don't know what that looks like for Alabama. But I will say if they do go 10-2, then I do think they make the playoffs. I will say also really quick, because I just checked, I saw it in the chat. Pete Thamel did just report that Chris Ash accepted the defensive coordinator position.
Okay, at Notre Dame?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Well, there you go.
So there we go.
All right.
Yep. Reported at 2:55 p.m. today.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, let's get to the next ones, Trev, and try not to let that ruin our mood.
Buy-sell hold from B-Jam in 41. Notre Dame loses their home opener again, this time to Texas A&M, as they struggle to defend quarterback Marcel Reed's dual threat ability. Notre Dame then goes undefeated the rest of the year.
Sell.
Also sell. I think if they're going to drop one of their first 2 games, it's going to be the first one.
And I don't think Marcel Reed is the quarterback that people make him out to be. He only looked like that against LSU.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think you actually brought it up in a show, and because at the start of 2024, you said I would not want to face Texas A&M in November. Mm-hmm. And then they made a change and they performed the way they did down the stretch. And you were like, actually, I would have maybe preferred to have played them. Yeah, I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Wide receiver Jaden Greathouse leads Notre Dame in receiving touchdowns, and Malachi Fields leads the team in receiving yards.
I can see that. I'll buy that. Jaden Greathouse, when targeted, is a touchdown-making dude. I mean, we saw that as a freshman. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, what is it? True fact, he had 4 touchdown receptions in 3 games.
5 overall. And then, Yep. And we saw that in the postseason, too. Would he have 3 touchdowns in the last 2 games? Yeah. When he's targeted, he scores.
Yeah. I mean, he had 3 touchdowns in the final 2 games, but you can call that in 4 total quarters. I mean, yeah. Yep, I'll buy that.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from VCU Irish. At least one Notre Dame receiver will account for 50 catches and 800 yards next season in the regular season.
I'll buy that. I mean, I think that's kind of where I'm thinking that Malachi will be next year as the boundary guy, 12 games. I think he'll be close to that. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, I'd buy that too. I mean, that's what Malachi did at Virginia.
And if he doesn't, I could see Jaden Greathouse doing that.
Right.
I mean, between one of those 2 guys, one of them I think will be around there next season. And I think the offense is going to throw the ball more next year too.
Yep.
Which is going to be a factor in it.
Another buy, sell, hold from VCU Irish. Love and Price account for 2,000 rushing yards combined in the regular season.
Sell. If they couldn't do that this year when Notre Dame was a heavy running team, and I know that Riley Leonard's a big part of that, but I think next year they're going to rushing yards. If you were to tell me total yards, I could maybe go with you on total yards, but not rushing yards. I'm going to sell in regular season. So I don't even get the 1 playoff game to get to 13. I'm going to sell that. Yeah. I don't think they're going to be super far off though, Trev. You know what I mean? I don't think they're going to be way off. If you were to give me the bowl game, the 13th game, then I could say, yeah, because I could see Jaden or Jeremiah Love having around 11 or 12 and Jadarian having around 6 or 7 in the regular season. And then in the 13th game, that first playoff game, a traditional bowl game, you get that 13th game, then them going over that game. Yeah, I could see that. So I'm going to sell, but I'm not like, I had to think about it for a second, Trev, because even if they're throwing more, if the offense is what I think it could be, I could see them both going up in yards per carry as well. But I think that next year we'll see Jeremiah Love and Price, especially Jeremiah Love, get more yards in different ways than maybe we saw this year.
Yeah, total yards is a different conversation. And also for some of the reason why we said in the previous submission, I think Notre Dame's going to throw the football more in 2025. So I'll sell that one.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold. A Notre Dame player will be responsible for 8 total sacks during the regular season.
Buy. As long as Boubacar Traore is healthy, I think between him and Bryce Young, one of those 2 guys will have 8 sacks in the regular season.
Yep. Buy that as well.
All right.
Buy, sell, hold from KJ Fergie. Notre Dame's defense in 2025 will take a step back from 2024, but still be a top 10 unit in most categories.
What do you think, Trev?
Yeah, I think it depends on what you mean by like a step back. I mean, one, you got to think the 23 defense and the 24 defense went on like a historic run because we didn't even think the 24 defense was going to be able to replicate what 2023 did, right? And it did. There's a lot of different factors. So I'll buy this just because, well, I guess we do know who the defensive coordinator is now. But you have losses in key areas, right? You don't have Riley Mills. You don't have Howard Cross. You don't have Xavier Watts. So not saying that the potential is not there because it absolutely is. I do think they'll still be a top 10 defense, but that's going to be the biggest question, right? And that's the difference between a really good defense and a championship caliber defense. Last year, Notre Dame had a championship caliber defense. Asking them to replicate that performance with a new defensive coordinator, with the loss of arguably the best player on their team last year, a little bit of a question mark. So initially I will buy that, but I still think this defense, because of the talent, is still going to be really, really good. So I can still see them being a top 10 defense, but maybe not number 1 in quarterback completion and number 1 in quarterback rating and, number 4 in points per game. But I could see them being still inside of the top 10. What about you, Brian? You're muted.
I said the other day, even though I don't like the defensive coordinator hire, he's not a bad coach.
Yeah. He's
not Brian McWhorter, and he's going to inherit a great situation. So do I think they'll take a step back? I don't think they'll take a step back in 2024. I'm going to sell that. I think the step back will start in 2025 or 26 and 27, the further you get away from what Al Golden has done. That's when I think you'll see the step back happen. Okay. I don't think they'll take it because I think there'll be a better run defense next year, and even if they aren't as good in coverage. And I'm also working with the assumption that Mike Mickens is still there. If for some reason he left, and I don't know that he has any intention of leaving, but if he did, then my answer would change.
Sure.
But as long as Chris Ash comes in and works with the current staff and lets Mike Mickens still keep doing his thing in coverage, then I think they'll still be pretty darn good. So.
Sure.
Yeah, and guys, listen, let me explain something to you guys. You talk about on-3 report. First of all, on-3 is terrible in accuracy of recurring. But just because a guy's taking it, not doing anywhere now, doesn't mean he's not going to take a job down the road. Right? So just let things play out a little bit. I hope Mike Mickens doesn't leave. Mm-hmm. That's all I know, is that I hope he stays. Right?
Yeah.
That's what matters.
Absolutely.
But it's not just about that. It's will Chris Ash trust Mike Mickens to get him the same responsibility and listen to him the same way that Al Golden did when it comes to coverage? That's the bigger question. Not just if he's still on staff, it's will he have the same role? Al Golden was a front 7 guy in his career. Chris Ash is a DB guy. Will he listen and trust Mike Mickens to coach the position he coaches the same way that the others?
Fair enough.
The question.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. One or more of either Cam Williams, KK Smith, Logan Saldate, or Micah Gilbert will have a breakout season in 2025.
Because you gave me all 4 options, I'm buying that. I mean, I think one of them has a breakout. One of them's going to jump up to 25, 30 catches next year, I could see. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah. I'll absolutely. I mean, because you got to think, too, like it's not even a question of like what is a breakout season. I don't think outside of KK Smith, I don't think any of those guys recorded a reception in 2024. So yeah, I mean, if they're somewhere around the 20 to 30 range, get in meaningful minutes and not like a garbage time situation where they're just up on so many opponents, which I would love, then yeah, I'll buy that as well. Buy, sell, hold from Kerry Later. The decision to re-sign Coach Freeman and announcing it before a single playoff game not only helped Notre Dame in the playoffs, but is also playing a huge role in the boost in recruiting we are seeing, compared to Notre Dame making it all the way to the semis, losing the title game, and then announcing they were keeping head coach Marcus Freeman.
I think so, because it's just not being talked about. Like once you announce that, before, like I thought they would wait till after the playoff. But the way that they did it turned out to be a really smart move, because now that whole talking point is gone. And I actually think the intention was originally to wait, but because he kept getting asked about it and there kept being these bullcrap rumors about him and the Bears, which were bullcrap, you know what I mean? And people were going to keep doing their clickbait thing about Marcus Freeman. I think they felt that they needed to get it done now and announce it now. So yes, I do believe that got sped up, because that's just my opinion based on a couple things I've heard. But it's not directly like really close sources. So that's why I'm being honest. Like I think this is more my opinion, but I do think that ended up being a really smart move, because it eliminated that talking point. And so now, like, there was no talk going into the championship game about Freeman and the Bears. None. No talk going into the Georgia game or Penn State game about Freeman and the Bears. Not honest conversation, because once he signed the extension, when people still tried to do that clickbait crap, it started getting ignored and dismissed. It's like, dude, just signed an extension. You know what I mean? Like, he's not going to sign an extension right now knowing he's talking to the Bears. He's not going to do that. So then it became more obvious that it was clickbait, and people ignored it. His players didn't have to talk about it. His coaches didn't get asked about it. He didn't have to really address it as much anymore, and it wasn't a major talking point. So that's kind of where I look at it. I think it ended up being a smart move, and now they don't have to dress it on the recruiting trail or any of that kind of stuff. That's the reality of it. So I think that was smart.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it eliminated the distractions, right? I mean, you go through and you look at this coaching staff already had to fight tooth and nail to keep this team focused on the season early, right? Handling success was an issue and all those other things. So for me, I think it was a really smart move. Really smart move. So bye. Buy, sell, hold again from Kerry later. Looking at the schedule and who we have returning on the roster, either going 9-3, not being in the playoffs, 10-2, but barely missing it next year would most likely indicate a personnel issue instead of a talent issue. I think we will do better than that, but I think the playoffs showed that Notre Dame is talented enough to go all the way, barring injuries.
I'm trying to kind of get a read of this. I guess I don't understand the difference between a personnel issue and a talent issue.
I'm reading it like personnel, like as in like a coaching issue, not a talent issue.
If they go 9-3 or worse next year, it's absolutely it's either A, because he said barring injuries. It's either, I mean, that would be the only reason other than coaching that it would be they would be worse than 10-2 next year. Yeah, 100% coaching issue.
Yeah,
they dropped the ball somewhere somehow. That's what it would be.
Easily. Yeah, I mean the team is way too talented to go 9-3. It would have to be just another detrimental barrage of injuries for it to even be in the realm of conversation. For me, specifically, to be around, it was the players, right? It was the performance of the on-field. But even then, you talk about performance on field, you go into preparation, scheme, were they put in a position to succeed, all things like that.
Yeah. It's funny. Some dude just jumped into the chat. Two dudes thinking we should change the topic to talk about Chris Ash being officially hired because it just broke when we literally talked about it for an hour 2 days ago. This is not new. This is just making known what we've already discussed several days ago. So if you want to talk, so go find another live show that's talking about that. If there is one, there isn't one. We already. You want to know what we think about Chris Ash? Go watch the hour-long video we did 2 or 3 days ago. Nothing's going to change now. So we're going to keep having fun doing a buy, sell, hold. And if you don't want to talk about buy, sell, hold, here's the cool thing. Take your thing, right, like this, your little mouse, go up here and pick a different channel to watch. We're going to keep having fun with the buy, sell, hold.
Word. Buy, sell, hold from Bronco 30 CH. Passing up on Mike Mickens will eventually lead to him leaving Notre Dame.
Well, Mike Mickens is eventually going to leave Notre Dame anyway. I mean, he wants to be a D coordinator and he wants to be a head coach. Eventually, someday he was going to leave. Even if he got hired as the defensive coordinator, I think someday he was going to leave. I think that's what was going to happen. He was going to get a head coaching job some way, somehow. Does that mean he's going to leave faster than normal? That I don't know the answer to. I don't know. We'll find that out. I hope not.
Yeah.
I'm going to hope sell this one. How about that?
Love it.
We do hope sells and hope buys, right? So I'm going to hope sell this one.
I am also hope selling. More of a follow-up here. Buy, sell, hold. Losing Mike Mickens would be more detrimental to the team than losing Chad Bowden or Al Golden due to his combination of coaching and recruiting.
Buy. I think he's the best DB coach in the business. Buy.
Yeah, definitely buy. With all the young talent coming in and all the potential of this group, yes, buy.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold. No other major coaching changes will occur to the staff this offseason.
Hold.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a given that changes will happen, but there are coaches that are being talked to. There's a report coming out that Joe Rudolph might be looked at by the Bears. I don't know how much truth there is to that. I do know that there's some other coaches on staff that are getting some sniffs from NFL teams. I don't know how interested they are in leaving. So my understanding, talking to different people, is that the coaching staff is kind of in place and they're happy here, but there's always that one job that comes open that you can't turn down. So, for example, look at Al Golden. Al Golden was not looking to leave Notre Dame. The Bengals job comes open. His family still lives in Cincinnati. He loved to work at that organization. I think Al Golden left because the Bengals came calling. If the Bengals would have had a great year and he doesn't leave, I don't know that Al Golden leaves. There are jobs like that for all coaches where it's like, I'm happy where I'm at, but that one job came open and I can't say no to it because of it's the job I want. It's an opportunity I want. It's a salary that I want. It's getting my, like Greg Allen or Tom Allen. I don't think Tom Allen disliked coaching at Penn State, but a job like Clemson comes open where you can, you and your wife can be closer to your kids and your grandkids. It's not that I wanted to leave Penn State, but this is a great opportunity for us, and so I'm going to take it. There's always those opportunities that come about, so I don't want to say sell and for sure that no one's leaving. I don't know of anyone right now that's going to leave, but there are reports out there that at least one coach is being interviewed by an NFL team, and there's going to be more interviews that are going to be coming with coaches looking to fill positions, and I'm sure some Notre Dame coaches are going to get looked at. I just don't know of anyone that's looking to leave. But I don't want to say bye because obviously there's still a chance that somebody could get poached here at some point in time down the road. But I do think most of the coaches on the staff that I know of are happy and planning on coming back next year.
Yeah, I'm going to hold on to too. Look, man, I mean, I don't have like internal sources with the team. I'm just playing the number of probability. The national championship was 9 days ago. Okay. As crazy as that sounds to say, the offseason is far from over. I mean, you could make the argument the offseason has barely started, right? And so it's a long road ahead. So I'm going to hold. I mean, my hope is all of the staff returns like the way that it is right now, but you just never know. You just never know. Notre Dame could have matched USC's offer to Bowden, but chose not to. Buy, sell, hold.
Yeah, they could have. That's a buy.
Yep.
Yeah, if they wanted to offer him, I mean, they have the money to offer him that, but you also have to be smart about just because you can match an offer for a certain amount doesn't mean you should. I mean, you have to understand, like, there's a certain level of value to a certain position that some school, like, I love people say, well, I deserve X amount of dollars. Well, based on what? Your feelings? You're not worth, you're worth whatever someone's willing to pay you. That's what your worth is. Whatever you feel your worth is one thing. USC felt Chad Bowden's worth was I think the report I saw was $1.3 million. Notre Dame did not feel it was a smart investment to put that kind of money into one position like that. I could hire 2 to 3 people to do the job of one guy with $1.3 million.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how you have to look at it. So that's kind of why I say I buy that. I think they could have. No question. I think they chose not to.
Yeah, absolutely. Buy, sell, hold. If Steve Angeli or Kenny Minchie is not the starter for the Miami game, both will enter the transfer portal.
I'm going to sell that. I think one of them staying. And honestly, I don't plan on talking a lot about the quarterbacks transferring over the next few months. I want to talk about, and there's nothing wrong with your question, Bronco, because a lot of people are asking the same thing. But for me, if anybody transfers, it's going to be after the spring. So let's see how the spring goes out. Let's see how that competition goes down first. Let's enjoy the competition. Let's enjoy these kids battling. And then if somebody leaves, we'll address it then. I don't really plan on – there's a lot of stuff out there about who's going to leave and all that kind of stuff. And I just kind of – like every article, I wrote 3 articles about Steve, Kenny, and then CJ. And every single one has responses about so-and-so is going to leave. And I'm like, okay, maybe. But can't we just enjoy the next 3 months of watching these kids compete and battle, and then we can address who may or may not leave after the fact? But I'm just going to enjoy it. Right now, all 3 of those kids are committed to being part of Notre Dame and competing in a quarterback battle in the spring. That's going to be what my focus is on. Am I also naive to think that all 3 of them will stay? No, I'm not that either. But until I know who is going to win the job, I can't possibly know who's going to transfer.
I'm in the same boat. Buy, sell, hold from I Am Tenzin. Lacrosse gets the 3-peat. Man, I hope so. I hope by that one. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. The lacrosse games are electric, man. If you didn't watch any of the highlights of them, they're fun to watch. And it'd be cool to have, Jordan Faison. I mean, there were reports that came out that Jordan Faison was kind of helping talk through with the football team, like what, championship process looks like and what it means to put in the work to be a championship caliber team, because he witnessed that with the lacrosse team. So not only would it benefit the football team with, Jaden Greathouse, I just think it would be awesome for the school. I'm one of those where I'm a Notre Dame fan with everything, I know there's some that are Notre Dame football, this different college basketball team, this, I love when the school does great. I love that the Lax team is great. I love that the women's basketball team's great. Hopefully the basketball team get things turned around, but yeah, I think it'd be fantastic. So I'll hope by it.
Yeah. I don't know anything about lacrosse. I have no clue, but I'll be rooting for him.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame breaks through for the darn title, 25-26.
Buy. I've said that I said before 2024 that I think Notre Dame wins a title in the next 3 years. So 24, they got to the title game, 25 and 26. I saw nothing this year that makes me think that prediction won't come true. So I'm still going to buy it.
Mm-hmm. And then buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame has the best linebacker and secondary group next season.
I can't honestly answer that question because I don't know every linebacker room and secondary room right now. I've got to, we'll do that this offseason. We'll kind of go through and we'll look at different aspects of who's coming back, what new guys are coming in, all that kind of stuff. I can comfortably say this. I think they'll be in the conversation in both.
Yeah.
I can't say for sure that that's the case. Trev, take these next couple.
Yeah. Let me see if I can. Sorry, guys. I don't think I have the ability. There we go. Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. We lost fewer guys to the transfer portal than expected. No, I mean, we talked earlier in the show, Domer, about some of these, and the numbers were kind of what was expected, right? We talked through some of the moves were some of it was calculated attrition, right? I don't think you can not ask, but I think it would have been unrealistic to believe that Deion Colsey and Jaden Thomas would have came back for their final year of eligibility, right? We had talked that, odds are one of Pat Coogan and Rocco Spindler were going to head out because, again, it's your final opportunity to make an impact on your own career. And all four of those guys that I just listed off did hey, we're going to put the team first. And all of them did it, right? I mean, Deion Colsey as a wide receiver was asked strictly to come in on blocking situations. Jaden Thomas, was not utilized the way that, he probably wanted to throughout the season. Rocco Spindler and Pat Coogan were returning starters from 2023, and they were asked to do a different role in 2024. And so all of them, thing that they had in common, they all got their degree from Notre Dame. In Rocco's case, he got a second. And so you look at that and you say, what more do you have to offer this team? And so I'm going to sell it. I think the numbers were right as what were expected. Now, the spring portal window, it could be different, and we might have to go back through and reevaluate what that question is right after the spring, because you never know how that plays out. But as of right now, initially, I think they were right on par. Which, good follow-up here, Domer Grizz. Buy, sell, hold. The spring window could look significantly different after position battles are settled this spring. I'll buy that. I don't know about significantly, but I mean, the team has scholarship numbers that they have to hit, right? And I think right now they have, like 22 scholarship defensive linemen alone. So I think you could end up losing more people in the spring just based on how position battles play out. Who knows? I know we talked about the quarterback battle. I don't know. We talked about this yesterday, actually. I don't think that they're going to have an answer by the end of spring unless somebody really separates themselves, right? Things could look different. I mean, as much as you don't want to, injuries are a part of the game, and somebody could get hurt in the spring. That might have changed the opinion on somebody who, you never know. There's a lot of different potential roads that could be. But I do think that the spring window could look different than where it's at right now. Buy, sell, hold from Hayden 32. At least one freshman on each side of the ball will force themselves to be a starter by game 1.
Sell. I don't know who those guys would be. Like looking at the no quarterback, no running back. Love James Flanagan. I don't see that happening at tight end. No receivers. Maybe Will Black, but he won't be here in the spring. Anthony Knapp was here in the spring. Now it's a big difference. Gerby Lambert wasn't here in the spring, and he was behind. I can't think of anybody on offense. Defensively, Chris Burgess, if there's injuries, maybe. Linebacker, as much as I love Madden Faremo, he's going to have to pass some dudes to start as a freshman. Where I could see it happening on defenses in the secondary, a Dallas Golden, a Mark Zachary, Cree Thomas, a Jadon Blair. If Devontae Smith struggles, I've heard some people love the potential of Brandon Logan at nickel, that kind of stuff. But I don't think one on each side of the ball will get there. I'd be shocked by that.
No, like we said before, barring any injury, I'm selling that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Nope, you're all right.
I don't know how that happened.
Buy, sell, hold. Next year's Denbrock offense will look completely different from this year's.
Oh, buy the heck out of that. And this isn't a criticism or a negative. Some people take it this way. But when you go from Riley Leonard to the guys on the roster now, you can't run the same offense. And that's not saying that they weren't running a great offense under Riley Leonard. It's not saying you can't run a great offense next year. It's just different. When you have CJ Carr or Kenny Minchie or Steve Angeli at quarterback, your offense, if you are a good coach, your offense will look different with them at quarterback than it did with Riley Leonard. If you're a good coach. If you're a bad coach and you're just, I'm going to run what I run, it doesn't matter what my talent is, then it may look the same. But Mike Denbrock didn't get to this point in his life by being that guy. You know what I mean? He tailored that offense. He's not going to go into the national title game next year with CJ Carr or Kenny Minchie quarterback and run the ball 9 times to the quarterback on the first drive of the game, right? It won't look anything like that. They may go on an 18-play drive, 75 yards. It takes 9 minutes off the clock, but it's not going to be a lot of quarterback runs. So you'll see that be different. Yes, no question. The concepts won't be super, super different. You'll see some stuff that they'll do maybe more of next year. Like as a coach, you have a array of concepts that you like in the pass game. You don't run all of them because A, you may not have the receivers to run all of them. B, your quarterback may not be comfortable with certain concepts. He just doesn't throw it well. And Trev, you and I broke that down after the bye week. After the first couple games of the bye week, you started noticing, hey, they're emphasizing this, and this more. They're not doing as much of this and this. That tells me that Mike Denbrock has a much better feel of what Riley Leonard's good at and what he's not good at now. And he's leaning into the stuff that Riley Leonard's good at. That's called being a good football coach. Next year with Steve or Kenny or CJ, they'll feel differently. They'll like things that Riley didn't like as much. They'll throw things better. There'll be things that Riley liked that they don't like as much, things that they like that Riley didn't like as much. And then, of course, the run game is going to look a lot different. So I think next year's will be much better. We'll skip the third one. But, yeah, I think next year's offense will look a lot. I'm not saying it'll be better or worse. That's not what the question is asking me. I think it's going to be different. I actually think it's going to be a lot better. And that's not because of the quarterback change. That's just because you're going to have a better offensive line, hopefully with less injuries. You're going to be a better receiver, I think. Your running backs now have a year under their belt as the dudes. I just think overall the offense is going to be a lot better. But one thing I can say for sure, without knowing if it's going to be better or worse, I can confidently say that it'll definitely look different in how it's used.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, you just look at the personnel changes and regardless of who the starting quarterback is going to be, I don't think they're going to be drawing up a whole lot of QB counters with them, right? I don't think that you brought in Malachi Fields, somebody that can stretch the field vertically at the boundary position to be a downfield blocker, right? I don't think it's
and run a bunch of hitches and, he'll do all that stuff, but it won't just be that.
Right.
I wonder, too, how the breakout from Jaden Greathouse impacts things as well. Because one thing that you and I talked about, I heard from a lot of people, like, Jaden Greathouse didn't have the jump in the fall that we thought he would in the great spring. And I'm like, that's true. But why? Why didn't he have that? Well, who was throwing him all those balls in the spring? It was Steve, it was Kenny, and it was CJ, not Riley, because Riley wasn't practicing. Mm-hmm. So him and Riley never developed that connection in the regular season like he had with the other quarterbacks who threw to Jaden all the time. Sometimes you're like, dude, it's double covered. You might want to look somewhere else. They love throwing to Jaden Greathouse. Well, next year, those guys are going to be throwing to Jaden a lot more. So even things like that, the schemes may be the same, but a quarterback may like throwing to certain parts of that scheme differently. One quarterback may feel a lot more comfortable, throwing to the slot fade a certain way. One guy loves throwing the back shoulder slot fade. The other guy likes leading this. I mean, there's all so when he throws a slot fade will come at a different time than another guy will. Even something like that, where the concept is still the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I saw that. People just making up stuff now.
Buy, sell, hold from JG Whitetown. This year's defense will score more points than last year's.
Sell.
Yeah.
They scored 6 defensive touchdowns this year. Could it happen? Of course it could happen, but that's asking a lot. That's asking a whole lot, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. The defense will have 50 sacks and 30 interceptions this season upcoming.
50 sacks. I mean, they had 40 this year. I mean, part of it is how many games they're going to play, I guess is kind of part of it. Are they going to play 16 games again? If they play 16 games again, I'm pretty comfortable saying that. But look, Chris Ash in 2015's, his defense only had 38 sacks, and he had Joey Bosa on his team. So, yeah. And Sam Hubbard and Tyquan Lewis. I don't know that that's what his defense is geared towards. That's not a criticism. That's not a negative. George is a team that doesn't generate a lot of sacks either with elite players. Not every defense is geared towards generating sacks. If you look at Georgia's defense in 2021, their national championship year, they played 15 games. They had 49 sacks with all the dudes they had on that team. Next year in 2022, they had 35 sacks in 15 games. Not every defense is geared towards racking up a ton of sacks. So I haven't seen anything in Chris Ash's past that makes me think he's going to be a guy that's like, let's roll up a ton of sacks. I haven't seen that. That's not a criticism, by the way, because now anytime I say something about Chris Ash, there's only 3 teams in college football that had over 50 sacks last year. 3. And that was Boise at 55, Ohio State at 53, and Ole Miss at 52. The next highest was Texas at 46. It's a lot of sacks.
Yeah, I mean, sacks, maybe. Interceptions, I'm definitely selling. Notre Dame played in 16 games last year and had 19. 30 interceptions is an insane. The leader in college football this year, I think, at 22. So 30 interceptions is a lot. I'm definitely selling that one. 50 sacks, I think it depends on edge production. It depends on what Chris Ash's scheme is going to be, which what history tells us is it might not be geared around that. So, yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm deleting your comments for a reason. Stop posting the same thing over again. We don't do the rumor bull crap here. It's not happening. Just let it go, my man. All right. The other thing too, Trevor, is the most sacks and most interceptions any team has had since from 2016 to now. So that's a stretch of 8-9 years is 26. So I'll say this. If Notre Dame has 50 sacks and 30 interceptions next year, they're winning the national championship. And Chris Ash might get the Broyles Award. I'm serious. Like, that's a phenomenal season.
Yeah.
Like, that is an elite season on defense.
Oh, I mean, 50 sacks and 30 interceptions, you start getting into the conversation of like,
is this the best defense Notre Dame's ever? Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot.
I mean, that is.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I mean, averaging almost 2 picks a game. I mean.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold. The offense will have a 3,000-yard passer, a 1,500-yard rusher, and a 1,000-yard receiver this upcoming season.
Sell. I don't know that Jeremiah Love will get to 1,500 yards rushing. I don't know that. I don't know that they'll have a 1,000-yard receiver, but I mean, the season goes long enough. Sure. I mean, for sure. Yeah. I'm comfortable with the 30,000 yard, 30,000. I'm comfortable with the 3,000 yard. I almost did it again. I'm comfortable with a 3,000 yard passer. I fully expect that. I'm comfortable with I'm more comfortable with a 1,000-yard receiver than I am a 1,500-yard rusher, just because of how deep the backfield is. And I don't know that you're going to want to give Jeremiah Love the touches to get to 1,500 yards. But I could also see a scenario where if Notre Dame plays 16 games again, that he could get to that. But it would require them to, I think, get to the title. Because if they get to the title game, he'd have to average less than 100 yards a game to get there. And I could see that. It's just the split and carries. And I also think, now here's the thing I'll say, I'm much more comfortable if you were to say that they'll have a guy on offense that has 1,500 yards of offense.
Yeah.
I'd be much more comfortable with that for Jeremiah. For sure.
Yeah, total yards. It's kind of funny. I think we're going to go from this past season. It was you have to pay attention to Riley Leonard's total output, not just his yards through the air. I think for this upcoming season, I think with Jeremiah Love, it's going to be a lot of, hey, look at his total production, not just, well, he didn't have a 100-yard on the ground game, whatever. I mean, Travion Henderson didn't go for over 100 yards this entire season, and that dude was a dude this season. So I think it'll be something like that. 3,000. I'll do this. Buy the passer, buy the receiver, sell the runner. That's where I'm at with it. Yeah, I mean, Riley Leonard.
You're assuming that they're going to play at least 2 games in the postseason as well, based on what we talked about yesterday, right?
Yeah. Yep. Buy, sell, hold. By the NC State game this year, Notre Dame will be ranked either number 1 or number 2 in the country.
So that. I mean, that would mean that they beat Texas A&M and Miami, which is doable. So they play NC State on October 11th. So that would mean Notre Dame would buy the NC. So they'd be 5-0. They would have beaten Miami, beaten Texas A&M, beaten Boise State, and beaten NC State. Number 1 or number 2. I'm going to buy that because you said number 1 or number 2. And the reason I'm going to buy that is because there's a game taking place in week 1 that is going to be a pretty big one, Trev. And that's going to be, I believe, Ohio State and Texas play each other in the opener, correct? So they play in Ohio Stadium. I think both of them will be ranked ahead of Notre Dame. It will not shock me at all if Ohio State and Texas are number 1 and number 2 coming into the season. After that game, so if you look at Notre Dame plays NC State October 11th, so after that game, if Ohio State wins, they will play Grambling, Ohio, Washington, Minnesota, and they're going to win all those games. Texas will play after that. If they win, will play San Jose State, UTEP, Sam Houston, and Florida on the road. I think they win all those games if they beat Ohio State at worst. So I think one of them will be ranked ahead of Notre Dame for sure. Do I think that Notre Dame can kind of get ahead of them there? Possible, but it just depends. Part of it's going to depend on, Trev, where they're ranked in the preseason, because there's a chance Penn State's going to be ranked ahead of them. Does Penn State play a challenging enough schedule next year? And I mean, Penn State plays Nevada, Florida International, Villanova, at UCLA. The only game they really play that's a tough game in the first before that is Oregon at home. Well, if they play Oregon at home, they'll probably be ranked ahead of Notre Dame. And then Oregon may jump ahead of Notre Dame if they go on the road and beat Penn State.
Right.
So that's still kind of early in the season. It just depends on where the preseason rankings are. I don't know that because I think Penn State beats Oregon at home next year. If I'm making a very early prediction, I'd predict Penn State to win that game. They're going to beat the rest of the bum teams they play. I mean, they literally play. This is ridiculous. Penn State. Let me find it. Where did I go? Where'd that go? Where's the Penn State schedule? So Penn State plays Nevada, Florida International, and Villanova. And then they have a bye. Come on. Give me a break.
Yep. And then they play at UCLA, home against Northwestern, at Iowa, and then another bye. And then so before their 2 bigger games of the season, but when they play Oregon at home and then at Ohio State, they have bye weeks before both of those games.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, they play Indiana, who knows how they're going to be next year, and then at Michigan State, Nebraska, and then Rutgers. And then they already have, Yeah.
Yeah. Ohio State also has a bye before that Penn State game, and then they have a bye before their trip to Washington. So I'm gonna buy it because it's certainly possible, but I think they'll more likely they'll be third unless there's a couple upsets. Unless, Trev, as I said, they're ranked third or second preseason.
Yeah.
Which I don't think they will. I think they'll be ranked fourth to fifth, somewhere around there, fourth to sixth, probably in that range.
Yep, I'm with you. The only other team that I could see maybe coming up would be like Georgia, depending on where they fall rank, because all before October 11th, they'll play at Tennessee. Then they have an open game that I think still needs scheduled or a bye week in there maybe. And then they play Alabama at home, and then they play at Auburn on October 11th. So maybe depending on where they fall, if they're able to win those games, who knows? But
and that's Georgia you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So before the NC State game, as you mentioned, they played Marshall, Austin Peay at Tennessee, and Bam at home. If they're undefeated, they not only will be ranked ahead of Notre Dame, they should be ranked ahead of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
With those kind of wins. Notre Dame beating Miami and Texas A&M will be big wins, but that's not like beating Tennessee on the road and beating Alabama. It's not the same.
Yeah.
So they should be ranked ahead of them if the record's the same.
Yep.
Yeah. I just find it funny that somebody said, I guarantee you Ohio State, Penn State would not hire Chris Ash as DC. Ohio State did hire Chris Ash as their defensive coordinator, number one. Number two, Ohio State also reached out to him, I was told, this past week about his potential of coming back. So, my man, I love you, Tom, but you got to take a deep breath, buddy, because the guy literally has a national championship ring from Ohio State. I'm not even a Chris Ash. I'm not a fan of this hire, but let's not get crazy. I mean, our Urban Meyer literally hired this guy and they won a national title together. So let's just take a deep breath here. Okay. It's one thing not to like the hire. It's another thing to kind of go a little bit off the deep end and just like somebody on the board was like, oh, they're going to lose 4 games next year. Y'all chill. You know what I mean? Like there's not liking the hire. I don't like the hire. I've said this, but let's not act like Notre Dame's going to go 8-4 next year either. He's not an elite coach. He's not Brian Van Gorder either. And let's not also forget that there was a year Notre Dame went 10-3 with Brian Van Gorder as a defensive coordinator. So let's just take a deep breath. Okay. I get you're frustrated. I am as well. But let's not be crazy. And let's not say things like Ohio State would never hire a guy that they literally hired and won a championship and a Fiesta Bowl with. Let's just take a deep breath and not go down that road.
Buy, sell, hold from Dropping Dimes. Jabron Payne rushes for 400 yards and 2 touchdowns with 2 receiving touchdowns.
Sell. I wouldn't mind it. Jabron Payne's a good runner. I just think the year off, he's going to have a hard time passing up Aeneas Williams and Kedron.
Yep.
So I'm going to sell that one.
I'm in the same boat. Sell. Buy, sell, hold from Southern Highland Irish. Jaden Greathouse will average 7 targets per game and be a finalist for the Biletnikoff Award in 2025.
I don't know that 7 targets a game gets him in the Biletnikoff list.
And I was about to say, unless he keeps up the efficiency, unless he gets targeted 7 times a game and has 7 receptions.
But yeah, I mean, at the number he was at this year, that's about 5 catches a game. So it's like 60 catches in the regular season. Unless he's averaging 20 plus per catch. We did that in the title game, but that's not normally how that position is going to be. I don't know that that's going to be the case. I think the 7 targets a game I'm on with that. I don't disagree with that. I think that could happen. Where I'm pushing back on is that equals Biletnikoff Award. I just don't think that Notre Dame's going to have a receiver that puts up the kind of numbers, individual numbers to get him in the Biletnikoff Award. That doesn't mean that they won't have a couple receivers that aren't big-time dudes and impact players. Malachi could be that. Jaden could be that. But Biletnikoff Award winners are guys that put up monster numbers. Like when Golden Tate won it, he put up 90-some catches for over 1,400 yards. I don't know. No one's going to come close to that kind of production. I mean, Jeff Samardzija had 2 years with over 1,000 yards. He didn't win it. Will Fuller had 65 catches for over 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns in 2015, and he wasn't a Biletnikoff finalist. Like it's about monster numbers in certain teams. I don't think either one of those guys will put up the kind of numbers you need. I'm not talking about impact and being really good. I'm just saying it's a volume thing, and I don't think they'll have the volume.
Yep. Yeah, I'll buy that he gets 7 targets a game. I'll sell the Biletnikoff final. And another thing for me, look, it's going to be a common theme until I see it. And I think Jaden Greathouse has amazing potential, and we saw how good he can be in the postseason. I can't go from Notre Dame not having an 1,000-yard receiver for years and years and years to saying that one of them is going to be a Biletnikoff.
Yeah, because their last one was like 19, right?
Yeah.
And that guy wasn't a Biletnikoff finalist either, Chase Claypool. And then before that, their last 1,000-yard receiver was 2015. So in the last 10 years, they've had 1,000-yard receiver because Will Fuller was more than 10 years ago, right? So 24, 23, 22, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. No, well, technically Will Fuller was, if we look at 24 past, he would be, but looking at upcoming this year, Will Fuller falls right outside that last 10 years.
Yep.
So Michael Floyd had a 1,000-yard season and 100 catches in 2011, and he wasn't a Biletnikoff finalist.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame's defense will finish 2025 top 5 in turnovers, scoring, and pass defense.
I'm going to sell that, even if the defense is every bit as good as it was last year. I think they'll be top 5 in turnovers. I think they'll be top 5 in pass defense. But again, if Chris Ash comes in, does exactly the same kind of job as Al Golden, allows Mike Mickens to run the secondary the same exact way that Mike Mickens wants to run the secondary, all that kind of stuff nothing really changes. I still don't know that Notre Dame's going to be in the top 5 in scoring defense next year. They were tied for 4th this year. I just think the quality of the offenses they're going to play next year is better. And you could have a year where you give up more points, but you're actually better because you're holding a much higher caliber of offense to a much lower score than they relatively would, even though your overall numbers may not seem like it. You know what I mean, Trev? Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but like I could give up 17 points a game as a defensive coordinator next year at Notre Dame, and you're going to look at it and say, well, man, the numbers weren't great, as good as last year. But it's like, yeah, but if you look at what it was relative to our competition, we actually held our opponents to more points below their season average than we did last year when we only gave up 15 points a game, because we were playing teams that were much significantly better on offense. And I just think overall, the quality of the offenses they're going to play next year is going to be better than the quality of the offense they played this last year. So even if you assume that Chris Ash is every bit as good as Al Golden, I think they could finish top 5 in turnovers. I think they could finish top 5 in pass defense. I think finishing top 5 in scoring also is going to be a little bit tough. Scoring and pass defense, one of those two, I think falls out of the top 5, even if they're good. And also partly because they're going to play some teams that they're going to blow out. They don't play a second option team this year. There's just a lot of factors in why I don't think they'll be top 5 in all of those, even if they're still going to be an elite defense.
I think some of it too has to do with their offensive production. I think the offense is going to put up more points per game this season, just because I think it's going to be geared to more than not. Like, since they don't have a rushing quarterback in Riley Leonard, I don't know if you're going to see as many of the 14 play, 7.5 minute long drives. Like, I think the offense will have that capability. I just think they're going to be more vertically oriented in 2025. So like I could see something like the pass defense not being in the top 5. That doesn't mean I think that they're going to be 28th. It's just teams are going to have to throw a lot more, I think, on Notre Dame this year than in previous years. I know they finished top 10 in scoring offense or scoring as a team this year, but I think a lot of it is going to be like a lot of offensive production. That's kind of how I see it playing out, Brian.
This is not meant to take anything away from the job Al Golden did this year. He did a phenomenal job.
Oh, yeah.
But we can also admit that they played some really bad offenses too. And they dominated those offenses the way an elite coach. Because like Notre Dame finished at 15.5 points per game. And that's because Al Golden took his foot off the gas in a lot of games. And they gave up a lot of garbage touchdowns. Next year, you're not playing as many bad offenses. That's just what it comes down to. I mean, if he cared as much about rankings as some other coaches, Notre Dame would have been very right there with Ohio State in about 11, 12 points a game on the season.
Oh yeah, easily. So, I mean, yeah.
You're just playing. So my honestly, Trev, my answer would be the same if Al Golden was coming back. I don't know that they're going to finish top 5 in all those. Even if they're going to be an elite defense, it's going to be hard to finish in the top 5 again in all those.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold from Southern Highland Irish. Notre Dame will have at least one finalist for 3 separate offensive awards in 2025. Belintikov, the Davey O'Brien, the Maxwell, the Doak Walker, John Mackey, Joe Moore Award, etc. I mean,
I'm going to sell it because I'm trying to figure out where the third is going to come from. I could see Jeremiah Love being a finalist for the Doak. I could see Notre Dame's offensive line being a finalist for the Joe Moore Award. I'll be disappointed if they're not a finalist next year.
Yeah.
The one I'm having a hard time on is the others. Like, now, if Jeremiah Love is a finalist for Doak Walker, there's a chance he's a finalist for the Maxwell, because that's an offensive player award. Maybe Eli Raridan for the Mackey. I don't see CJ Carr or Kenny Minchie or Steve Angeli getting to the point where they're finalists for Davey O'Brien. But I will say this, Trevor, I don't think there's a lot of great quarterbacks next year. I'm seeing people talking about like Sam Levitt's the best quarterback coming back college football, and I'm not even necessarily pushing back against it. It's just that says a lot about the quality of quarterback playing college football right now. I could see one of those guys, especially, I was going to say it, if it's CJ or Kenny, I could maybe see them being a finalist for one of those awards.
Sure.
But then if CJ's a finalist for the Davey O'Brien, then will Jeremiah Love have enough production to be a finalist for the Doak? So
yeah,
I could see it. But then if he is, then there's a better chance that like Eli Raridan or somebody's in the Mackey, right? So I'm having a hard time getting to 3.
Yeah,
I think 2, 1 or 2. I'll be shocked if they're not a Joe Moore Award finalist next year. Shocked.
Oh yeah,
coach is shocked.
Oh yeah. I mean, they were a semifinalist this year.
Yeah.
So yep, I'm with you.
Yep. Somebody said, "Are we counting the Heisman?" I could see Love being in that. Honestly, like I've said this in the past, the Heisman is basically an offensive award now. I mean, the 2 defensive guys that have ever won it basically only won it because they also played offense. You know, I mean, there's some people that count Travis Hunter as more of an offensive guy than a defensive guy, but no pure defensive guy has won the award. So you could say that. You could say that, John.
Mm-hmm.
And if CJ is a finalist for Doak, then there's a chance that he's finalist for the other.
Yep. Yeah. I'm not even all that upset that Travis Hunter won the Heisman. I'm more upset that he won the Belintikov Award. I thought that was
ridiculous.
I thought that was crazy.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from Detroit Hunter. Florida State is too toxic of a situation at this point to recover under Mike Norvell.
I buy that. We talked about this a little bit yesterday in the mailbag, Trev. This was asked, and I believe that to be true. You sometimes you just get to the point, man, where it's like it's hard to recover. You've hit that breaking point, and I think 2-10 was too much to recover from.
Yeah,
and I don't love the Gus Malzahn hire. I just don't. I don't love that hire.
I'm with you. It's just, yeah, we covered it yesterday. Buy, sell, hold. Florida State ceiling is 7 wins. Floor is 3 in 2025.
Let me look at their schedule. I know they're going to start off 0-1. I'm pretty confident in that. I think they play Alabama in the opener, right? Don't they play Alabama in the opener?
I'm not sure.
So they're going to be 0-1. Yeah, they play Alabama at home in the opener. It's 0-1. Then in the game 2, they play East Texas A&M. That sounds like a team that was in Necessary Roughness or the program, like some made-up name. You know what I mean? Like, because you can't use real names. So, like, they're going to play East Texas A&M. Then they play Kent State, so that's 2-1. At Virginia, home against Miami, home against Pitt, at Stanford. So I'm going to say, I'll give best case scenario, give them a win against East Texas A&M. Give them a win over Kent State, the worst team in FBS. Between at Virginia, home against Miami, home against Pitt, best case scenario, they win 2 of those. At Stanford, that's a win. Home against Wake Forest, that's a win. At Clemson's a loss. At NC State's a loss. At Florida's a loss. And then home against Virginia Tech. Unless they're way better than I think they're going to be, I think 7 is the ceiling. Yeah. I think the floor is higher than 3, though. I will say that. I mean, they're guaranteed 2 wins next year. They're guaranteed to be no worse than 2-1 to start the season, Trevor. Like, guaranteed to be no worse than 2-1.
Yeah, that I agree with. As far as the ceiling goes, look, guys, I have no idea. I'm going to hold on this one solely because I didn't expect them to have the season they had last year. If you would have asked me at the start of 2024 what IU's ceiling was for wins, I probably would have said 6 or 7.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I just have no idea. But floor being above 3, I can agree with. I'll buy that just because I mean, if they lose to Kent State or what'd you say?
But like they're East Texas A&M is formerly Texas A&M Commerce, but they go by East Texas A&M now. Okay. They were not a very good team last year. I'm trying to find it here real quick. They went like 4-3, or they were 3-9 last year as an FCS team. They lost to Grambling. They lost to Sacramento State, UC Davis, Southeastern beat them, Lamar beat them, Prairie View and A&M beat them, McNeese State beat them by 28. Incarnate Word beat them. They beat Houston Christian by a point. They're a bad FCS team, and this year Florida State would have murdered Kent State. Kent State is god awful. So I'm saying they're guaranteed 2 wins out the gate. So that means they got to get 2 more wins against Virginia, Pitt, Stanford, Wake Forest, Virginia Tech. I think they're better than that. I don't know how much better. I mean, their program is a mess, and they're not going to be able – they've done a decent job in the portal, but it's going to be hard for them to reload in the portal after the season that they had. That's the problem, Trev. So I agree with the ceiling. I think the floor is a little higher than 3, though.
Sure.
So I guess technically I'm selling, but the ceiling, if they get more than 7 wins, that's a really nice bounce back by him with the roster that they're going to have next year.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. Conference championship games need to go away so we can either start the playoffs a week earlier.
I buy that should happen. It's not gonna, because there's too much money in the conference championships. They're not going to give that up to start the playoffs early. Well, you're going to make money in the playoffs, but you still make a lot of money for your conference championship.
I would love it.
ESPN doesn't want to give that up, and schools aren't going to get that up because they get the conferences aren't going to want to give that up because they make a lot of money off that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I buy that it should absolutely happen.
Yep, and I think you're going to see more of a push for teams to start saying for those to go away, because all of the conference winners in the playoffs last year went 0-5. They got bounced in their first opportunity. And the 2 teams that made it, that lost their conference, that were runner-ups, just had to play the same amount of games as Notre Dame and Ohio State, who played in the national championship game, but they didn't make it. So I think you'll see teams pushing for it too. I just don't think the conferences will allow it. It's a money grab.
Mm-hmm.
Buy, sell, hold from D-Troll Hunter. Brian Kelly loses another opening week game. Texas figures out how to run the ball between the tackles from the 1-yard line in the offseason and gets revenge on OSU week 1.
Sell. I'm going to sell that one. I don't see Texas beating Ohio State at Ohio State. So that one I'm going to sell, but I don't sell it with conviction. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Texas wins. Texas is losing a lot of players as well. They're both losing a lot of players. They're both going to have new starting quarterbacks, although Arch has a lot more experience than the guys that Ohio State's going to start. I'd have to go look through their rosters again, but I mean, I'm going to lean towards Ohio State at home on this one. Brian Kelly loses another opening week game. Well, I'm going to buy it, but again, not with conviction, and it's only because they're playing at Clemson. It's not a neutral field game. It's at Clemson. That's going to be tough. You know, I mean, if they were playing Clemson on a neutral field, I'd say I think they'd have a shot. I mean, LSU's had a pretty good portal session. I don't think it's as good as maybe people are making it out to be, but it's been good. It's been really good. I think their offensive line's still going to have some problems. Their defense got some much needed boost in talent in the secondary, although it's not like elite talent, but it's definitely better than what they've had. Getting Harold Perkins back, you know, their offensive line I think is a question mark. They're going to be really good, but I also think Clemson's going to be really good, and Clemson's got a lot coming back. So the fact that it's at Clemson, I'm going to sell. I'm going to buy that they lose another game. I'm going to sell that Texas beats Ohio State. I do think they're going to figure out how to run it from the 1, because just with their quarterback alone, they'll be more willing to run it from the one with him. Because Arch will be their quarterback, and he's they put him in just to run the football this year. So I'll buy that part, but I'm going to sell that they're going to get revenge on Ohio State in week 1. But I do neither one of those things with conviction, because I think LSU has a chance to beat Clemson at Clemson, and I think Texas has a chance to beat Ohio State at Ohio State. I'm just wouldn't predict those today, which is why I'm selling them.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'll buy Brian Kelly loses another opening week game. I'm going to sell it also just from the fact that, look, I mean, Texas knew they had the ability to run the ball in between the tackles on the 1 yard line. It's just I don't trust Sarkisian to call it. I mean, honestly, I said it all postseason. Texas is at its best when they run the football. But whenever they get into a big moment, they're the same team. They want to draw up some fancy design play that pushes the ball vertically downfield, and I just don't. I don't know if I trust Sark until I see it. It's one thing to do it against, Texas A&M, quality opponent, not overly great. You do it against Kentucky. You did it against Clemson, who did not have a good run defense last year. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm selling it.
Yeah. We had somebody in the chat use the word discombobulated appropriately. Very well done. Very well done, Salty. Very well done.
Buy, sell, hold from ND for life. Steve Angeli going into the portal after the spring game.
I'm going to hope sell that one because I don't want Steve. I want Steve to stay and get his degree. I think Steve Angeli's a really good backup quarterback. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, he's a really good backup quarterback, and you need that. I mean, Buffalo Bills, greatest comeback that team ever had was with their backup quarterback rallying the troops, Frank Reich, coming off the bench for an injured Jim Kelly and leading them to a victory. Having your backup quarterback is big. You lose your starter at some point in time in the season, you want to have a guy that you can throw in there and go win you a bunch of games. The year that the Denver Broncos won their second Super Bowl, started the season off 13-0, John Elway missed 4 games in the middle of that season, and Bubby Brister came off the bench and led him to 4 victories. You need that kind of guy. Not that Kenny or CJ couldn't be that if they're the backup, but we know that Steve's a really good backup. He's a great locker room guy. So I hope Steve stays. No matter what happens, I hope Steve stays, gets his degree from Notre Dame, and then transfers somewhere for a year and starts for a year afterwards. But if he gets beat out and he chooses to go to the portal, I won't begrudge him for it because kids wants to play. But I hope he stays. So I'm going to hope sell that one.
Yep, I'm going to hope sell it as well. Buy, sell, hold Jordan Faison 10 touchdowns in the regular season.
Sell. He's gonna be a much more used player next year, but 10 touchdowns I don't see. I don't know that anyone on the roster is going to get to 10, and if they did, it would be Greathouse or Malachi. And I'd probably put my money on Greathouse.
Yeah. Yep. Buy, sell, hold. Our quarterback depth chart will be 1 Minchie, 2 CJ, 3 Blake at the start of the season.
Well, this kind of goes to his thing of anticipating Steve Angeli. So I'm gonna hope sell that one just for the Angeli thing alone. But let's just grant the premise of what he says that Steve leaves, just for the argument of this. I'm still selling this because in that scenario, if Steve gets beat out, I think it's more likely that he gets beat out by CJ than Kenny. Now, will I be shocked if Kenny Minchie wins a starting job? No, Trev, you and I have had talks about Kenny Minchie. I think that kid's got a lot of ability. I just think CJ Carr's different. I just think he's on a whole nother level. I had Kenny Minchie graded as a top 100 player coming out, and I every bit believe that. And when I watch him throw the football, I see a kid that can do that. I just think CJ Carr is just special, right? There's that first round pick that's drafted at 25, and then there's that first round draft pick picked at 1. And it's just like legitimately picked at 1. Not like they missed on this guy, not like, well, Lamar Jackson was late. I'm just saying, if it was done correctly, there's the number 1 pick, and then there's the number 25. They're both excellent, but the number 1 is that's a different kind of cat.
Yep. I'm with you completely.
So in that case, I'd flip just CJ and Kenny.
Yeah, sure. Buy, sell, hold from ND for life. The lack of Big Ten names being mentioned in replacing Notre Dame staff departures is due to the season ending so late, and this will be the norm for the future. Teams that make the championship will be poached, but it's too late for them to grab the best candidates for replacements.
I sell that because it's just kind of like Penn State. I mean, Penn State's season ended late, and they went and poached a guy from Ohio State. If Ohio State wanted to go poach Indiana's defensive coordinator, they could. If Ohio State wanted to go poach Joe Rossi, I assume they could. I mean, if you're willing to spend the money to get a top replacement, you're going to have a chance to do that. And you're seeing more and more teams going to the NFL for replacements, and that's where you can find them a lot easier. But, yeah, I mean, it starts a domino. Now, I think the team that you then take your guy from, that team might have a harder time finding a replacement. And like, let's say Notre Dame would have hired Joe Rossi instead of Chris Ash. I only use this example because Chris Ash is coming from the NFL, so it's not applicable. But let's say that they would have hired Joe Rossi to replace Al Golden. Notre Dame can go get a Joe Rossi if they want one. It's going to be a lot harder for Michigan State then to find a Joe Rossi caliber coach to replace him there than it will be for Notre Dame. But those top teams like Notre Dame, Ohio State, Penn State, they won't have problems. Like this move of hiring Chris Ash was not a move in which Marcus Freeman didn't have any good candidates. Like it or not, Chris Ash was a guy that Marcus Freeman turned to after, Jim Leonard expressed interest in Jim Leonard. Jim Leonard decided to stay in the NFL, and Marcus Freeman turned to him. I think he was given a recommendation from guys like Urban Meyer and people like that. He listened to them. He probably has some sort of background with him because since he was at Ohio State and Coach Freeman was, in his coaching career, coached against them. I think that's when Coach Freeman was at Purdue, if I remember correctly. He's aware of Chris Ash. I think this is a bad hire, but I also don't think that this is a panic hire. And that's why I'm somewhat optimistic that Coach Freeman's going to be right about this when he was at Purdue during that period of time. So they went against each other. This was not a move where no one else wanted the job. This is a move that Marcus Freeman chose to go to Chris Ash after his top candidate said no. And so I don't think it's this. I think this was a choice by Coach Freeman. And I hope he's right about it. We will talk about the Chris Ash hire when we're done with Buy So Hold, but we're going to keep rolling along because I like Buy So Hold a lot more than talking about that.
Me too. All righty, we got a couple in here. So we got Buy So Hold, ND for life. Mike Mickens will be the full-time defensive coordinator at Notre Dame after this upcoming season.
I'm going to hope by that one, but I honestly don't have a clue. I mean, if he was going to if Marcus Freeman thought enough of Mike Mickens to hire him as D coordinator next year, I don't know why he wouldn't do it this year.
Correct.
I don't know how a year under Chris Ash makes him all of a sudden a better defensive coordinator. He coached under Marcus in 2022 or 2021, and then he spent 3 years coaching under Al Golden. If that's not enough grooming, I don't know what a year under Chris Ash is going to do. Automatically miraculously change his opinion of he's going to have zero more play calling experience next year than he will this year.
Correct.
As a play caller. So I'm going to hope by it, but I mean, practically speaking, it's probably a sell.
Jeremiah Love will be a Heisman finalist this year, then head to the NFL.
I'm going to sell that. I mean, I hear a lot of talk about Jeremiah Love being a Heisman finalist. I hope that that's true. I don't know that he's going to have the production needed for a running back to be in the Heisman finalist list. I mean, Ashton Genty was in it last year. He had over 2,000 yards rushing. We've kind of gone through this before, Trevor. We've kind of pointed this out where, if you look at the running backs that have been in the top 4 or 5, they're guys that put up monster numbers. So like last year, Ashton Genty was the only running back invited. He had 2,600 yards. If you look at 2023, no running backs were invited, despite Ollie Gordon having over 1,700 yards and 20 touchdowns. Cody Schrader had over 1,600 yards and 14 touchdowns. They finished 7th and 8th in Heisman voting. In 2022, quarterbacks finished 1 through 6. Blake Corum with 1,463 and 18 touchdowns. And then Bijan Robinson, who was a monster at 1,580 and 18 touchdowns, finished 7th and 9th in Heisman voting. 2021, the highest running back was 6th. At Kenneth Walker was 1,600 yards and 18 touchdowns. 2020, the highest running back was 5th. Najee Harris had 1,466 yards and 26 touchdowns, and he finished 5th in the Heisman voting. Breece Hall had 1,572 yards rushing and 21 touchdowns, and he finished 6th in Heisman voting. And by the way, Najee Harris that year also caught 43 passes for 425 yards and 4 touchdowns. He had 30 touchdowns in what was it, 13, 14 games, because that was a COVID-shortened season, and he still finished 5th in Heisman voting. 2019, the highest running back was Jonathan Taylor, who's 5th. J.K. Dobbins was 6th. They both rushed for over 2,000 yards and had 21 touchdowns. Like, The last time a running back was invited and had a shot was Bryce Love back in 2017. He rushed for 2,100 yards and 19 touchdowns. And then before that, 2016 or 2015, Derrick Henry's the last running back to win it. He had actually two at the top. That was not a great quarterback year, but as far as reputation, guys do, you had Deshaun and Baker Mayfield, but those two guys had exceptional seasons, over 2,000 yards rushing. So I don't see in any way that Jeremiah Love's going to have that kind of production, and be a Heisman finalist. That doesn't mean he won't be the best running back in college football. He may very well be. The Heisman Trophy is just a different animal because of it's a quarterback-driven award that occasionally will get a receiver, or in this case, a receiver/DB, or occasionally a running back who has an absolute monster season numbers-wise. And I just don't know that Jeremiah is going to be able to have that 1,800-plus yard, 20-plus touchdown type of season. The 20-plus touchdowns could happen, but the other one would be a little tougher.
Yeah, I'll buy the fact that it is, if he were going to get the touches needed, which I don't think that he will, this kind of would be the year to do it, because they don't, this isn't a loaded year for quarterbacks in college, right? You think of the guys coming back, and it's, top of the list, you think of the kid coming back from Arizona State. I've already seen people put Arch Manning's name in there for Heisman watch list, and it's
that's only because his last name is Manning.
Yep. You have guys like Garrett Nussmeier coming back to LSU. So it's not like this loaded classic. So if there would be a year where it wouldn't be a quarterback again, it could be this year. I just don't think Jeremiah Love's going to put up the numbers necessary. And as electric as he is, watching him on the you watch how Jeremiah Love plays, and you would have thought his production was significantly higher this past year than what it actually was, but they don't go based on what it looks like when you play. It's what your stats are, plus, I guess, now snap count.
Could I see Jeremiah Love being one of the 5 best players in college football next year? Heck yes.
Oh, yeah.
But we don't often see the 5 best players in college football be the 5 finalists or the 4 finalists for the Heisman. That's the difference.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will go 11-1 this year with a loss to either Arkansas or Syracuse.
I'm going to buy the 11-1 because that's my prediction. It's going to be like last year, 11-1. Don't know who they're going to lose to. So when you start putting names to schools to it, I'm going to always sell those, because in my head, I can't envision them losing to Arkansas or Syracuse. But I can't envision them losing to anybody in a direct matchup. It'll just be somebody. Somebody will beat them if they go 11-1. I don't know who that'll be, but I have a hard time with it being Arkansas. And I'd say Arkansas has a better shot than Syracuse because it's on the road.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will make it to at least the college football playoff semifinals in 2025.
Buy that.
Yeah.
Buy that.
Yep. Buy.
We both have them going. Well, I don't know that you made your prediction yesterday, Trev. I made mine. I said way too early prediction that I got them 11-1. If they're 11-1, they're the 5 or 6 seed. And I have them winning that game, and then I have them winning a game against whoever the 3 or 4 seed is, in the playoff. So, yeah.
Yeah, mine's 11-1 and winning in the quarterfinals. So, yep. Buy, sell, hold. 7 sacks for Kingston Viliamu Asa in 2025.
I'm going to sell that. I don't know who'll get to that number, just because I don't think they'll necessarily need him to rush the passer as much as they did this year. And I think there's a chance that Kingston is starting at will linebacker, and he'll be used a little bit different in third down situations this year than he was last year. I just think if Jalen Seed comes back, which, I plan on it, just with Boubacar, if he's healthy, with Bryce Young, I think more sacks will go to the defensive line this year than we saw last year. That's what I think.
Buy, sell, hold. Malachi Fields will be the number 1 receiver.
I'll buy that. Yeah. It'll be him or Jaden Greathouse. I could buy that.
Yep. In an ideal world, Notre Dame just has a 1A, 1B type of deal, which has the potential for it. Yep. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have a top 5 defense, even with the departure of Al Golden.
Sell. And again, I don't. I guess it depends on how we're defining top 5. If we're talking about top 5 scoring defense, I'll say sell. If we're talking about they're going to have just one of the 5 best defenses, looking at efficiency numbers and like that's the number that matters more to me than like scoring defense. Is where are you in the efficiency numbers? I could see them being in that. Yes, they should be. There's no reason they shouldn't be. They're going to be very talented next year. Very talented. So they should be a top. If we're talking like efficiency numbers, that kind of thing, Trevor, then I buy that. If we're talking scoring defense, then I don't know if I necessarily believe that because I just think they're playing better offenses next year. I mean, if they hold Syracuse to 20 points, if Syracuse is anything like they were this year, you hold Syracuse to 20 points, that's a heck of a performance. You hold Miami to 20 points next year, that's a really good performance. You know what I mean? Like they're just holding, Syracuse to 17 is equivalent to holding Florida State to 3. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I was trying to say earlier is like, it's still as dominant as this performance, but because the competition was so much better, your great job is holding a team to 17. Like Ohio State's scoring defense, they did a really good job against Notre Dame, keeping Notre Dame at 23 points. Georgia did a really good job keeping Notre Dame's points down. They still gave up 23 points. Penn State's defense played as well as it could have played against Notre Dame, still gave up 27 points. When you're playing more really good teams, you're going to give up more points. And so what constitutes a great performance against Florida State last year is a whole lot different than what constitutes a great performance statistically against Ohio State or Penn State or, Georgia or even teams like, USC and stuff like that. That's what I mean. But from a dominant standpoint, they better be in the top 5. And if they're not in the top 5 next year, then I think that some things went wrong and maybe this hire wasn't what it should be.
Yeah, top 5 from the eye test and efficiency numbers, but it's going to be relative to the competition that they play.
Right.
Yep.
Was there another one? Yeah. Okay.
Buy, sell, hold from first downs, please. CJ Carr will defeat Dante Moore in the playoffs.
I love that one because Dante Moore is going to be Oregon's expected to be Oregon's starting quarterback. So. Yeah, I would love that. I would really, really love that. That'd be pretty awesome. I think, Trev, I do. So I'm gonna buy that, and that's not because I'm anti Dante. I like the idea of Notre Dame playing Oregon in the playoff and Dante kind of CJ kind of getting that little sweet taste of victory. So just for context, the last 2 years in the FEI, Notre Dame finished number 1 in defense this year and number 5 in defense in 2023. So yeah, that standard has been laid. And if you fall outside that standard, then, maybe you're not being coached as well because the talent's not getting worse as you get deeper into the Marcus Freeman era. Yeah, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I'm going to buy this one. Just the CJ Carr over Dante Moore would be awesome. But I just think that if Notre Dame and Oregon face each other in the playoffs, I just think Notre Dame beats Oregon. So that's where I'm at. But yeah, for this submission, I'll buy it. Buy, sell, hold from Lucky Duck 512. Cree Thomas is a guy no one is talking about who will be a guy that makes an impact in 2025.
Now, hold on a second, because I've talked a lot about Cree Thomas. So maybe your statement is other than IB, then I'm just giving you a hard time, Lucky Duck. Yeah, I can see that. I'll buy that. Trev, you know my thoughts on Cree Thomas.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Yep. I agree that he's nobody's talking about him as far as impact in 2025.
Outside of us.
Yeah, outside of us. Outside of 2025 impact, maybe like if you start talking about maybe special teams or rotating in, but it's just.
That's how I take it. Like making an impact, meaning like he's going to make a dent, not that he's going to come in and be Leonard Moore.
Sure.
That's how I'm reading it.
Okay.
Trev.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but that's when I said buy, that's how I was reading it. You could read it however you want. I'm just explaining why. I'm not saying he's going to come in and be a freshman All-American like Leonard Moore.
Sure.
I just could see him coming in as a freshman and making an impact. Like you said, number 3 corner, special teams, that kind of thing.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have a more.
I wanted you to finish what you were saying. I just wanted you to understand what I meant by impact. Before I interrupted you, you were talking about just your role for Cree.
Yeah, I mean, my point was just I don't know what it's going to be in 2025. I don't know if it's going to be from a Like, I don't know how much he's going to rotate in because there's guys in front of him. Who knows what happens with Carson Hobbs in the offseason, what happens with Dallas Golden and Mark Zachary. But I think he definitely has the potential to. But I absolutely buy the fact that he's, outside of us, a guy that nobody is talking about, for sure. But he's going to be impact moving forward. Absolutely. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have a more impactful punt returner this season.
I'll buy it. Sure. I'll buy that just because I think you have a little bit better athlete. I just don't know that that's a position that Notre Dame really cares a whole lot about being impactful. I don't know who that'd be. Will it be Jaden Greathouse? Will it be Jordan Faison? I could see it being Faison if he can catch the ball better a little bit. He didn't catch the ball really well there this year, but I could see that. I could see Greathouse maybe doing it. I don't know that if Greathouse is one of my top dudes, if I'd have him back there returning punts. I could see, like, even if you want to put a freshman back there, like a Dallas Golden, something like that, I could see that. Do you want to put a Jeremiah Love back there to help him get some more touches? I don't know what direction they're going to go, but yeah, I buy that it'll be more impactful next year. I don't know by how much, because I just don't know that they care a ton about. I think the biggest concern about punt returning in today's era of the way punting is, catch the ball, minimize field position losses. Yeah,
I'm with you. I mean, impactful potentially. I know this is kind of a hot topic of conversation with some people. I just want whoever's fielding the punt to make sure it's not muffed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, punt returns for touchdowns would be awesome. Those happen few far in between, as it is with elite returners. You know what I mean? So I would just much rather secure it, if you can get a couple yards, if the coverage looks right. But I'm not somebody that – I don't need somebody back returning punts for Notre Dame that could house it anytime they touch the ball, because you have a lot of those guys on offense.
Yeah, and a couple on defense.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have a couple of those guys on defense next year when you look at like a Dallas Golden. Leonard Moore was a really good punt returner in high school. I would not expose him to getting hit on punt returns.
Nope.
I would not. I'm saying there's a couple guys that can maybe. Mark Zachary was a real dynamic with the ball in his hands. So, yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. One of Texas, Ohio State, or Penn State will miss or be a first-round exit in the playoffs in 2025.
I'll say this. Based on, again, it's real early. I haven't studied all the rosters. This is like the way, way too early top 25. We'll have a better answer on this one next week when Trevor and I do our way too early top 25, because we will spend some time between now and then studying rosters this weekend. But based on just kind of what I know, those three teams coming back, those are going to be three of my top 8 teams in college football next year, like going into the season. So if they're going to be in my top 8, then I would anticipate them all being in the playoff and getting to that second round where their top 8 are. So I'm going to sell that. I think those are going to be good football teams. Could it happen? It's certainly possible. None of those teams are totally imperfect and incapable of making it. But I would say that I would lean towards them all making it. Here's the funny thing, Trevor. If I was going to pick one of those three not to make it, the one that I would pick is, do you know which one I would pick, Trevor? Because you smirked when I said that. I think you know which I'm going to pick. Which one of those three that I don't think will make it to the quarters next year? Which one would you pick?
Ohio State.
Bingo.
Mm-hmm. They lost a lot.
Yep.
Lost a lot.
And that's the team that lost 2 games in the regular season with all the talent they had this year.
Yeah.
And they're also replacing their D coordinator. And they haven't replaced him yet.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, did we get to all those? Yeah, we did.
Buy, sell, hold from AST 12321. Carson Beck will play against Notre Dame in week 1.
I don't know the extent of his injury, but he had a UCL injury, and that usually is something that keeps you out a while. I'll be a little surprised if he plays against Notre Dame, but I'm going to hold this because I just don't know the specifics of the severity of his injury.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was like a little minor cleanup procedure or if it was like a full repair. I don't know the answer to that. So I'll hold that just because I don't know. But just from what I've heard, I'd be a little surprised by it.
Buy, sell, hold. A better and more diverse passing attack will more than offset the loss of Leonard's mobility in terms of setting up the rushing attack.
Oh, absolutely buy that. Yes. Yes, there's different ways to protect your runners. One of them is to have a quarterback like Riley Leonard. Others is to have a quarterback that can RPO you to death and pull behind it and throw the ball and do those type of things. And yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Absolutely buy. Buy, sell, hold. Anthony Knapp will be a starter if healthy.
I buy that. I mean, it shouldn't be a given. I mean, there should be an open competition. And when you've got a depth chart that has Charles Jagasol and Billy Schrouth and Ashton Craig and Sullivan Absher and Emil Wagner and Gerby Lambert and Christopher Tarrick, Joe Otting with Anthony Knapp, there's a chance that the best 5-man group does not include Anthony Knapp. I tend to lean towards it including him based on what we saw from him this year, assuming they move him inside. But it's not a given. I could see a scenario where Gerby Lambert or Sullivan Absher beats him out. But I like what I saw from him in the run game, and that's why I think if you move him inside, that could really help him become an even better player. So as of right now, if I was, again, way too early, if I'm projecting a starting lineup for next year and it was up to me, I'm starting spring. Well, let's answer this way. If I'm starting spring ball and I've got all my offensive linemen healthy, I would start it with Anthony Knapp at right guard, competing with Sullivan Absher. That's what I would have. I'd have Jagasol left tackle, Billy Schrouth left guard, Ashton Craig center, because, again, assuming everyone's healthy, and I'd have Gerby Lambert and Emil Wagner and Gerby Lambert battling at right tackle, and I'd have Anthony Knapp battling with Sullivan Absher right guard. That's what I would do. And because Anthony is my returning starter, he would be my first guy out there. And then Sully, if you want to start, you got to beat him out. Gerby, if you want to start, you got to beat him out. That's how I would do it.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Look, I mean, we're talking about a kid that started 15 and a half games for Notre Dame this past season. That's experience that is invaluable, right? I do believe that I think he is best served on the interior of the offensive line. I think that's where his skill set can best be served the strongest. But yeah, I mean, I'll buy the fact that he should be a starter if he's healthy. Yeah, at least put in a healthy competition. Absolutely.
Yeah. And what he does well fits that inside role much better. He's not in space as much. He can anchor a little bit with more force. He doesn't have to retreat as much at left tackle as he would at right guard. And that's when he can get in trouble. Mm-hmm. And he's a really physical run blocker. Mm-hmm. And I think that, like you said, Trev, that would fit his skill set very, very well. Very, very well.
Buy, sell, hold. Christian Gray will have a revenge tour tier second season and will establish himself as an elite cornerback to set up an encore to the Morrison Hart no-fly zone with Leonard Moore.
Buy the heck out of that. I can't buy that any harder than I can buy anything else. Yes. I think Christian Gray has gotten a bad rap amongst Notre Dame fans. I hope Christian Gray takes the Dan Wolken nonsense. And I'll just say this. That dude is lucky that I wasn't in the locker room when that went down, because none of his teammates would have had a chance to stick up for him, because I would have probably handled that one myself. Use that clown's disrespect and a-holeness. Use all the things fans are saying about you as fuel to go out there and dominate, because this is still the same kid that a lot of the same people that are hammering him now were talking about how he was their best cornerback before Benjamin Morrison got hurt. That's how fickle some fans are. Not all, but there are some. And the ones that like to attack kids personally on social media tend to be those type of emotionally fragile up and down fans that love you when you're doing well and hate you when you're not, because they have emotional problems, right? There's a difference between recognizing that Christian needs to play better and what I'm talking about, just so we're clear. Right? There's a lot of people in the chat. They'll be like, hey, Christian needs to do better here, better there. And I'll tell you that. You tell them that. And Christian will tell you that. And Mike Mickens will tell you that. There's a difference between that and some of the craziness that I've seen said at him on Twitter. And I think he's going to take all that and go out there and dominate next year. And I think him and Leonard Moore are, I mean, Christian Gray is going to have sitting in his mind all offseason that last play against Ohio State. And if you know Christian at all, you know that that's going to be fuel for him every day in the weight room, every day out there running, every day in practice. It's going to be, I want to show the world that I am something that I am not what you think I am, and I'm an outstanding football player. 100%, Trev, I buy that. I have not bought anything in this show as hard as I'm buying this one right here.
You hit home on all the points. I'll just echo you. Buy. Absolute buy. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have a Biletnikoff and Thorpe Awards semifinalist.
We've already talked about Biletnikoff. I'm selling that. And the Jim Thorpe Award is the most garbage postseason award ever. I don't think Xavier Watts was a finalist for it last year, correct? He definitely wasn't this year. That's an award that gave a Cincinnati cornerback the Thorpe Award in a year where they had Sauce Gardner and the winner was not Sauce Gardner. Like, it is one of the worst voted upon. I have no clue who votes on that award, but they should not be voting on that award because the things they come up with are utter nonsense. Like how Xavier Watts did not win that award last year. And Trev, you may find it. I don't think he was a finalist last year.
No, the three finalists were Trey Taylor, a senior safety from Air Force, Malachi Starks, and Cooper DeJean.
Give me Cooper DeJean, who was a heck of a player. I don't even think he played the whole season.
Nope.
So
he suffered a season-ending leg injury on November 15th.
Just garbage, useless award because they have no clue what they're doing. None. They just look at numbers, and even then, they still get it wrong.
I was just about to say. I mean, you add up Cooper DeJean, Malachi Starks, and Troy Taylor's interceptions from last year, and they're one shy of what Xavier Watts had. So it's not even about stats.
It's ridiculous. It's the stupid, useless award. It really is. Just stupid award. Who won? Who won it this year? Did Travis Hunter win it this year? Who won it this year?
No, he wasn't even a finalist. The finalists were
it was Jahdae Barron at Texas, who's a good player, but he ain't the best defensive back in college football. So ridiculous. So no, they won't because it's a stupid award.
Yeah, the finalists this year were Jahdae Barron, Malachi Starks, and Caleb Downs.
Okay. Yep, moving on. I'm gonna get fired up.
Buy, sell, hold from AST 12321. Notre Dame's hardest regular season opponent will come after game 2. I'm going to sell it. I mean, you never know because you could have like the random, like I said, Ohio State probably didn't assume that on November 23rd, Indiana was going to be what they were. I just don't see that on Notre Dame's schedule, right? I just don't. Like after covering Indiana for Notre Dame's first round of the playoffs, you could kind of see some of the writing on the wall with the success that Kurt Cignetti had and the influx of transfers that he brought in and basically made like a group of 5 all-star team. You know, you could kind of see the writing on the wall then. I don't see any of that from Notre Dame's opponents on their schedule after Miami and Texas A&M. So,
yeah, I'm looking at the schedule now, Trev, and like I don't think USC is going to be as talented next year as people think they are. They lost a lot from their team, and I don't know that they've necessarily replaced it with comparable talent, although year 2 of DeAnton Lynn, I think, should be pretty good there on defense. It won't be Boise. I don't think it'll be BC, Pitt, Syracuse. I don't think any of those teams are going to be better than both Miami and A&M. Now, toughest game may come later because sometimes you're like, who gave Ohio State their toughest game outside of Michigan and Oregon in the regular season? It wasn't Penn State. It was Nebraska. You know, sometimes those things happen, but that doesn't mean that Nebraska is the toughest opponent. It just means you didn't play well and they gave you the toughest game or the closest game. I'd say I still think your best 2 opponents are your first 2 of what we know now.
Buy, sell, hold. Someone we currently expect to be a noteworthy contributor will transfer after spring camp.
Buy, it's likely. That's the nature of the beast. Someone who thinks he's going to get a bigger role is not going to get a bigger role, and he's going to leave. Mm-hmm. I think I'll buy that.
Yep, I'll buy it, but I want to hope sell it. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I agree. I hope that everybody comes back 100%.
Buy, sell, hold. A healthy defensive end combo of Josh Burnham, Bryce Young, and Jordan Botelho and Boubacar Traore will keep offensive line coaches up at night and haunt them when they fall asleep.
It's possible. I mean, you got to throw in Junior Chilamaka into that mix, in my opinion. I think you got to throw Logan Thomas into that mix in different roles. I could see that. I don't know that I'd go to the degree that you are just because, I mean, he did say healthy. If they're healthy, then yes. Yeah. I don't need to overcomplicate it.
Yep.
If they're healthy, yes, that's going to be a really dynamic group. And that's what we talked about yesterday, Trev, is if they're all healthy, this DN group could be really good.
Yep.
Really good.
Yep. If they are healthy, buy. Buy, sell, hold from walk-on, carry-off 78. Billy Schrouth and Charles Jagusah leave for the NFL after 2025.
I think Billy could. He'll be a senior. He'll be a second-year starter. Jagusah, I think, stays for one more year. I think, knowing his family, that degree thing is going to matter to him. Number two, being a true third-year player with only 1 year as a starter under your belt is not a smart thing to do. I don't care how talented you are. Joe Walton, Blake Fisher both left as true juniors, but they had been 2-year starters.
Yeah.
And Joe Walt was a 2.5-year starter plus.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a little different situation. I'd be surprised by that. So I'm going to sell that both of them do that.
Yep, I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Despite being a great effort guy, Wagner falls victim to the size and talent of a younger right tackle in 2025.
I think it's possible. I'm going to sell it for now just because I need to see it. But listen, if they truly allow competition, and every coach should always allow competition, I think that like Emil did some really nice things as a first-year starter. I thought he struggled in the postseason. When the competition was better, he struggled in the postseason. But again, he was a first-year starter. I fully expect Emil to get better, right? So there's that too. But I don't think he played well enough, in my opinion, that you just say, oh, he's definitely a starter, no doubt about it. I mean, he allowed 29 pressures this season. 11 of them came in the 4 playoff games. I don't know that he's a guy that's for sure going to lock that down, and he's going to be battling against elite talent, in my opinion, in Gerby Lambert. Now, will Joe Rudolph allow there to be a real competition? That I don't know. But if there is, then I could see this happening, but it's going to take a lot to beat out a starter. And there were times this year where Emil was very steady. I just think in the playoff, you saw a little bit of the competition got up, and some of this, he struggled with the speed of Abdul Carter. He struggled with the size of the Georgia guys. But I also thought his run blocking got better in the playoff than it was in the regular season. So there's a little bit of a balancing act there. I expect Emil to get better. I would have him as my number 1 right tackle going into spring practice. But I would also make sure that Gerby Lambert understands you go out there and battle every day because I expect you to push Emil, make him better, and then maybe if you play well enough, you might get your shot.
Sure.
That's where I'd be if it was up to me.
Buy, sell, hold. The Notre Dame defensive line improves in tackles for loss and sacks despite the loss of Riley Mills and Oben and Howard Cross by a full 150%.
Sell. By 150%, not sell.
I was about to say.
That's a giant number.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Madges 16. The 2025 Notre Dame offensive line will be Charles Jagusah at left tackle, Billy Schrouth at left guard, Ashton Craig at center, Anthony Knapp at right guard, and Gerby Lambert at right tackle.
For now, I'm selling that based on the conversation we just had. Because I think as of right now, if you were to ask me to project starting offensive line, I'd have Emil Wagner at right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a chance that could happen, but right now I would say I'd sell that.
Yep, I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Freshmen that may get playing time in 2025. Madden Framo, Jadon Blair, and James Flanagan outside of special teams.
I buy them as being guys that will play next year. Yeah. I think they'll all play.
Yeah.
I think at least one of the corners will play next year. At least one of, if not both of, Dallas Golden and two of Dallas Golden, Mark Zachary, and Cree Thomas. All three will have a shot. At least one of them will play. I think we could see a scenario where, Chris Burgess might get in the rotation at DN, perhaps. But I'd say for sure I feel good about it. And I could see Brandon Logan maybe working himself into the two deep at nickel. If they really feel like, hey, we need to have Carson Hobbs focus his time at corner because he's our number 3 corner. We need to have him focus on that position and learning that position. I could see a guy like Brandon Logan stepping in and being like, hey, this guy's a really good player at that nickel position and maybe earning an opportunity there. But those minimum 3, I would buy as playing as freshmen in real minutes outside of special teams.
Yeah, I'll buy that too. Honestly, and out of all of them, I think Madden Framo could see the most between those three, if I had to guess. Because
I'd probably go Blair.
My thing with Madden is you can line him up in different spots, and
Yeah.
Jaden Blair is just a safety. So that's where I'm at with that one. I could see them shifting him around, sending him off the edge. I could see him playing at like maybe a third down linebacker position if you want to drop Kingston down to rush off the edge. But I think the safety room, I think Blair will play. I just think with
I got you. There's nothing wrong with having that opinion, Matt. They're both outstanding football players. I just think there's a chance Jadon's the number 3 safety. I don't think there's a chance that Madden's – well, there's always a chance, but I don't see Madden being the number 3 linebacker.
Sure.
I think Drake's going to be ahead of him. I think Kingston's going to be ahead of him. I think that Jaden Osbury's going to be ahead of him, and there's a chance that Jalen Snead remains ahead of him, just as a pure linebacker.
Sure.
He's going to have a tougher road to get in playing time this year, but he's also the kind of talent that doesn't matter who's in front of him. He's going to make that impact. You know what I mean? So I can see that. I wasn't saying your pick was bad. Mine is Blair. I just think that I see him being higher on the echelon in a position that also rotates a lot. That's all. Yeah,
no, you're good. I just wanted to explain my thought process.
You're allowed to do that on this show, Trev. Isn't that great?
I know. Buy, sell, hold from Coach Mikey Mike 007. Christopher Burgess gets moved to defensive tackle.
I'm going to sell that. I think the need at defensive end is much greater right now than the need at defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm. Especially with the transfer portal additions.
Yeah, and I don't think he's big enough yet to be considering that conversation.
Buy, sell, hold. One of Cree Thomas, Dallas Golden, or Mark Zachary will become a starter in 2025.
I'm going to sell that. I think between the two guys coming back and then Carson Hobbs, it'll be tough for one of those guys to start barring injury.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to sell that. I don't like projecting starts because of injuries, and if there's no injuries, none of those guys start. Even at nickel. Not even just looking at corner, even at nickel. But if any of them were going to, I could see Dallas Golden being that guy. Like, I could see him stepping in at nickel or something like that, yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Tyler Buckner moves back to quarterback in 2025.
Buy that.
Yep.
If there's a transfer out, I think that'll happen.
Yeah. Well, I'll buy that. I mean, most likely there will be a transfer out, 1 and 2. What's he doing for the wide receiver room? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's literally no.
I think that was his path to earning his way back onto the team. That was.
Yeah, this past season for sure. But being in there in 2025, like, there's just
no need.
Yeah.
You lost 5 receivers from your roster, and you're adding 5 receivers to your roster. So your numbers are really good. You don't need him there.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't need him there in 24. I get why they did it. You definitely don't need him there in 26-5. He can help you much more at quarterback.
Yep.
Than he can at the other one.
Buy, sell, hold. Preston Zinner position change to tight end or Viper.
I'm hope buying that one. Like, people say, I need to go to the portal for another tight end. Bull crap. Walk down the hall, sit down with Max Bulla and be like, and Marcus Freeman and now Chris Ash, and be like, hey, man, at number 25, you guys got a linebacker. Hey, can we have him? That's what I would do if I was Mike Denbrock. Hey, man, at number 25, can we have him? That'd be great. Thank you for that. That's what I would do.
I will put him anywhere. He needs to be on the field.
Agree.
Buy, sell, hold from Garrett Medford. With a more traditional quarterback heading this Denbrock offense, we will see a little bit of under center to aid in the diversification of run game looks, which will in turn lead to some heavy play action looks.
I think we'll see that. I mean, look, he hasn't done a lot of play like under center at his most recent stops because of the type of quarterbacks he had, but they would go under center at Notre Dame when he was here with Deshaun Kaiser. They would do that at times. I could see that. I don't think it'll be a ton, but I could certainly see that.
Yeah, I mean, more is in more than last year, absolutely.
Yeah,
but I don't know if it becomes like a normal thing that we see, but it'll definitely be more than this past year.
Could I see a scenario where we say 5 to 10 snaps under center in a game? I could see that.
Yeah,
especially in short yardage goal line stuff. You know, But part of that, too, depends on who the starter is. If it's Kenny Minchie, then no, I don't think we'll see a difference. If it's CJ or Steve, then I think we'll see some of that for sure, especially if it's Steve.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. We have a much more prominent three-man safety rotation than we had this past year.
Well, if you look at the numbers, and I'm pulling those up now, and you look at the safety position this year, you had Xavier Watts played 970 snaps. Adon Schuler played 768 snaps, and then Rod Hurd played 409. I don't know that you'll see a third safety get more than that. But if I were to say, okay, if it's going to go one way or the other, I would lean towards it's more. I would lean towards more of, and here's what I mean by that. And where I think Garrett's going with this one. Last year, it was primarily just Adon and Rod would rotate. Every now and then, Rod would come in for Xavier. But it was primarily, Trev, it was Adon and Rod would rotate. And Xavier just didn't come off the field. I mean, Xavier last year, Trev, played 970 snaps. The next closest on the roster was Christian Gray at 796. I could see a scenario where let's just say, we were talking about Jadon Blair earlier. Let's just say hypothetically Jadon Blair's number 3. You could insert Bronte Johnson. You could insert Luke Talich. Speaking of, how nuts is it that Luke Talich will not be the tallest safety on the roster next year for Notre Dame? That's nuts. But let's just say hypothetically that one of those guys is your number 3. I think it's very likely, so that's why I'm going to buy this question. I think it's very likely that guy will then rotate at both spots more. Or if I were to sell this, me selling it would be, I think we're going to have a more prominent 4-man safety rotation next year. So I think you'll see more of a rotation. The question would be, Trev, is it going to be a 3-man rotation where your third guy plays both spots? And so then both starters are around 700 some snaps. And then that third guy is around, 5 or 6 or 7. Does a fourth guy get 200 of those? You know what I mean? Like that I could see, but you won't see a safety you won't see a Don, in my opinion, playing 970 snaps next year. I partly because Xavier's a different animal, but also partly because you're going to have better options next year than maybe you had this year beyond the third guy. Because you were super young this year beyond the third guy. Now, Talich is going to be a junior next year. Minnick's going to be a junior next year. Kennedy's going to be a sophomore. Bronte's going to be a sophomore. And you add the freshman. I just think you have more options next year than you had this year. What do you think, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say, man. I'm going to sell it because I think more than 3 safeties are going to rotate in. Strictly because you can't ask Luke Talich to be a third-year special teams guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he's too good to keep off the field at the safety position. I don't know if, like, with how high of a ceiling he has. And Notre Dame's willingness on defense to play young guys early has been shown throughout Marcus Freeman's tenure, even a little bit before. Definitely more so than offense. Mm-hmm. Can you keep a 6'5" safety like Jadon Blair just on kickoff return?
Right.
Kickoff? Like, I don't think so. Can you keep Kennedy Urlacher just on special teams again? I don't know if you can. Mm-hmm. I think the task of replacing Xavier Watts' production is more than just an additional person's job. Mm-hmm. That's the way that I look at it. And I would say at least a 4-man rotation. Like, I'm not saying play 7 safeties a game.
Right. Can't do that.
But it's definitely going to be.
I hope they're playing 7 safeties a game because you have 4 in the normal rotation, and then you're playing 3 in the rotation in the second half because you're up 40 at halftime. Yeah, I had to say that to lighten the mood, Trev, but you are correct. You're not going to see beyond 4 for sure. Yeah, not at safety. Right. If a 5th safety is playing, it's because he's down working in the rotation at nickel.
Yeah, there were some times during the Ohio State game that they had 3 safeties on the field. There was a couple times where Rod Hurd, Xavier Watts, and Don Schuler were all on the field at the same time. Yeah. Maybe you see more of that on third down. Who knows? Just stick Jadon Blair's 6'5" self just in the middle of the field.
Right.
Or Luke Talich at 6'4". Oh, my goodness. Buy, sell, hold from Rocket 25. Based on Irish Breakdown's post-game show reactions. Al Golden's game plan for Ohio State in the national championship game was uncharacteristically bad, and Marcus Freeman should have vetoed it.
No, I shouldn't have vetoed it. You got to trust your coaches. I don't know that I'd say it was bad. I just don't think it was good. There's areas in between that, Trevor. I didn't like it. I don't know that you should have vetoed it. And I don't know that necessarily the game plan. Sometimes a game plan can look good on paper, but how you call it, hey, we were going to do this 10% of the time, but we ended up doing it 40% of the time. Well, your game plan was different than it was executed differently than maybe it looked going in.
Yeah.
That could be it too. But no, you hire a guy to do a job. He's done a phenomenal job. He's a big reason why you got to where you got to. You trust him that he knows what he's doing.
Yep.
Marcus Freeman has done that. He's allowed his coaches to coach. And as long as they're doing the job, there are some coaches that I would not give that freedom to. I think Al Golden earned that right. Maybe I wouldn't do this, but I trust you, coach. You haven't let me down so far. You agree with that or disagree? Do you think he should have vetoed it?
No, you trust the guys that you hire. And of all between the two coordinators, this is not a shot at Mike Denbrock. It's just between the two coordinators, you've worked with Mike Denbrock for a year at Notre Dame. You worked with Al Golden for 3.
And he's had an elite defense for 2 years.
Right. Like no, you don't veto that. Buy-sell hold from Aiden Benami. Carson Beck will be more behind rehab and acquainted with the team to start week 1 than Riley was for us this year.
I got to buy that, Trev. Again, I don't know the extent of his injury, but let's just say it was a significant one. The thing about Riley is Riley could still throw. We saw him at practice. He'd be thrown off the boot. He'd have his, knee on the thing, and he'd be throwing then. He could still use his arm. This is a throwing arm injury. That means you could do nothing quarterback related. So I'll buy that. Unless it's not as severe as we think it is, then I buy that.
Yeah, I'll buy that. And then
I don't know what that B is, so that's not meant to be part of it.
No worries.
That's my fault.
No worries. Buy-sell hold 2025 is the year we finally throw go balls, one-on-one, 50-50 balls to our wide receivers.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You're going to have quarterbacks that are more we saw CJ throw multiple balls like that in the spring game. We saw Kenny throw balls like that in the spring game. Both of them literally threw touchdown passes. Actually, all 3 quarterbacks coming back threw a go route touchdown in the blue gold game. Because obviously they both hit Micah Gilbert on one, and then Steve hit Chris Mitchell on one. So it's just, and it's the nature of the offense will be different. Riley just wasn't super comfortable throwing that route. And so Mike Denbrock didn't ask him to do it a whole lot. I think you'll see more of that this year. For sure.
Yeah, I would be beyond shocked if you didn't.
Yep.
Aiden Benami, buy-sell hold. Jason Onye will play a big role on the D-line and stay on the team the whole year.
Hope by that one. Look, Jason Onye was listed on the roster. They haven't spoken about anything regarding him. I have no clue what his status is. But if he's back next year and he's got his head on straight and he's focused and in shape, that's a huge re-addition to the lineup.
Massive. Because
he was playing really good football before he went out. Really good football. So if you add him in the mix with Gabriel Rubio, Donovan Heinisch, Jared Dawson, and then so that'd be Onye, Dawson, Heinisch, Rubio, Mookum, Hughes, Houston, Vernon, Sevillano, Cole Mullins. You got 10 dudes there, man. If you can't get a pretty good 4 or 5 man rotation out of that group, something's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So if Onye comes back, that'd be massive.
Yep.
I'm not commenting on whether he will or won't because we don't know, but it was at least good to see him on the roster.
Sure was.
When they released yesterday. And I hope just as a young man of what I know happened, I'm hopeful that the only reason he's back on the roster is because he's taken steps to get himself in a good place. And I care a whole lot more about that than I do about him as a football player.
Absolutely.
But the football can only come as a byproduct of that part getting worked out. And that's important. And I hope that Jason comes back with a different attitude, a different focus. Because if you get a more focused Jason Onye this year, a more hungry Jason Onye this year, man, that could be fun.
Well, I mean, because that conversation of not having a Riley Mills-esque type of guy on the roster, that conversation slowly starts to fade away if he comes back and plays too.
Let's be real, Trev. There was times in September where we were in the postgame shows, me, you, Ryan, Sean, and Vince talking about how I think Jason Onye probably was their best D tackle in this game, particular day.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
Yeah.
Sure did.
So, but I don't want to talk too much about him because we don't know that he is coming back. Just because he's on the roster, we don't know that he's coming back. So, but since the question was asked, we addressed it.
Yep.
We won't address it again until we hear more about where things stand with him.
Sure. Buy, sell, hold. I will not be the only one to stop supporting Rocco and Coogan if they go to Michigan.
I will. Here's what I'll say. I hope that Rocco and Pat play their butts off every single game if they go to Michigan in losses.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look.
You know what I'm saying? I want them to both. I love those kids. I want them both to play their butts off and to be the two best linemen that Michigan has in every game that they lose.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll say this. I will never stop supporting the kids, but them going there will not make me support Michigan.
Right.
Like I mean, I hope they have All-American Big Ten All-Conference
for an 0-12
seasons
team.
For an 0-12 team.
For an 0-12 team. Yes.
Yep.
100%. Mm-hmm. So we're both buying it.
Yep.
We're both buying it. But yeah.
And buy, sell, hold. Kedron Young will take a good amount of reps away from Aeneas after this offseason. I believe so. And we'll have 4 solid running backs.
I don't know that he'll take rep. I'm going to sell that because I don't think he's going to take reps away from Kedron or from Aeneas because I think they'll have different roles.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he'll be added to the offense as opposed to taking away from a guy. Like, if anything, I think he takes Riley Leonard's role next season in short yards and goal line.
Yep. I do too. I mean, another thing that I think that you could see is I think you could see more 21 personnel next year just for the sole fact that you got 4 running backs. And I mean, 2 of them for sure have to continue to play in Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. But Aeneas is going to be demanding more carries. Not him personally going into McCullough's office and saying, give me more carries. Just his performance will. Mm-hmm. And you can't ask Kedron to just marinate on the bench for another year. There's no way. So, yeah. Yep.
Not wrong way. I don't know why it went that way. Give me a second. Is that the last question?
Might
was
be.
that Den's question? Yeah, that was the last question, Trev. So here's what I'm going to do. Trev is going to kind of do the ending of the show for the Buy Sell Hold. We are going to take the place of IB Nation Sports Talk tonight. So we're going to wrap up now, and then we're going to go right into talking about the defensive coordinator hire that was made official today. Or not official because Notre Dame hasn't announced it, but Pete Thamel reports that he's getting it from somebody at Notre Dame that's very connected. So I don't Pete Thamel's not putting something out that he hasn't sourced very well.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Well, all right, guys, that's going to do it for Buy, Sell, Hold. And be sure not to go anywhere because Notre Dame just made a big impact in the defensive coordinator search. Chris Ash was announced that he has accepted the position after being extended the offer. But before we get to that, guys, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Share this podcast with your friends and family, anybody that you know loves Notre Dame and college football as much as you do. And as always, the best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. A lot of the topics that we covered today have been ongoing discussions that have been happening on the message boards. So give those a look at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All right, Brian. Did you want to take the lead on this one?
Go ahead, man. Let's get it started.
Yep.
Dive into it.
So it was reported today at 2:55 p.m. while we were actually in the middle of buy sell hold. I think we were 2-3 questions into buy sell hold. That Chris Ash, a former college defensive coordinator, who spent some time now in the NFL. It was announced that he accepted the position at defensive coordinator for Notre Dame after Al Golden elected to take the job with the Cincinnati Bengals. And so what Brian and I are going to do is, we're going to talk about, what this means for Notre Dame. We'll give a little bit of a background into where Chris Ash came from, what he did, what his credentials are for this position. And then we're going to kind of dive into, what needs to happen for this to work out from a personnel standpoint for players and, other coaches on the staff as well. Some of the stuff that we covered, we covered earlier in the week when we talked about when the news broke when he was expected to become the next defensive coordinator, but he hadn't accepted the offer. So some of it will be a little bit of a recap, but we're going to kind of run through this thing in whole. So Brian, when we talk about Chris Ash, kind of kick us off with what this means for Notre Dame's defense.
Yeah. So what I'm not going to do is kind of rehash my opinion on it. Everybody knows my opinion on it. I have a lot of skepticism about the hire. We're going to just focus on who Chris Ash and who his background is and why this decision might have been made. Number one, obviously, Chris Ash is someone who is an experienced coordinator. Marcus Freeman made very clear to people very early in this process that that's what he's looking at. That's why Mike Mickens was not promoted to defensive coordinators, because he doesn't have that experience. You look at kind of sorry, I'm sending a couple texts here real quick on some things. Was the defensive coordinator at Wisconsin for 2 years, 2011 and 2012. We talked about the results that he had there. I'm trying to find the statistical breakdown that we had on that, Trev. Do you still have that?
Yeah.
That we did the other day. I'm pulling that up here real quick. But had here we go. They had the number 13 scoring defense in the country at Wisconsin in 2013. They had the number 17 scoring defense in college football in 2012 under Wisconsin. They finished 15th in both years in total defense. Rushing defense was not very good his first year, was okay his second year. They made a pretty good improvement in pass defense. They went from 26th at 193.9 yards per game in 2010 to 163.6 in 2011. Part of that also is because they had about a 25-point increase in yards allowed rushing. But the next year they finished 24th in rushing, dropped it down about 24 yards, and their pass defense dropped back down to 193. So basically the same amount of yards, but it was, obviously more rushing some years, more passing some years. Made a big improvement in third down defense. They went from 68th when he took over to 50th in year one to 17th in year two. That's the one area where you saw significant improvement from year one to year two. They gave up the same amount of points in year one and year two, basically the same amount of yards in year one and year two. Yards per play were about the same, improved in rushing, took a step back in passing, and third down got a lot better. Red zone went from 77th to 120th, got worse there. They had 11 fewer turnovers forced in 2012 compared to 2011, but third down is the one area where they had a big improvement in year two. Goes to Arkansas, and their defense was every bit as bad in that 1 year as it was the year before. A little bit of a hard situation to judge, Ryan, Trevor, because they were in year one of a program that was just in a lot of turmoil. And it's hard to really know how it was a rough situation to be in. It's hard to really look at it and kind of evaluate the job he did. He was only there for 1 year before he left. You look at the job he did in 2014, he replaces Everett Withers, who was the defensive coordinator at Ohio State, who was, let's just say Everett Withers left Ohio State to become the head coach at James Madison. You don't leave a coordinator job at Ohio State to go to James Madison if you have the option to still be at Ohio State. So that was Urban Meyer making a move. They brought in Chris Ash. And if you look at the performance of the defense in 2013, the Ohio State defense ranked, let me pull this up here real quick. They ranked 28th in scoring defense. in 2013, the year before Ash got there. And in his first season, they gave up 22.6 points per game. In Ash's first season, they were about the same. Ohio State that year ranked, boy, this thing is not working well for me right now. Gave up 22 points a game, was about the same as it was the year before. In year 2, however, they made a big improvement. They jumped up to 15.5, which was number 2 in the country that year, where they went, I think, 12-1. They went 11-1 in the regular season, beat Notre Dame in the Fiesta Bowl. Total offense, you saw them in 2013, the year before he got there. Total defense, I should say, the year before he got there. Ohio State ranked 47th in the country at 377.4 yards per play. They gave up 5.3 yards per play, which ranked, let's see here, that would be 42nd in the country. In his first year at Ohio State, there was some improvement in that regard. They jumped up to 19th, 342.4 yards per game and 5.0 yards per play. So some improvement there. And then in year 2, obviously, we again saw a big jump there in defense, where Ohio State went from 22.6 points per game to 15.1. I said 15.5 earlier. It was 15.1. And Ohio State ranked 9th in all of college football at 311.3 yards per play. And they ranked 6th in college football at 4.5 yards per play allowed. So you did see that big jump in year 2. Not much of a jump in year 1, but he walked into a team that went to the Orange Bowl the year before. So what you didn't see at Ohio State, and this is the key, and one of my concerns that I've pointed out was we didn't see a giant improvement on any defense he took over. We didn't see them go like, wow, they were good, and they made them way better. We didn't see that. What we did see, however, is that there was moderate improvement to no improvement wherever he took over. So if they were already pretty good, they stayed pretty good. If they were not very good, they normally got better. And so that's where I say I don't expect a big step back next year. There shouldn't be a big step back because his track record is that. You talk about the job he did at Texas in 2020. He did a very poor job at Texas in 2020 from a result standpoint, Trevor. Texas was one of the worst defenses in college football in 2020. There's really no way around that. They gave up almost 29 points a game that season. Texas ranked 61st in college football in scoring defense that year, and Texas ranked 64th in total defense that year, giving up 406 yards per game. But if you look at it, there's two things to keep in mind there. Number one is they gave up 431.5 the year before. So even though it wasn't a good defense, they still took 25 yards off that. And the other thing you have to consider, and this is where I've said with certain coaches in the COVID year, I don't give them as much of a pass as I do other coaches. The reason I give Chris Ash a bit more of a pass is because new coaches, I give a much bigger pass in the COVID year. And why? Because when Chris Ash got hired, there was no offseason. There was no spring ball to install because everything got shut down. And so that's why I look at it and say, I don't know that we can really look a lot at what he did at Texas and say that's going to carry over the way that I look at what Brian Van Gorder did at Auburn and how that was bad. It's just a different scenario. And that's kind of an overview. So that's just a little bit of his background. He got fired at Texas along with the whole staff, and he spent the next 3 years in the NFL. Got fired at Oakland or Las Vegas Raiders and spent this past year in scouting with the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's his resume. That's the results he's had. He's won a conference championship at Wisconsin. He was part of a conference championship and a national championship at Ohio State. So there's been some success there. I don't care at all about what he did at Rutgers from a result standpoint. I don't care what a guy does as a head coach. I don't, because you're not hiring to be the head coach. You're not hiring to give Marcus Freeman some assistance that you like. Part of the reason you hired Al Golden is because you wanted a guy with head coaching experience because Marcus had none. Marcus Freeman's in year 3 now. He's been in the college football playoff. He's been in that championship. He doesn't need somebody to help him along the way anymore. He's hiring Chris Ash to run the defense. So that we're clear. No matter what rumors are out there, Chris Ash is being brought in. I don't care what the title is. Chris Ash is running the defense. He is the defensive coordinator. I don't care if they give somebody else a co-coordinator, this, that. That's not what's being offered. Chris Ash was offered the job of running the defense. He will be tasked with running the defense. And so that will be his responsibility. What we don't know is, what is he going to coach? Will he work with the secondary? And Mike Mickens goes back to coaching corners? Will he just coach will he coach the safeties and Mike Mickens goes back to coaching corners? Will he just be the coordinator and Mike Mickens still coaches the secondary the way that he is, and then maybe Chris Ash gives an assist during some individual periods when Coach Mickens is working with the corners? I don't know how that's going to work structurally. I know there's a lot of things out there about Mike Mickens is doing this and Mike Mickens is doing that. I don't know that Mike Mickens is necessarily locked in on anything right now. Right now, they're on the road recruiting. And so I think we won't know that more until they get back off the road. So I know that's what's being reported. I don't believe that's accurate. I do think it's safe to say, Trevor, that if Mike Mickens stays, it won't be as a co-coordinator role in that they're doing things 50-50. Chris Ash will be the defensive coordinator. He will be the decision maker. What I'm curious about is, does he allow Mike Mickens to have the same role as the pass game coordinator that Al Golden did? And the reason I ask that question is because Al Golden is a front seven guy. He was a linebackers coach. Chris Ash is a secondary coach. He's coached DBs most of his career. That's my question about that. So that's the Chris Ash background. That's the question marks that we have. And those aren't question marks as in concerns. Those are simply question marks as we don't know how it's going to go. So I'm trying to be as matter of fact as I can with sort of what that looks like, is going to look like. So that's a little bit of the background of Chris Ash. Now, some other things we don't know. He has been primarily a 4-3 coach in his tenure. He also hasn't been a coordinator really in a decade. They did some 4-2-5 stuff at Texas. My concern is, once you get to about 10 years since you've been a coordinator, I don't really care. Like what they did at Ohio State doesn't translate to Notre Dame. They were a pure 4-3 defense. Darren Lee was their outside linebacker. You can't run that defense in today's game. Not with Notre Dame's schedule. It's a different era. That doesn't mean that he can't adjust. That's kind of where I'm at on that. But so there's some unknowns about this. There's some unknowns about what's the structure of his defense going to look like. What influence will his 4 years in the NFL have on him as a coach? Right? Now, that can't be ignored. Al Golden ran a very different defense at Virginia and a very different defense at Temple and a very different defense at Miami than he ran at Notre Dame. What was the big reason for that? His time in the NFL as a position coach. They started doing a lot of different things, and now you're seeing more of that NFL style being used in the college game. Situational football, substitutional football, more nickel stuff, defending the pass, pressure packages, more man defense. A lot of things you used to not really be able to do in college. I mean, even Miami back in the day, they played a ton of man defense. They played cover 2 man. They still had 2 safeties over top. So there's a lot of different things that we don't know specifically. I have to think that Marcus Freeman and Chris Ash had some of those conversations, and Marcus Freeman is comfortable with how Chris Ash's philosophy of 10 years ago has adopted to the modern game and how it'll get implemented now. I have to think that conversation happened. I don't know the answer to that, but I have to think that it happened. I think also that this is a recommendation from a guy like Urban Meyer. We have seen in the past that Coach Freeman can be influenced in hires by people like Urban Meyer, Lou Holtz, and some different people. I hope that wasn't this. I hope that, yes, okay, you can recommend them, but I'm going to go with what I want. I'm hoping that Marcus Freeman's own experience with Chris Ash, because they were in the Big Ten together for a few years, where Marcus Freeman was the D coordinator at Purdue and Chris Ash was the D coordinator at Ohio State. I'm pretty confident that there's been times that they spent talking ball at different functions. That's just kind of how it works. So I'm hoping that relationship helps him know that this is a good guy to run my defense. I hope that Chris Ash's failures in recent seasons, getting fired at Texas, getting fired at Rutgers, getting fired from The Jaguars getting fired from the Raiders. My concern is prior to his scouting job with the Jaguars, his last 4 jobs all ended with him being fired. That's a concern. At the last 3 of those, however, that was a staff getting fired. At 2 of those 3, the Jaguars, everybody got fired. The Texas, everybody got fired. With the Raiders, it was the new head coach who was on staff fired him. I don't know that means anything because Antonio Pierce got fired 2 years later as well. Like you know what I mean? So it's like that's a concern. You hope that humbled him enough to where how he interacts with people and how he treats people will be better than it was with the reputation he built during his time at Wisconsin, Ohio State, Arkansas, and Rutgers, where he wasn't known as someone who necessarily treated people with a high level of respect. I hope that that's not the case now, that he's had a little bit of humble pie by the fact he's been fired from his last 4 jobs. I hope. But we don't know that. We'll have to find that out. So that's the Chris Ash resume. And he's tasked with stepping in at Notre Dame and keeping things rolling. My expectations, Trev, I'm curious what you kind of think on this. He's got a big shoes to fill. I think this is a risky hire. There's a level of I got to trust Coach Freeman on this, but there's a difference between saying I trust that Coach Freeman believes in this hire and blindly supporting whatever Marcus Freeman does. That I'm not going to do. But I will say, I said my piece about Chris Ash the other day. I hope the heck I'm wrong. I really want to be wrong on this one. I don't want this to be a situation where it ends up setting the program back. I hope to heck that he has does well here, and that this is a strong hire. But a lot of the concerns I have about his ability as a recruiter is how he interacts with people, some of the bridges he's burned with high school coaches in New Jersey in the past. I think I just saw somebody in the chat bring that up. Those are all legitimate concerns. Hopefully, Marcus Freeman found satisfactory answers to those questions, and Chris Ash will be able to step right in and keep this thing rolling. That's my hope.
My expectation for the defense in this one, look, you could make the argument now that Notre Dame, in the trajectory that this program is heading, is kind of in, like, I don't want to say like self-sustaining mode. Like, I don't want to make it sound like no adjustments need made and they had the perfect season last year. Like, we are talking about defensive game plan in the national championship wasn't that great. They lost to Northern Illinois last year. Offense wasn't what it looked like or wasn't what we expected. The injuries were too much last season, right? But when you look at the defense and the personnel that you have coming back, Chris Ash, my expectation for him is just come in and don't mess it up. Like, I guess if that makes sense, if I can keep it as high level as possible. Adapt to who you have and who your personnel groupings are. Kind of transitioning over into what needs to happen to make this work. Trust the coaches that have been around these players for years, right? Trust Al Washington, trust Max Bulla, good Lord, and trust Mike Mickens. Like, those are kind of like my keys to his success at Notre Dame. On top of hopefully a lot of personal growth, which is just something you can kind of speculate on, right? Like, hopefully a lot of like personal life lessons are learned. Who knows? And some of it is just a little bit of blind faith in hoping that Marcus Freeman did his due diligence in all the areas that you kind of listed off, right? So for me, that's kind of my keys to success is come in. Marcus Freeman said something in his like in the Freeman era video that Fighting Irish Media released. It was almost it's like a little clip of his interview with like Father John, and he was talking about like at a place like Notre Dame, you don't try to change Notre Dame, you let Notre Dame change you. And that was Freeman's mantra. I'm hoping that's a little bit of what Chris Ash sees in this job opportunity with Notre Dame, because if you look at it on the other side of the table, he is coming into a winning situation, right? And I have to hope that would instill somebody to want to take that and run with it, not see it and say, all right, time to do stuff the way that I want to do it.
Right.
There is some degree of it because at the end of the day, he's a defensive coordinator, right? But I'm hoping that he sees the success that Notre Dame had, the tool belt that he's literally being handed, and hey, here's the pieces that you have.
Right.
In the players coming back, in the players coming in, here's your utility belt with Mike Mickens as pass game coordinator, Al Washington and the coaching job that he did on the field with all the injuries of the D-line. Max Bull is a rising star on defense and the coaching staff. Here is everything that you have. Just maintain where it's at, right? Few minor adjustments here. Improvements in the run game would be nice, right? Just kind of maintain where you're at. Because, call it what you want, which is going to be the interesting thing to see how it unfolds throughout the offseason. Mike Mickens kind of has the coverage thing figured out. You know what I mean?
But is he going to have the same faith in Mike Mickens that Al Golden did? That's the question. Because you know how it is, Trevor. Some coaches they want, hey, look, man, it's a pretty good situation here. Let me adapt to what you guys are doing and keep this thing rolling. And other coaches walk in and are like, no, we're going to do it my way. Unfortunately, Chris Ash's history is that he's going to do it his way. And this is a guy that got rid of a bunch of the things that were part of the tradition at Rutgers and was like, I'm not going to apologize for it. This was my error. Yeah, well, how'd that go? You know what I'm saying? And then you look into it and you say, hey, that doesn't mean he would do that as a coordinator. It's different as a head coach for a coordinator. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. But as you said, you hope that he comes in there and says, hey, this is a pretty good thing we got going in here. I think these are some ways we can make it even better within what they're already doing. I have to think that that's going to be part of his mandate. I'd be shocked if Marcus Freeman, of what he's done so far, brings in Chris Ash and says, do whatever you want. Because that's not, Marcus Freeman has a way of, this is how we're going to play defense. And you have to fit that to get hired. So I have to think in the conversation with Chris Ash that he understands that there's a way that they're going to do things at Notre Dame, and he's bought into it. You hope.
Yeah.
You could be like, well, nobody else is coming after me for a defensive coordinator job, So that's got to be my hope. But knowing Marcus Freeman and knowing how he has viewed past coordinator hires and past coaching hires, even ones that maybe didn't work out, there was always you have to accept certain aspects of this is how we're going to do things here.
Yeah.
I have to think that Chris Ash understands that and is bought into that. I have to.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong on that, then that means Marcus Freeman was derelict in his duties of what it goes into hiring a coordinator, and we have no evidence that he's ever been that way.
Right.
When hiring coaches, we don't.
100%. You would have to imagine the conversation is, hey, Coach Ash, we need you to kind of steer the ship, not build us a new one. It's kind of one of those things. Like it's got to be that, right? I have to imagine it's that, because for all the points that you just said, when he hired Al Golden, the situation was different, right? And now the situation is now different now in 2025. So tied up into a bow, that's where I'm at with the Chris Ash hire. And a lot of it is we're kind of along for the ride here. You know what I mean? Like we're just going to have to see how it all unfolds, because as much as I wish that I had the answers to some of these things, I don't. And so some of it, you're just going to have to sit back and wait and see. We can speculate on it. We can and will continue to give our opinion on it. We can analyze and break down what we see. But at the end of the day, we're going to start to see things unfold when the season starts on August 31st, right? And the hope is, and I said this about the quarterback competition. I said that when they replaced whoever on the coaching staff or whenever transfer portal players leave or come in. At the end of the day, I'm Team Notre Dame. And if Chris Ash comes in and picks up right where Al Golden left off, I am not going to be upset about it, because on January 29th, I had reservations. You know what I mean? Like, I have my opinion on who I believe the starting quarterback should be. If it's not who I think it should be, I'm not going to be mad if they get him back to the college football playoff semifinal game. It's going to be great. It's going to be great for Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And I'm always all in on what happens well for Notre Dame. But that doesn't mean I won't have my opinions on the way.
Right. And I have some concerns, and people say, well, Marcus Freeman will be involved in doing this and doing that and making sure Chris Ash does this and does that. But isn't the whole point of hiring an experienced coordinator so you don't have to do that? If you have a coordinator that you have to make sure he doesn't treat people like crap and make sure he doesn't do this and make sure he doesn't do that, why'd you freaking hire him in the first place? So again, we'll see. We'll see. It's a risky hire. But if there's one side of the ball that you feel like you kind of want to give Marcus Freeman benefit of the doubt, it's this side of the ball. And this is the thing that I pushed back on earlier about, you guys are pessimists and you guys aren't being objective. I'm being very objective. Saying I trust Marcus Freeman is not objective. That's not being objective. That's being, I'm blindly supporting whatever he does. Every coach makes mistakes. Nick Saban made some bad hires as defensive coordinator. Even his side of the ball. Every coach does it. My hope is that Marcus Freeman nails this one. That's what I'm hoping. But we don't know. We don't know. It's a risky hire because you've got a really good thing going here. And if this hire starts a domino effect of things that don't necessarily go well, then you're going to take a step back as a program. If you make the right hire and you just keep this thing rolling, because he's not a recruiter. He's not going to recruit worth a darn. But neither did Al Golden. Like, that's one of the things, like, well, that's what Marcus Freeman's there for. I mean, that's what your GM's there for. That's what Mike Mickens and Max Bulla and Al Walsh are supposed to be there for. What I care about for a defensive coordinator when it comes to recruiting is put a great product on the field and be a closer on campus. I don't need a guy that's 50 years old calling a bunch of teenagers and trying to become their best friends. I don't care about that. Do what's ever needed to seal the deal. That's all your task. But your primary job is putting an elite championship defense on the field. That at Notre Dame, when you have Marcus Freeman as your head coach, that's your job. That's how you recruit as a D coordinator. Because Al Golden didn't do a lot of recruiting either. Now Al Golden was known as a good recruiter, but he just didn't do a lot of recruiting. He would be the closer on campus. He'd sell his vision to recruits when they come and visited. That's all I really need Chris Ash to do. Relate, be respectful, be likable, and put a great product on the field. And then let Marcus Freeman and all those other guys do all their grinding on the recruiting trail. And that's going to be the key. So, I know recruiting has been one of the knocks on him, but, guys, he's replacing a defensive coordinator who also didn't get hired. I mean, didn't recruit, excuse me. So there's that. There's that. So there you go. Well,
listen, guys, that's going to do it on the Chris Ash confirmed hire at Notre Dame. He accepted the position today. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just super chat real quick for Michael S. Any reality to Rudolph to the Bears? Thank you for super chat, Michael. There's never been any rumors that Rudolph is going to the Bears. There just was a report from Nate Tice that he said that he interviewed with the Bears job. Mm-hmm. We talked about that earlier, but there's no report that he's leaving. So real quick here, OSU alum here. I believe BD has fairness concerns with Ash. I would share the same if the Bucs rehired him. That's a lot of people that at schools he's coached at. That's a lot of the feedback you'll get when he leaves. Smart football guy. And that's it. Football isn't just about being a smart football guy, though. Especially in college, there's also a part about building relationships and trust with your players. These players trusted Al Golden explicitly. They trust Mike Mickens explicitly. Not anyone does that. Just because you're smart doesn't mean that you can build that trust. That's going to be my biggest question mark with Chris Ash. It's not, does he know defense or not? I don't question that at all. I have questions about how his defensive philosophy from the past relates to the modern game because he's only been a D coordinator for 1 year in the last decade. And that was a flop for understandable reasons. But can you build those? Can you build that trust? Can you build that relationship? Can your players want to go to battle for you the way that they went for Al Golden? Or are they going to trust you when you make calls the same way that Al Golden? That's the biggest task that Chris Ash, or if it would have been Jim Leonard or Joe Rossi or Jim Knowles or Mike Mickens, that would have been their biggest challenge is can you build the same level of trust in what you're doing from the players? Because, Trevor, what you know and what a lot of people that have been in the game know, sometimes you don't have to make the right call, but if your players have supreme confidence that you're putting in the best position, they'll then go make a play.
I mean, in the Texas A&M game when Christian Gray broke up that pass in the fourth quarter, Al Golden said that he didn't call the right play. But Christian Gray was in a good spot, and he trusted his technique and his coaching, and he made the play. So that's where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
That is where I'm at. Well, all right, guys. Right. Well, that's going to do it for us today here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Covered a lot of different things. Covered the transfer portal today. We did a full buy, sell, hold segment, and obviously we talked about the Chris Ash hire that was made official. So Brian and I will be back here tomorrow, and we're going to start breaking down, if my memory serves me correctly, an initial outlook on the 2025
Taking
offense.
First deep dive into the 2025 offense.
Fantastic. So we will be back here again tomorrow at 1 p.m. The best way to stay in the loop is to make sure that you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell so you know when we go live. And also share this podcast with your friends and family. Whichever outlet that you watch this on, whether it be Spotify podcasts or Apple podcasts, please be sure to leave us a 5-star review. We would greatly appreciate it. And as always, the fantastic conversation that we had in the show today will probably most likely continue on the boards, the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So until tomorrow at 1 p.m., that's Brian. I'm Trevor. We'll see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown podcast.